Good morning, or it's not morning, it's afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors meeting. Today's date is March 10, 2021. It's 3 p.m., and this meeting is hereby called to order. And at this time, I'll ask Madam Clerk if you'll please call the roll and establish quorum.
Yes, good afternoon. Supervisors Desmond?
Here.
Kennedy?
Here.
Natoli?
Here.
Cerna?
Here.
Frost?
Here.
And you have a quorum. This meeting of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors is cablecast live on Metro Cable 14, the local government affairs channel, on the Comcast, Consolidated Communications, and AT&T UVerse cable systems. The meeting is closed caption and is webcast at sacmetrocable.tv. Today's meeting will be repeated Sunday, March 14th at 6 p.m. on Channel 14. This meeting is also broadcast live on KUBU Radio on 96.5 FM, and a DVD copy is available for checkout from any local library branch.
Thank you, and I'm going to at this time invite everyone to please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, everyone. I'm pleased to be here. I don't have any opening comments for tonight's meeting, so I'll go ahead and read our announcement. In compliance with the directives of the county, state, and Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, this meeting is live streamed and closed to the public. Temporary procedures are subject to change pursuant to guidelines related to social distancing and minimizing person-to-person contact. To make verbal comment for today's meeting, dial 916-875-2500 and follow the prompts to be placed in the queue for a specific agenda item or off-agenda matter. Please refer to the agenda and/or watch the meeting to follow along to determine when is the best time to be placed in the queue to make your public comment. You may be on hold for an extended period of time, and your patience is appreciated. When I open the public comments for specific agenda item or off-agenda matter, clerk staff will begin transferring you into the meeting. Each agenda item queue will remain open until the public comment period is closed for that specific item. Members of the public are limited to making one public comment per agenda item or off-agenda matter. Please be mindful of the public comment procedures to avoid being interrupted or disconnected when making more than one public comment on a single agenda item or off-agenda matter. Thank you in advance for your courtesy and understanding. Written comments are also accepted. Send your email comment to boardclerk@saccounty.net. Your comment will be routed to the board and filed in the record. Thank you again for your patience, everyone.
So I just want to make an announcement about the order of your agenda. The items are going to be heard out of order. So your first item today will be item 3. This is the workshop review for the design build process related to the Correctional Health and Mental Health Services Facility Project. The next item after that will be item 1, which is to receive a second quarter fiscal status report. And then item 2 will be your last item for the day, and that will be heard at 4:30, and that's the approval of the fiscal year 2021-22 budget policies. So for your first matter today, I do want to let you know that we do have the consultants on the phone. They're ready to go. And this is the workshop, review the design build process related to Correctional Health and Mental Health Services Facility Project, and approve the contract Correctional Health and Mental Health Services Facility Construction Management Services with Kitchell CEM Incorporated in the amount of $10 million.
Thank you. And before we move into that, do we have any off-agenda callers?
Oh, I do need to check that really quick. We do not have any off-agenda callers.
Okay, thank you. Mm-hmm. Okay, and so we do have the consultant on the phone. Oh, hi, Jeff.
Good afternoon, Chair Frost and members of the board. Today for you, we have several presentations, or two presentations. One will be by Brett Ferguson, and he's going to be discussing the efforts to reduce the jail population, the Mays remedial plan requirements, the jail mental health population. Then we'll have our consultant group go over the care of patients in custody, the design build process, and the project status.
Thank you. And who is on the phone with the consultant group?
Eric Fadness with Nocton Lewis and Dr. Robin Timmy.
Thank you. Good evening, good afternoon, Britt.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Gassaway, Madam Chair, members of the board. As you know, I'm Britt Ferguson, the county's Chief Fiscal Officer. I've been asked to kick off the presentation this afternoon and address 4 issues that either your board asked be addressed as part of this workshop or that we believe are relevant to the decision to move forward with the design of a new correctional health and mental health facility adjacent to the main jail. Those 4 issues are: provide an update on the county's efforts to reduce the jail's population, review the Mays consent decree remedial plan requirements and our implementation plan to come into compliance with those requirements, provide an overview of what is going on with the jail's population generally, and specifically with regard to those inmates who have mental health issues, and finally discuss how all this might factor into the design of the Correctional Health and Mental Health Services facility. At the end of this presentation, I hope you will see that we do not want people in custody who can be safely placed in community-based alternatives. There are a wide range of efforts underway to reduce the jail's population. We have been working diligently to implement the Mays remedial plan requirements. And while we hope to be able to reduce the jail's population significantly, we expect that there will always be a reasonable number of jail inmates needing medical and mental health care. As your board knows, turning then to efforts to reduce the jail population, as your board knows, the jail is our most expensive correctional option, and we have long been committed to reducing the use of that option and shifting our correctional efforts to community-based programs as long as it can be done safely and effectively. On October 22nd, 2019, we held a workshop with your board, or those members of your board who were here at the time, where representatives from a number of departments provided a comprehensive report on all of the various efforts to reduce the jail's populations. I'm not going to repeat that level of detail here, but rather just provide a summary level update on those efforts and subsequent initiatives. I should note that representatives of the relevant departments are available to discuss by phone, are available to discuss any of these efforts in more detail, should your board wish to do so. So let me begin by saying that the focus of all of these efforts is on reaching consensus among the key criminal justice partners on various initiatives designed to reduce the jail's population. And as I have in the past, I emphasize reaching consensus because this is, for the most part, an area not where we are entirely in control of our own destiny. To be successful in most of these efforts requires agreement by various players in the justice system, from the judges to the district attorney, to the public defender, the sheriff, and probation. There are 3 general principles we are seeking consensus on and 3 more specific efforts. The general principles are the use of validated screening and assessment tools to inform decisions, increasing cross-system partnerships for connection to services at different points along the criminal justice continuum, and providing levels of supervision or monitoring and services that are evidence-based, that is, they have been demonstrated to hold offenders accountable and or reduce recidivism. The 3 more specific efforts are enhancing pretrial diversion opportunities, expanding pretrial release and monitoring options, and providing additional alternatives to incarceration for our sentenced offenders. In December of 2016, as those of you who were here then will remember, your board received a report on the county's 2-year adult correctional system review effort. That report recommended a number of actions, many of which are now underway and have been underway for some time. First, implementation of an enhanced supervised pretrial release pilot program as an alternative to jail for unsentenced offenders. Second, to enhance pretrial diversion opportunities for mentally ill offenders. 3, the realignment of the probation department's adult caseload management to modify supervision strategies throughout probation terms based on dynamic caseload management and risk assessment. And 4th, to expand the use of alternatives to incarceration for sentenced offenders. To facilitate the effort to expand the use of alternatives to incarceration for sentenced offenders, the county contracted with the Carey Group to work with a committee comprised of the representatives of the courts and all county criminal justice and relevant health and human services departments, including the district attorney, public defender, probation, sheriff, and health services, to develop a plan to supervise and provide services to sentenced offenders in the community rather than the jail. The Carey Group completed their work in June of 2020 and provided a series of recommendations to the committee. Those recommendations fell into 6 broad categories. First, adopt a systemic approach to criminal justice planning. According to the Carey Group, this should involve using logic modeling, the system-wide mapping of the justice system from law enforcement contact through sentencing determination, developing a criminal justice master plan, creating committees, charters that include operating norms and a consensus statement on the values endorsed by the criminal justice system. And they emphasized how important that was because they recognized, as I just mentioned, that no one's in charge of the criminal justice system. Various departments and officials have a role to play, and those roles are often at odds. And so in order to move any of these forward, there needs to be agreement. Implementing a data simulation model, examining the existing criminal justice planning staffing level, and establishing a criminal justice scorecard that includes outcome measures and program evaluation. So that was their first broad area. The second area was to make pretrial a priority. Although the Carey Group was hired primarily to assist us in looking at alternatives to incarceration for sentenced offenders, their report noted, as we have talked with you about before, that since 60% of the jail population, this was in 2019, was pretrial, this group represents the greatest potential for jail population reduction. The report urged the county to continue the court and probation department's monitored pretrial release pilot program, which had recently gotten underway, and consider adding additional features. The Carey Group also recommended adopting a universal risk screening process across all corrections-related programs. There were, and still are, a number of different risk assessment tools that are used, and they urge us to develop a standard one based, again, on an agreement among all the players in the system about what we wanted to see. The next broad area was to expand existing successful programs and tie them to risk. This report noted that the county was operating many of these programs appropriately. In fact, the Carey Group was impressed with how faithful we were to the requirements and the recommendations with how those programs should operate. And they recommended they be expanded rather than, for the most part, creating new programs. In some cases, this will involve changing eligibility criteria, which should be tied to a risk analysis. Among the programs recommended for expansion were the Sheriff's Jail Alternative Programs, Home Detention, the Alternative Sentencing Program, and the Sheriff Work Project, the Collaborative Courts, Probation's Adult Day Reporting Centers, and the Sheriff's Jail Reentry Program. The Carey Group also recommended increasing support services. The report noted that there were insufficient resources throughout the county, not just the county government, but throughout the county, to adequately serve the corrections population as well as the broader population in need of a lot of mental health and other services, and especially in the areas of housing, mental health, and addiction services. And finally, the Carey Group recommended putting in place an ongoing continuing education series. The report noted that whatever changes are made to manage the jail population differently, it will require the willingness of key decision makers to do things differently, as I mentioned. The report recommended sponsoring a series of research-informed roundtables for decision makers to increase awareness of practices that are and are not effective. The Carey Group report noted that the county incarcerates people at a higher rate than comparably sized counties in California. Using a proxy risk screening methodology in 27 and 2018 jail data, the Carey Group estimated that almost 40% of the jail's post-adjudicated population was at a lower risk to reoffend and therefore potential candidates for alternatives to incarceration but acknowledged that factors other than recidivism risk, like crime severity, could impact decisions about whether to manage offenders in the community. The Kerry Group suggested it would be reasonable to assume that if the county followed their recommendations, the jail's population could be reduced by about 20% from the level that existed when they did their study. At that point, the jail population was about 3,700, and a 20% reduction would have lowered the population by about 700 to around 3,000. The Kerry Group also indicated that this would not necessarily translate directly into cost savings, and I think we've talked about this before, because it would depend on which housing units were impacted and whether whole units could be closed. We only achieve significant savings if we're able to close whole housing units, and there are security issues and other issues around how those housing units are used. The Interagency Committee I mentioned above accepted all of the Kerry Group recommendations and put together a work plan that included some initial priorities, including what are listed here: apply a systemic and data-driven approach to criminal justice planning, prioritize research-informed pretrial strategies that reduce the use of jail for defendants who can safely remain in the community and successfully appear in court, including services to address identified needs, apply a comprehensive risk-based screening and assessment system at decision points along the criminal justice continuum, expand successful research-informed programs that tie participation to risk and needs, like the sheriff's jail alternatives, the collaborative courts, the probation ADRC, and jail reentry programs, apply a county-wide framework to increase community-based support services and resources based on identified correctional population needs, and establish continuing education forums on the research foundation behind policies and programs to increase knowledge and support for alternatives to incarceration where appropriate. Thus far, the committee has appointed a subcommittee to develop and recommend a set of core values to the full committee, held a forum on data-driven informed decision-making in November of 2020, held a forum on risk screening and assessment tools in January of 2021, and made the decision to use the behavioral health sequential intercept model developed by the county's mental health work group as the starting point for doing system mapping and developing a logic model for the criminal justice system. The behavioral health sequential intercept model shows opportunities for behavioral health interventions currently available along the criminal justice continuum, from first response to arrest, to jail, booking, to reentry, and into the community. Turning now to the specific programs and efforts, I'll start with the Sheriff's Office. First,
Excuse me, Britt, Supervisor Natoli.
Yeah, but just before you leave that last page, and you were on, so you talked about this subcommittee structure and the model, the approach that we're going to use. What sort of time frame and I guess not just the quality assurance, but then what does it mean to the numbers? Obviously, in this COVID times, it's been a little more difficult to bring people together in a group setting, but you do it over Zoom or whatever. So what's the time frame and what's the expectation of some measurable results, whatever those results might be? I'm just, again, I kind of a question mark, and I didn't see that in the material. So
it's a good question, and I have to say that you're right. The COVID-19 thing did sort of mean that there were some delays in addressing some of these issues, and frankly, my retirement did as well, since I was one of the people
that didn't last very long.
Helping to lead this effort. And so, but one of the recommendations, so we haven't developed a specific time frame yet. That's one of the next thing we're going to do as a committee. I think one of the recommendations, though, frankly, was that we do need to beef up the staff support for the criminal justice planning effort. It can't be reliant on probably my position, who has other things to do, or others in our office that have other things to do. We have basically one person dedicated to it, and it's probably not enough. So that's an issue we're going to be looking at as we move forward in order to move things along more quickly.
If I could just, and I may say this along the line later as we get into this, but I think one of the things that would be very helpful, and I know when you did the follow-on to the late January discussion, is some periodic updates to this board. And you're going to cover a lot more material here, and we'll hear from others. But as it relates to not just planning efforts, but implementation, and again, we've got any number of folks that are working in different realms on this, and certainly whether it's for detained population or strategies to divert or to address both jail population but other aspects of this. And I think that's going to be very important, because there's not just budget decisions or contractual decisions, and some of those are, under discussion here today. But I think just as a part of the greater understanding, and even not so much just focused on the Mays consent decree, but there's a lot of relevance to what we're talking about today. But some of these larger things that, again, people are working on, and we may or may not be familiar with what the outcomes are, or what's being measured and so forth. Because as you said, no one part of the organization owns all of this. But I think that this certainly is a central location relative to the Board of Supervisors and the county executive, and certainly the work that's done under auspices of this board, certainly with the budget authority, but the policy direction. And I just think it's important. So again, that's an ongoing, but I think there needs to be certain junctures and maybe set junctures for ongoing discussions before this board and reports back, and and if things are panning out or they're not, because otherwise, had it not been for this workshop, I guess anyone else could talk to you, but I have reviewed the the Casey report, the Kerry Group report, but again, this is just really important information, and I think it needs to be.
I think you're absolutely right, Supervisor Natolian. I think we've done, frankly, a pretty good job of trying to keep all the major decision makers in the process, on board and committed, and if not fully accepting all the options that are being considered, at least open to discussing them. But where we haven't done as good a job is keeping the public and you all informed of what's going on. And every 2 years having a workshop doesn't really do it. And I think, for example, it would have been helpful when Mark Carey was here doing his report, if he could have come before you. I've worked with Mark in other jurisdictions, and I've seen him make presentations to public bodies, and he does a very good job, and he's very convincing about what needs to be done in order to reduce. He's one of the top experts in the country, and I think you would have benefited from having that presentation as well as updates as we move along. So I think that's something, again, with proper staffing, I think that's something we do need to do moving forward. I agree.
Thank you, Manager.
So now I'm going to go through a whole bunch of different efforts, and these are updates for the most part to what was presented back in the last update that was given to your board a couple years ago, but also addressing some new issues, some new programs that have developed in the meantime. So the various efforts, starting with the sheriff's jail site and release, and basically through the booking process, misdemeanor offenders are issued citations to appear in court at a later date and release. To qualify for cite and release, the offender must not have been arrested for certain reasons, like a no bail warrant or domestic violence related charges. Offenders arrested on misdemeanor charges involving alcohol and substance abuse are released from custody as soon as they are able to care for themselves. If they need further medical or psychological assistance, they are transported by sheriff staff to a medical or mental health facility upon their release. In some cases, offenders who are cited and released are released before they are actually housed in the jail. In other cases, they are housed and then fairly quickly released. There were 5,877 offenders released using cite and release in 2020, representing about 20% or so of all releases. Next issue is expanding use of risk needs screening and assessment for pretrial and sentenced inmates. The Sheriff's Office recently started using an outcomes-based sentencing program. Under this program, reentry services staff complete criminogenic risk and needs assessments prior to offenders' sentencing to determine what type of programming is most applicable given the offender's specific needs. So in other words, they start looking at providing programming in the jail in anticipation that they're going to release rather than just right before they're released, so that they can seamlessly transition, hopefully, from being in the jail to being released. The next is that, and all of that is designed to reduce recidivism. So there's basically two ways you can get people out of the jail. You can divert them from the jail, or you can release them, like through the cite and release program. But often those people come back into the jail. So the other way, that the long-term way to reduce the jail population, is to address sort of the criminogenic needs of these offenders that cause them to basically commit crimes, so that they don't reoffend. And that really is what a lot of these programs that you're going to hear about are designed to do. So there's the jail work release program, home detention, sheriff's work project, and alternative sentencing projects. And these three programs either allow offenders sentenced to jail to live and work outside the jail, or as an alternative to jail. Each program has different eligibility criteria. Pre-COVID, approximately 2,000 offenders were participating in one of these programs at any one time. Home detention had about 230 to 240. Sheriff work release about 700. And alternative sentencing about 1,000. Again, and as you'll hear, things have been very different with COVID in a lot of ways. So, that will hopefully change soon as that issue is dealt with. So the Sheriff's Reentry programs. These programs provide in-custody medical assisted treatment, educational classes, cognitive behavioral treatment classes, vocational training, job placement services, individual counseling, and housing assistance to unsentenced inmates prior to release from the jails. Upon release, case management services are provided for up to 1 year. These services are designed to help inmates successfully integrate back into the community and thus reduce recidivism. Pre-COVID, the entry program served 275 to 300 inmates at any one time, and an additional 500 to 600 inmates received educational programming. These services have historically been provided at the RCCC, but the Sheriff's Office is currently developing the framework to expand the services to the pretrial and sentence population in the main jail. Again, with the idea that you start as early as you can to take advantage of the fact that you have these people in the jail, since you do have them in the jail, and prepare for their eventual release. Oops. And then the homeless outreach teams, and you all are familiar with these. This program involves teams of deputies and staff from the Department of Human Assistance and Health Services and local nonprofit organizations that work to connect homeless individuals with services and divert them from the criminal justice system. In 2020, over 17,000 homeless-related calls for service were received, and in 2019, it was about 19,000. Turning to probation, the Adult Day Reporting Centers. The probation department, as you know, operates 3 Adult Day Reporting Centers, providing on-site community supervision for individuals who have been assessed as having high risk to reoffend. Depending on the client's needs, the program lasts between 9 and 12 months and includes things like cognitive behavioral treatment classes, vocational training, group, individual, or family counseling, educational services, emergency housing assistance, and family support services. The goal is to reduce recidivism. In 2020, probation referred 671 intake clients to on-site mental health services, 3,054 to on-site nurse services, and 3,124 to on-site eligibility specialists. Like a lot of these programs that are designed to reduce recidivism, the Adult Day Reporting Centers put a large focus on cognitive behavioral therapy because there's a lot of research about what actually helps reduce recidivism, and it's not often what you might think. It's not primarily, for example, things like jobs. It's not dealing with mental health issues, although you have to deal with those in order to get to the bottom line issue. It is changing the way people think, and there's a lot of research on sort of what's called criminogenic needs, and the way that you do that is you deal with criminal association, so you try and keep people, which is what probation does, try to keep people away from wrong associates, and you also then focus on changing the way that they think through cognitive behavioral therapy, and that's one of the things they do at the ADRCs. The Probation Adult Work Project, Alternative to Incarceration. This is a graduated sanction option for violations of terms of probation that limits the use of jail as a probation violation sanction, as well as an option for participants to make payments toward victim restitution or fine balance for each workday completed. The work is often completed in the neighborhoods to which the participants live or frequent and provides opportunities for learning new skills. At one time, it's very common that the only thing that happened if someone violated a term of probation was immediately they were sent to jail. Not only did that would take space in the jail, but also it wasn't an effective sanction because they were just put back in with people who were sort of criminals, basically. And so the idea, and there's a lot of research on this, is that you have graduated sanctions and you look for alternatives and only use jail as sort of a last resort sanction, and this is part of that effort. And then probation's adult supervision model. This initiative was implemented starting in 2017-18. It came out of the Adult Correctional System Review and restructured how adult probationers are screened and supervised. Again, it's sort of a risk-based assessment approach, which is one of the best practices. The goals include enhancing public safety and reducing recidivism by focusing resources where they will have the most positive effect and assuring judges that offenders can be safely sentenced to probation or community supervision rather than jail. Again, this is the whole idea of building support within the criminal justice system for alternatives to incarceration. Elements of the model include creating a risk-based supervision system that screens all adults under probation's jurisdiction with a validated risk assessment tool and targets resources on those who pose the greatest risk to public safety, incentivizing compliance through a step-down approach, and front-loading supervision and treatment resources during the earliest period of supervision, where research has shown that the risk of recidivism is the highest. Using this model, the probation department, though the probation department has 20,000 clients, approximately 8,800 are under active supervision at any one time, and they tend to be early in the first year or so of their probation career, because again, that's when it's shown that they can be this type of approach can be most effective. The next program is the Court Probation Pretrial Assessment and Monitoring Pilot Program, and I've mentioned this before, and I think you're all well aware of this. The Superior Court and County Probation Department work with the District Attorney, Public Defender, and Sheriff to design and implement the Pretrial Assessment and Monitoring Pilot Program that is focused on identifying unsentenced detainees who can be safely released to the community pending trial without regard to ability to post bail. Under this program, probation officers conduct individual assessments using a validated risk assessment tool and provide pretrial reports to the Superior Court that include risk scores and release recommendations, including monitoring levels and conditions. These reports are used by judges to make decisions about which detainees will be released to probation for pretrial monitoring. The program also includes reminders for court appearance, and that's an important point. One of the things that research has clearly shown, and this is part of the public defenders program too, one of the public defenders programs too that I'll talk about, is that a lot of these people who are these sort of chronic people in the criminal justice system don't show up for trial, not because they're not trying to show up for trial, because they're just not all that responsible people. And if they're reminded that their appearance is coming up, they'll show up. And so just like you get a notice from your dentist or you get a notice from your doctor that your appointment's coming up, there are mechanisms like text messages or automated phone calls that can tell people, hey, your trial's coming up, you need to show up, and in fact it works. They do show up at a much greater level, and of course what happens if someone doesn't show up is then a warrant's issued for their arrest. If they're found, they're arrested, they're taken out of the system, they go to jail, they lose a job. I mean, the whole thing just goes down. So that's an important part of what they're doing. The program also includes, as I said, reminders, but services, referrals for health and social services need. Funding comes from the county's Community Corrections Local Innovations Fund and a 2-year grant secured by the Superior Court. The program began serving clients in October of 2019 and has served a total of over 1,600 people since its inception and currently has a caseload of 495. The County Jail Diversion Treatment and Resource Center, that's, as your board is well aware, set to open this summer of 2021. In 2020, the County Probation Department received a Correctional Health Facilities Financing Authority grant to establish a Jail Diversion and Treatment Resource Center. The center will provide centralized services for criminal justice-involved adults with mental health, substance abuse, and/or trauma-related disorders as an alternative to incarceration. Individuals would be able to walk in, be assigned a caseworker, be screened and assessed by mental health counselors and/or psychiatrists, access services provided by the Department of Human Assistance to determine eligibility and enroll in various assistance programs like Medi-Cal, CalFresh, and General Assistance, meet with the probation officer assigned to the collaborative treatment courts, and access legal services provided by the public defender or conflict criminal defender. Work is currently underway preparing space at the old Sheriff's Department headquarters building across the street from the main jail, and we expect, as I said, to begin operation of that facility in August of 2021. Some programs led by the Superior Court. One is the Collaborative Development of Mental Health Diversion Process for Felony and Misdemeanor Defendants. On June 27, 2018, AB 1810 became law. That law established a discretionary pretrial diversion process for any defendant charged with a felony or misdemeanor who suffers from mental disorder, the symptoms of which can be abated with treatment, if the mental disorder played a significant part in the commission of the charged offense. AB 1810 also provided funding for the 15 counties with the highest number of incompetent to stand trial or IST referrals to the Department of State Hospitals, and that includes us, to create a mental health diversion program for felony defendants who have bipolar disorder, schizophrenia, or schizoaffective disorder. These defendants can be diverted by the court after being deemed IST or likely to become IST, and that's the critical point. Actually, IST is a pretty high bar to meet, but likely to become IST allows some flexibility to allow us to sort of craft a program that can address the needs of a lot of people who might not otherwise qualify. So after AB 1810 passed, the Superior Court formed a collaborative working group, including representatives from various county departments, to tackle implementing the new law. Based on that work, in August of 2018, the Superior Court began accepting applications for diversion under AB 1810. As of January 2021, the court had received 571 diversion applications, 474 misdemeanor cases, and 97 felony cases. As of February 1st, 2021, a total of 164 people were approved for mental health diversion under this program, 137 misdemeanors, 27 felony cases. And then there's the 12 specialty collaborative court programs, serving approximately 525 participants at any given time. And that it should be noted that during the height of the COVID, participation dropped to 400, but has recently been increasing. The court recently expanded the mental health treatment court from 2 to 3 sessions. In addition to the mental health treatment court, there are the adult drug recovery court, the drug diversion PC 1000 court, and that's for defendants charged with simple possession and first-time drug offenses. Proposition 36 court, that's for defendants charged with nonviolent drug possession, transportation for personal use. The DUI treatment court, the reentry court, that's defendants charged with nonviolent drug and property offenses eligible for county jail, prison, or state prison. County jail prison is what we refer to people who are would have been sentenced to prison before community corrections realignment, but now instead are sentenced to county jail. The Veterans Treatment Court, the Reset Court, that's for adult females charged with prostitution or prostitution-related charges. The Chronic Nuisance Offender Program, that's misdemeanor offenders with within the district attorney community prosecution areas with at least 10 arrests, citations, or bench warrants within 12 months. City Alcohol-Related Treatment Court, that's individuals with 5 alcohol-related city code violations and or arrests in the past 18 months who need housing and are in custody for a violation of probation. The Serial Inebriate Program, that's individuals found to be publicly intoxicated and have 15 or more alcohol-related county, city, or service contacts. And that could be arrest, it could be going to detox, fire response, going to a hospital within the prior 12 months. And the Loaves and Fishes Court for the homeless, that's for low-level traffic and misdemeanor offenders who cannot afford to pay court fines and fees. All of these alternative courts are partnerships between the Superior Court and the county district attorney, public defender, probation, and in some cases, health services and other county departments. In these programs, eligible defendants approved by the court and under the supervision of probation are provided treatment and services in the community. Sentences are suspended during treatment, and if offenders successfully complete their treatment, the sentences are removed. With regard to the Department of Health Services, they participate in a number of the programs that I've already mentioned that could help reduce the jail's population, as well as others, and I'll mention some of those. One, as you're aware, is the expansion of mobile crisis support teams. Mobile crisis support teams, or MCSTs, are a collaboration between the county's Behavioral Health Services Division and local law enforcement agencies across the county. The goals of the program are to provide safe, compassionate, and effective responses to people with a mental illness, increase public safety, and decrease unnecessary incarceration for community members experiencing a mental health crisis. Currently, there are 6 MCSTs, and Behavioral Health Services is in the process of expanding the number to 11 teams using Mental Health Services Act funds. Each MCST is comprised of a police officer or deputy sheriff who is trained in crisis intervention training to respond to persons experiencing a mental health crisis, a behavioral health services licensed mental health counselor, and a contracted peer navigator. The team employs a ride-along model where the counselor and law enforcement officer respond together to emergency calls involving a mental health crisis with the goal of mitigating the crisis in the community and linking individuals to resources and services. The peer navigator follows up to ensure that people with potential mental health needs are offered support in navigating care systems and successfully linked to services. Currently participating law enforcement agencies include the sheriff and the cities of Elk Grove, Citrus Heights, Folsom, and Sacramento police departments. During 2020, MCSD screened assessed over 1,700 people and booked only 44 or 2.6% of them into the jail. Another project is the data-driven recovery or project, the DDRP, for mental health work group efforts to reduce recidivism and enhance pretrial diversion opportunities for mentally ill defendants. The Data-Driven Recovery Project is supported by Mental Health Services Act funds and is designed to improve outcomes for behavioral health clients in the criminal justice system. It utilizes the development of partnerships, interventions, and data sharing opportunities to help reduce the incidence, duration, and recurrence of arrest and incarceration for people with behavioral health conditions. The Department of Health Services Behavioral Health Division began the DDRP program in the fall of 2019 and was integrated with the county's mental health work group effort to reduce recidivism and enhance pretrial diversion opportunities for mentally ill defendants in January of 2020. Strategies include system assessment and developing a common understanding of issues, targeted policy analysis, creation of dashboards, development of system metrics, and development of a roadmap for long-term data integration. Then there's the Forensic Behavioral Health Innovation Program. This program was recently funded for 4 years with $9 million in MHSA innovation money and is a collaborative effort between Behavioral Health Services, the District Attorney, Public Defender, Probation, and the Sheriff's Department. The program will utilize the Child and Family Team Model to work with justice-involved individuals with a serious mental illness to provide support and discharge planning prior to community reentry, immediate access to needed services and resources, and integrated care coordination. The goal is to provide better care to the clients and reduce recidivism as they reenter the community. Requests for proposals are currently being developed to seek providers to begin offering services. And then finally, for health services, the full service partnerships. The Adult Full Service Partnership Program is designed for adults who have been diagnosed with a severe mental illness and would benefit from an intensive service program. FSP goals include preventing and diverting individuals with mental health illness from criminal justice involvement. Founding principle of the FSP is doing, quote, whatever it takes to help individuals on their path to recovery and wellness. FSPs provide the full spectrum of high-intensity outpatient mental health treatment and include case management and supportive housing. For the public defender, there are a number of programs, including the Public Defender Warrant Verification Program. This program provides documentation to unhoused community members verifying that they have no warrants so that they can stay in shelters rather than on the street or the river, where they are more likely to come into contact with the criminal justice system. The program serves 5 to 10 individuals a week. There's the Public Defender of the Day program. Every Friday, public defender lawyers and their legal staff meet with community members who have warrants and then work with judicial partners and the sheriff to recall the warrant and calendar pending cases. Through this program, community members are able to resolve their cases without having to be remanded back into custody. On average, the public defender works with 26 individuals a week, or approximately almost 1,300 each year. There's the Public Defender Loaves and Fishes program. Here, the Public Defender's Office operates a legal clinic at Loaves and Fishes. At the clinic, public defender staff meet with people experiencing homelessness who are facing warrants, misdemeanors, and/or infractions. The public defender then calendars and negotiates these cases with the district attorney to resolve them with community service in lieu of jail. The staff at Loaves and Fishes ensure that the homeless complete their community service. The clinic serves about 100 clients a month, or about 1,200 cases per year. There's the Pretrial Support Bureau of Justice Assistance Justice and Mental Health Collaborative Grant Project. The public defender received this grant from the Bureau of Justice Assistance to plan and implement a program that will target pretrial inmates in need of mental health services who would benefit from case management and social services coordination, and develop individualized safety plans for those inmates that will allow them to be released into the community pending trial.
Excuse me, Britt. Supervisor Natoli has a question.
Yeah, just on that one, Britt. So you've talked about some of the other Department of Health Services, mental health programs that designed to help folks either avoid and or reduce recidivism. So this one has a grant.
Yes.
And we're gonna have a discussion later today about supplementing county dollars and so forth. But one, it hasn't been implemented, and secondly, it would be worth our while, since we have other mental health funding streams, irrespective of a grant. It would seem to me that here you've got contact with your legal representative for defendants, and they're going to be working on the mental health aspects. I guess I'm just curious, how far along are we with this program? And if so, would it be a good candidate for us to consider putting some additional dollars towards? I don't know if the public defender is having to do this kind of out of their budget with existing staff, or do they get some staff supplementation and dollars to do it? Because these are the types of efforts, obviously, as you've heard, this board has heard from community members, and you can talk about a lot of these different programs, irrespective of where they're housed. But I'm particularly interested in this one and why. If it has a lot of promise, why would we just put some additional local dollars in? Let's beef it up. Let's go for it.
So, that's a good point. And actually, the question you raised really relates to a lot of these programs.
Yes.
Part of the problem, and it was one of the recommendations out of the CARI group, is that we really need to put together a comprehensive sort of master plan for all of these efforts. What's happened is, over the years, recognizing that there's a need, many departments have stepped in and come up with different programs and proposals to deal with that. Some of them have been coordinated, some of them have been just their ideas, and they brought in the other relevant departments. And so part of what we need to do in the long term, and I agree with you that in many cases there will probably need to be a decision about ongoing funding for grant-supported programs. But one of the things we're going to have to look at is, what are the most cost-effective programs, and which ones are worth continuing and which ones are not? Which ones have the most impact on the jail population? Or if they don't even have an impact on the jail population, is there a sense that they're worth doing because of their impact on those who are affected? One of the things that you will hear, and I think some of you are already aware and will remember this from when we talked to you before about the Adult Correctional System Review, is that just because in a program keeps people out of the jail, it doesn't necessarily have a significant impact on the jail's population. And you'll hear me talk about a little bit about this later, but the jail population is really what that is at any one time is really a combination of how many people go in and how long they stay. A lot of the people that are served by some of these programs don't stay very long anyway and have almost no impact on the jail population. So if the focus is on reducing the jail population, that suggests you focus your effort on one kind of program. On the other hand, if the focus is on making life better for some of these people in the community, that may be a whole different matter. And so, but that sort of thing really needs to be looked at in a comprehensive way. And we really haven't had the staff or the time to do that. We've sort of been just doing one thing after another to try and do what we can to reduce the population. And that's one of the things we need to step back and do.
I think and you make a good point about the continuum here. And I think I'll just say this because you're only midway through your presentation or a part into it. This is probably as comprehensive presentation we've had on this particular topic and all the related aspects of it that we've had since I can remember. I'll just tell you that. And I think to the point here is, we're already in the midst of doing some of these things. Some are showing, not just great promise, but they're showing results as well. But I think in the context of some of the things we're going to talk about later today relative to budget and to the ongoing efforts, because it may not just be reducing jail population, you said. I think it's an excellent point. It's quality of life. It's the ability for folks to hopefully function, even if they may come into contact with the criminal justice system, but to then have that support network that would allow them to access those services, and whether they be mental health or other types of support services, expungement of, obviously, as you touched on here, of some things that may be, tailing them in their, past activities that, again, hold them back from, being able to be self-sufficient. And so I think what you say, there's a lot of credence to that. And, maybe this board will have to devote some more time in this setting, but also, working with our leadership, because again, the dollars are precious, but the lives and the people we touch, and certainly both from a public protection, but public safety, but certainly from a standpoint of quality of life, are important. And this, you're touching on, it's such a broad aspect of community life here, and there may be other intended priorities, but I think that this continuum of what we do and how we do it and who's involved in doing it needs good, strong leadership over time, I think, in order to be successful. But in one last thing you said just a moment ago, sometimes things aren't working out, and so they may not be something that we're going to want to continue to support resource-wise or whatever. On the other hand, you need to be constantly evaluating that, and not just points in time when there's a crisis or there's an annual budget discussion. So
I think that's right, and I think this whole idea of sort of longer-term strategic planning around this issue is critical, because you really need to have the benefit of that information. There's only, as you know, there's only limited resources, even in good years.
Right.
You need to decide what your priorities are and have the information to make an informed decision. But to answer your part of your question, the goal is to, for that particular program is to screen 130 to 160 individuals per month who will be monitored by social workers in the public defender's office. And they did add staff to do that, a public social worker. Thus far, this program has served 704 individuals, so it is up and running and has been operating. There's the Felony Mental Health Diversion DSH grant. This program began operation on March 8th, 2021, so like just the other day. And it's operated by a contractor. As part of this program, each participant will have an assigned psychiatrist, nurse practitioner, case manager, peer recovery coach, attorney, and social worker. The goal is a total of 50 participants that will be linked to clinical services through Telecare Empowers program, and 25 will also receive housing. The Telecare is the contractor that's going to be operating this. There's the expungement record cleaning, and this is a public defender, a program where the public defender files petitions under Proposition 64 and 47 to expunge or seal arrest records for unhoused individuals so they won't be barriers to obtaining housing, employment, or services. Thus far, the program has served 428 individuals. There's the Project Help Housing Engagement Legal Program. And under this program, the public defender staff met with unhoused individuals charged with misdemeanors and they conduct assessments and provide that information to the Department of Human Assistance. The public defender office was assigned 70 housing slots under the Flexible Housing Pool program and did in fact refer 70 clients for housing. Department of Human Assistance, I'll just mention two programs real briefly here that DHA provides. As indicated, I just mentioned, DHA assigned 70 housing slots under the Flexible Housing Pool program to the Public Defenders Project Help program, and they also assigned 15 housing slots to Behavioral Health Services Full Service Partnership program. And then there's the Flexible Supportive Rehousing program, which targeted 250 of the most frequent users of county services, not just those in the criminal justice system, but it does specifically focus. Many of those are in the criminal justice system. Many of these individuals were connected to the Full Service Partnership and Collaborative Court programs. It's a permanent supportive housing program that provides case management and property-related tenant services as well as housing to these individuals.
Real quickly, Madam Chair, just are we able to use some of the COVID relief funds to, in this period of time where we're trying to help people become housing secure? They may have had, some, again, contact or run in with the criminal justice system, but are we able to beef this up to either dollars that could be directly drawn down by DHA and or other monies will be coming to the county? I could look to Ann maybe on that. Is there any idea about that? Because again, the whole idea as we're talking about here today is that, but we're in this period of time where there's been quite a bit of diversion, but there's still a lot of anxiety out there and probably more housing insecurity than we've seen in a long time. So
it is likely that we can. I know Mr. Hunt commented yesterday that they just got the guidelines for the $59 million and they're working through that so we can bring some items to you. So it's possible. I just can't say for sure.
Okay. Again, as we're going through these, and some of these aren't new, we've seen bits and pieces over time or we're aware of them, but I think, maybe the ability to focus in on folks who are at risk, being housing insecure, but might then be at risk getting back into the criminal justice or getting in the criminal justice system. If we can do some additional here, it may help us work through this period of time anyway. So
yes, and one of the things we do have to be careful about is using one-time money for ongoing services. We just have to make sure that we have an ongoing funding source. Right. But when I see just the bullet point, provide rental assistance and housing retention support, it didn't say you're going to do that forever. I get the point you make too, Ann. It seems to me there may be some ability to really do something that ties in with other funding sources that may have a longer term to them. So, okay, thanks.
So this slide addresses a joint effort between the Sheriff, Probation, Health Services, and the City of Sacramento. In February of 2021, the Substance Abuse Respite and Engagement Program was augmented that the city had been operating with Health Services and Probation to serve clients referred by the Sheriff's Office and Probation Departments, in addition to the Sacramento Police Department. This program provides 24/7 short-term recovery, detoxification, and recuperation from the effects of acute alcohol and or drug intoxication to up to 20 individuals at a time. The program includes medical monitoring by healthcare professionals, substance abuse disorder counseling, connection to supportive services, and transportation to service partner or home after short-term recovery is completed. This is one of those programs that falls into the category probably that I mentioned where it does have small impact on the jail population, but it actually helps the police agencies, it helps the community more than it impacts the jail population. These people, if they get into jail, would be in and out pretty much after they sobered up. So it doesn't really have much impact on jail beds, but nevertheless it does help the community.
Excuse me, Britt. Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you. Britt, I understand your perspective or your opinion on that. I probably have a slightly different view of things because my understanding is that, first of all, this SURE program came out of an expression of concern by this board several years ago, especially about the methamphetamine, the effect of methamphetamine addiction on our community, and the fact that close to 60% of male bookings are testing positive for meth. I think it's no secret too that while we did take some recent action to extend the SURE program with county funding for I think a few months, if I'm not mistaken, the intent is to not have just a detox center, which I would agree with you may not have the desired effect of long-term help for those that are addicted, and therefore perhaps those that are addicted and resorting to criminal behavior to feed that addiction. But I think with a more comprehensive approach to addressing those that are coming out of our jails that are meth addicted, we do stand to actually affect could be somewhat substantially those that would otherwise repeat their behaviors to feed that addiction. So I have a lot of hope that in the long run, with the growth of whether it's called SURE or something else in the future, that's going to actually have a fair amount of benefit and could serve to not just in the short term and not just a small fraction could keep folks out of jail.
Yeah. And you could be right. I mean, as I said, there's two different aspects of all of this. There's the immediate impact and there's the long-term impact. One of the things that really has been lacking, and this came out of the Kerry Group report too, and one of the things that we do need to address is really follow-up research and analysis about the effectiveness of these different programs, whatever they are, because we really don't know. For example, we don't know, even though we've got 500 people out on the pretrial supervision program, we don't know if those people are really, in the end, that's having a significant impact on the jail population. And it's hard to do that assessment now because of COVID. Everything's sort of wacky, and so it's hard to say. But in the long term, we need to have a way to evaluate these programs to make sure that they are achieving the goals, whatever those goals are. And I agree with you, some of them are longer term goals. So I want to just mention briefly now some efforts to reduce the jail population that the Superior Court has taken in response to the COVID pandemic. These are not necessarily things that were done as part of our general effort to reduce the population, and they're not necessarily things that will continue after COVID is over, but just so you know that they have been impacting the jail population. And those include, the court has started using technology to hold virtual arraignments so that inmates could be released from custody. One of the things that happened is the courts just sort of shut down, and that meant that people who were in jail sort of were stuck in jail, and people who were out were stuck out, but the whole thing just wasn't working. And so they have started using virtual technology. And again, now they've started to open up more in other ways as well. This court issued emergency order for release, zero bail, and authorizing the expanded use of cite and release by law enforcement. From April 12th, when zero bail took effect, through December 10th, 2020, there were 3,606 zero bail releases, representing 23% of all releases. The court ordered the early release of over 700 individuals within the first 3 months of the pandemic, and the court is continuing to grant early releases, but we just don't have updated data on how much that is. But that's had a significant impact on the jail's population, as you'll see as we start to talk about that. And in order to continually address the pandemic-inducing backlog of criminal cases, the court is conducting settlement and readiness conferences in home courts and mandatory settlement conferences calendars in trial and DIY courts. So they're really starting to do what they can to sort of get the backlog down. And then finally, although Project Room Key, for Project Room Key, that provides homeless individuals deemed vulnerable to COVID-19, was provided for households of 27 inmates released from the jail, and the jails also released inmates who tested positive for COVID-19 for housing to medical isolation trailers at Cal Expo. Those aren't available anymore, but they did that so those were again efforts to try and deal with the impact of COVID. So what I'm going to do now is turn to the maze remedial plan requirements. In the interest of time, believe it or not, what I'm going to do now is sort of do this in a very summary way, go through the key elements of the various remedial plans the county agreed to. There is more specificity in the plans themselves, a lot more. And if you have questions, feel free to ask, and I or someone else will be happy to try and answer. But I'm just going to do a summary overview. It might be at some point down the road when you're not dealing with all the variety of things that we're dealing with here, you may want to hold a public session just to deal with that, so there's more provided about that and about where we are in terms of meeting those, because I'm not going to go into the details of all of the where we are in compliance at this point either, again, in the interest of time. But let me start by saying that the remedial plans include some very specific requirements and outcome goals, but do not necessarily prescribe exactly what we have to do to achieve those outcome goals. So the first remedial plan is the restrictive housing remedial plan, and those requirements include requirements that inmates be placed in least restrictive housing. It limits segregation and restrictive housing of inmates with mental health concerns. If such housing will detrimentally impact their condition, it requires that the county provide inmates, except those in disciplined housing, with a minimum of 17 hours of out-of-cell time a week. It says that it requires that inmates will be pre-screened prior to entering restrictive housing for mental health concerns. It says that jail psychiatric services will conduct weekly check-ins with those inmates in restrictive housing. And it provides that the county will provide 1 hour a day of out-of-cell time for inmates in disciplinary housing. The Americans with Disability Act Remedial Plan, our obligations include create policies and procedures for ADA compliance, create and implement a tracking system to demonstrate and monitor ADA compliance, assign dedicated ADA coordinators for each jail, and we've done that. So, screen all inmates for disability issues, medical and psychiatric, provide needed accommodations to all inmates when reasonable, ensure physical plant changes are made to facilitate and ensure ADA compliance, and provide staff training in a variety of areas. And there's actually a lot of specificity in the plans about what kind of staff training need to be provided in each of these areas. The Suicide Prevention Remedial Plan, our obligations include provide training for all staff, again, in various areas, improve intake screening, provide appropriate housing for suicidal inmates. The places we were housing these inmates, frankly, were just not acceptable, not appropriate. Remove suicide hazards from facilities, and provide either constant or close observation of suicidal inmates. The disciplinary measures and use of force for inmates with mental health or intellectual disabilities remedial plan included obligations to, like prior to planned use of force on inmates, the sheriff shall consider the inmate's mental health or intellectual disabilities and take appropriate mitigating steps. The requirement to consult with mental health providers when considering discipline for an inmate with mental health or intellectual disabilities. The requirement to provide ADA accommodations through the discipline process, and again, provide staff training in a variety of areas. And finally, the medical mental health remedial plan, a long list of requirements, and again, this is just a summary, including provide appropriate clinical space for medical, dental, and mental health services, group and individual. Our facilities right now, both the RCCC and the main jail, are sort of woefully inadequate in terms of actual space. Ensure auditory privacy in clinical encounters, except in circumstances with safety concerns. And part of that has to do with booking, but it also has to do with the actual clinic settings. Ensure privacy, conducting intakes at booking, as I mentioned, and for all medical and psychiatric encounters. Provide sufficient staffing to meet and maintain community standards of care, including security officers for mental health programming. Meet timely access standards for primary care, specialty care, and mental health care. Specialty care meaning a lot of times care that is actually outside the actual perimeters of the jail sometimes. create and maintain electronic healthcare records, provide appropriate clinical care within community standards, both medical and psychiatric, provide appropriate care plans for chronic disease and serious mental health conditions, ensure sufficient custody staffing to allow for needed escorts to internal and external appointments. This has been a big deal, and one of the major impediments to achieving a lot of these goals, including out-of-cell time, is just not having enough custody staff to actually, given particularly the configuration of the jail, to get people to appointments, to get people to out-of-cell time, to get people to recreation time. Provide care as clinically determined necessary for transgender and gender nonconforming issues. Provide reproductive and pregnancy-related care. Nursing staff should operate within their scope of practice. Provide timely administration of medications, medical and psychiatric. That was a challenge for us, both in part again because of custody staffing, getting people to and from getting the medications to these people. Provide a 30-day supply of medications upon release for sentenced inmates. Develop a quality assurance program and data reports. Again, provide staff training on new practices and policies, and consult with an environmental management expert to ensure cleanliness and habitability in the jails.
Excuse me, Britt, Supervisor Natoli.
You covered a whole lot of substance with that, and I appreciate the summary. And I just, at this juncture, because you've touched on some of the questions that I think are appropriate, I'm not going to go into depth at this juncture, but I've had a chance to look at the compliance reports that were just filed a few weeks ago, and the court-appointed experts that are looking at things you've just covered, the medical, mental health, the suicide prevention, a portion of it. And I would just say that there's some concerning information there, Britt. And a couple of points I want to ask you on these bullet points, and one of them that was a theme that came out in some of the, certainly the experts' review, and there's this whole issue of compliance, partial compliance, non-compliance, and I think in fairness, certainly to recognizing, as Andy Damiano's work and certainly the medical staff, and we have contractual medical with jail psychiatric services through UCD Med Center, but was the electronic records. Mm-hmm. And we spent, I don't know what the amount was, and that was never shared here, and I didn't have a time to follow up today after I'd gone through the last of reports, but we bought some system called Centric or Centris or something like that in 2018, and then now there's all these issues with how it doesn't help us, doesn't function from a staff perspective, and whether it's nursing staff, it's medical staff, it's other staff. And so there's this emphasis on the IT portion of that. And I raise that because I'm sure it's a cost center. I don't know what we spent and what's going to be spent to try to rectify that, but we hear horror stories, up and down levels of government about, buying systems that are supposedly going to help fix the data tracking and help us be better custodians of the records, and when we get into HIPAA and all those things that are involved here. So that caught my attention. But more than that, I guess what really, and again, it's listed here, some of the disconnects and some of the, let's say, staffing, where this board has appropriated dollars, and we've got issues with recruitment and retention. When I see we're down 6 doctors, mm-hmm. and you've got nurses that are taking on, maybe out of necessity, responsibilities to do certain things. So without going any more there, you certainly can respond. I guess what I want to put out there, because you've covered this, and these reports are very fresh, and again, we've done status reports, they're points in time, and I think each of them has certainly assigned credit where, remedial action information is being developed, and people have taken certain steps for training to better custody and care of detainees. But there's some very concerning information, and they've done some case reviews, and some of these now go back to last summer, so they're not as current as as they might be if you were looking at just a few weeks ago or a couple of months ago. So I guess I asked the question: has there been some consideration about having those monitors be available to this board to, again, and there's obviously, we have our professional staff that are working to obtain compliance to provide for better care, because embedded in all this, and why the presentation today is regarding the space portion. That's discussed about privacy, about medical care, attention for folks that have certain challenges, both mental and physical. But there's a lot more to it. And I just want to say one other thing, that what was mentioned in one of the experts' report was that maybe it goes deeper than just facilities or not having, proper IT systems in place and so forth, that it actually makes reference to potentially systemic and process and culture issues as relates, and it's not just on the correctional side, it's on the health side. And I guess I'm curious about, and maybe, if this is not a fair question for you, then obviously there are others here, but it's going to go to a lot we're going to hear about, and we had, mounds of information presented to this board. And so I guess I asked that question because that's what the monitors who are reporting to the court, they're court-appointed monitors, and this may be new to us because we haven't ever been under a consent decree to the level we have with this one and the scrutiny that it brings. But again, for all the progress we may have made in certain respects, there's concern, and part of that is that, we're going to ask here later today to talk about the space portion of it, but there's in my view, there's a much bigger aspect of this. And if I'm getting too far, I see counsel, I didn't know if you were, so I guess, Britt, how are you can come to grips with it? This is the first opportunity where we really had a chance to have this open discussion about this. And I don't know if those monitoring reports, have been broadly disseminated or not. They're very current, and that, and again, they're not the, I wouldn't say they're the gospel on everything goes on, but they're certainly qualified folks. So how are we taking that information and how are we addressing that in the realm of what all the things you've just talked about and all the things that go with this settlement?
Sure. So, and you're right. I mean, there are some disturbing information in those reports. And Dr. Damiano is here, Sandy Damiano, Deputy Director of Health Services for Primary Health, who oversees correctional health, and Santos Ramos, Chief Deputy Sheriff in charge of corrections, are here as well. And they can maybe address some of this, and I don't know how much detail you want to get into, but clearly there are issues there. Progress has been made in some areas, and then in other areas not so much, and there was some regression during COVID. We had some real issues. Mm-hmm. You've rightly identified one of the major issues for us is recruitment and retention. Your board has added a bunch of positions, but keeping them filled, maybe partly because of COVID, maybe partly because of other issues, and again, maybe Dr. Damiano could speak to that. It's been a real issue, and it's been a challenge. I think the broader issue you raised, though, is one that we're going to need to grapple with, which is, and frankly, we hadn't really grappled with up till now, is, okay, now that we're starting to get these reports and we're seeing some of these issues, how do we address them in a systematic way? Not just leaving it up to the sheriff, not just leaving it up to health services, even though they're well-intentioned and want to do the right thing, we believe, but how do we make sure that those are addressed? And that gets to this whole oversight and staffing issue and planning and related to that, and I think that's an issue that we're having about how do we move forward on that, and what role does your board want to play? I mean, once these are, as you know, once these reports are done, they eventually become public information. There's no reason why, to some extent, and I know Ms. Travis can correct me if I'm wrong, that they can't be discussed with your board so that you can understand what's going on and what responses are being made and how we're trying to deal with it. And I think that would be appropriate as we move forward. That would be probably be like a whole day thing to come about, deal with some of those things. But I do think it's important enough that that's the sort of thing we do need to think about as we move forward.
And I appreciate your response, and I think that it goes to kind of the heart of this board and its responsibility and authorities. Is one being asked the matter that's on the agenda today as it relates to facilities, but those position allocations, the budgeting that goes behind that, the actual approval on behalf of this county on the consent decree came to the authority that's vested in the five of us, and so as we move in whatever direction we move in, to certainly to not just get in compliance, but to have better quality of care and to do our best to manage our way through this, then I think, speaking for myself, but that it's important. And if it takes a day every quarter, because the massive amount of dollars, but resources that's being devoted in time and attention to this issue and what it means to the overall budget, to the overall quality of services and resources available to everything else we do in this county, potentially, at least from a discretionary resource perspective, then I think that it warrants that. And again, I know certainly our colleague Mr. Kennedy was a part of the discussion with the folks that worked on the consent decree. But now we're into this, and now we've got monitors, and now we've got staff, that at all levels that are devoted to this. And I just, again, as we're asked to make big decisions, and at various crossroads and junctures here, I think it warrants that. And I think certainly sharing those reports, having them up on our websites, again, that's public information, and it's the same thing we're all going to be dealing with in whatever amount we want to subject ourselves to. But to me, it's critical to where we go with this, and I think it respects the authorities that are shared by all the folks in this room and whatever role we play in this. And
and I would say it's really not fair to your board, because what happens is, and I think you're pointing this out appropriately, Supervisor, you see one element of things. You see, for example, you talk about the construction costs for this facility. That seems like a lot of money, but it's actually a relatively small proportion of the overall cost of all the things we're doing. If you look at all we're doing in staffing and everything else, even a $150, $200 million jail project is probably 20% or less than the overall cost of all the things. If you look at over 20 years, or you look at any 1 year in terms of debt, it's a relatively small component, but it's what you're seeing right now, and so you focus on that. But you really need to look at the larger issue about all the things we're doing, and that's something that we need to work on in terms of making sure you get that in a timely way so that you can have the bigger picture about what's going on. I agree with you. It's a good point.
And one last comment at this juncture, and that would just be back to the issue, though, about, again, it was one of the experts, but the process and systemic issues, and how we drill down to those. And I know county executive and others recognize there's a multitude of things that come to bear on that as well. But it's one thing to say if you recruited and filled all the positions and are able to retain folks, but you still have to then have attention to those things. And remedial plans can have 440 things that you're supposed to do. But the bottom line is the quality of care and how we address situations with people who are in distress, but certainly they're in our custody and care. And again, it's obviously it's not a cheap venture, but there may be different ways to address it. And one of the ways, obviously, is to have a plan, adhere to it, but have a more comprehensive look like we're talking about here today. So. Right. Anyway, I didn't mean to interrupt too much, but it certainly was timely as you went down through all of this. So.
Great.
Thank you. Supervisor Cerna has a comment.
Thank you, Chair. And it has to do with the slide that's in front of us right here, Britt. And I just want to, and maybe I'm beating you to the punch here. I know I see what's coming up in advance, but I want to make clear here, and this is for the benefit of those that are watching and that may be commenting later. The consent decree comes with a level of specificity. It comes with a certain degree of choice, I would assume. You could say that for the county to meet the intent of the decree, correct?
Yes.
So the remedial plans, for instance, would not say the county shall build a $10 million 7-story and whatever it would be, right? All the details of a amended capital facility. So I think that's like a really important point to stress here, because I believe that's kind of what the advocates have been stressing all along, is that take a deep breath, board. The consent decree is not saying specifically thou shalt do X, Y, and Z. It's saying you have to meet the intent of the decree. But I just before you get to the next slide, which I believe has the kind of the matrix of how the remedial plans work, I just want to get a nod of the head that's in fact the right way to think about this.
That's exactly right. The remedial plan is a combination of some very specific requirements that you do this and this and this, some outcome requirements like out of cell time, and other sort of more general types of requirements. And as you know, what we did in order to, as part of the negotiations of the consent decree, was we basically provided the plaintiffs with an implementation plan for the remedial plan and said, here's what we intend to do as quickly and as thoroughly as we can in order to come into compliance. Now, that doesn't mean that's what we have to do,
Your audio is going in and out, Britt.
I'm sorry, this is what we have to do in order to come, this is what we propose to do in order to achieve the goals of the remedial plans. This is our implementation plan in order to convince them that we were serious about coming into compliance. And that's what we've tried to stick to. That doesn't mean we have to stick to that. It simply means we have to get to the outcomes that the remedial plans require. And if there are other ways to do that, we can do that, as long as we are careful not to do something that ends up not getting us into compliance.
Right.
So that's true. You're exactly right on that.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Cerna. Supervisor Kennedy has a question. Sorry, Britt, to keep interrupting you.
Actually, Britt, I wanted to kind of follow up on that because, and not if I'm remembering this accurately, but during the negotiations or during the mediation, we went round and round as the table and talked about the need for flexibility in this, and that's why there are some areas in which it's somewhat vague. That was on purpose. That was by nature of we wanted to be able, we didn't want it to be so prescriptive that it said we have to do A, B, and C. What we wanted was here's the outcomes we all agree on, and we will define A, B, and C as they come. For example, one of the things that we talked about specifically during the mediation was, let's say we were successful in getting a Prop 47 grant, that would help us to alleviate the jail population. Mm-hmm. That should be considered. But we can't put that in the plan because A, it hasn't happened yet. We don't know. So where you see vagueness in the plan, that was deliberate. It may not specifically say that you have to do this. But a lot of the things that we did talk about, while they're not specifically called out, for example, the health facility, that was a very central part of our negotiations.
It was.
I mean, there wasn't a minute that went by that we didn't. Matter of fact, they kept wanting to say, you're going to build a tower, and we kept saying, no, we're not going to build a tower.
Right.
And so where it seems vague, don't think that there's holes in the plan. It was intentionally that way.
Right. One of the points we made and they agreed with was, look, none of us really know what it will take to achieve these goals. And I think you're getting to this point rightly, Supervisor. None of us know what it will take because we just don't know. And so when we presented the implementation plan, we said, here's what we're going to do. If we can achieve these goals and not have to do some of this stuff, then fine. It'll be an iterative process. We'll do things. We'll see how it's working. If it's not working, we may do something different. We may have to do more than in this plan. The implementation plan is not, that's all you have to do. What we have to do is achieve the outcomes. If we can do it and do something different, or and you're right, there were, and I'll get to this, but there were some critical areas that they focused on. Out of cell time was one. Treatment of people with mental health issues was another. Medical care was another. There were critical areas, and these were the ways that we thought we could most quickly and effectively achieve their goals. But if we can do it another way, I don't think they would be opposed to it. But we would have to be absolutely certain that we can do that. If we fail, we will be out of compliance with the plan. So that's really the sort of the risk that assessment we have.
Can I just put a finer point on, I think what everybody's trying to say is that staff has decided at this point, and that's why we're recommending moving forward with the medical and mental health treatment program and construction, because that is the way that staff believes we will reach compliance.
Yeah, I mean that.
And
exactly
without
right.
it, we do not believe we will reach compliance. So that's what I think everybody really needs to understand, the public mostly. I think everyone here in the room understands that, but that's something that I think we just need to all keep in mind as we're moving through today.
That's exactly right. That's what we believe. So let me just.
So before you move forward, thank you, Supervisor Kennedy. You're done, right? Supervisor Desmond has a comment.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Britt, and my colleague Supervisor Kennedy's comments. That's very helpful to me because I wasn't here for this. I mean, this discussion is going towards the heart of the matter right now, and it's very important that yes, it was unequivocal component of the settlement agreement that we had to build something. But I think what I struggle with is what is the size and scope of that something? Can it be scaled up or down depending on the effectiveness of these other programs in reducing jail population, right? I mean, that's what I really struggle with when we're talking about the facility that we plan to build.
And I totally understand that concern, and I'm going to get to that a little bit later. Not necessarily provide a definitive answer to you, but I'm going to at least address the question a little bit later, if I may. And let me just sort of quickly move through sort of what we did on this. So we agreed, the important thing is we agreed to quickly and comprehensively, those were the words we used, as possible, implement this, our remedial plan, implementation plan. This big spreadsheet, you can't even really read it really well, so I'm going to talk a little bit about it and about the background to it. So the actual implementation plan we shared with them was a document. It was not just this spreadsheet, it was a whole document that the board had approved. And this slide summarizes some of the key components. But let me talk first about sort of what we told them as part of that process. First thing is, and I think this gets to the point that Supervisor Kennedy was making and I was making, is we acknowledged that we did not know exactly what would be needed to fully implement the remedial plan. Given that, and given the fiscal and operational limitations, we proposed to implement the plan on a phased, iterative basis, focusing on 6 priority areas that the plaintiffs had identified. First, the substantial reduction or elimination of the number of inmates in total separation, called TSEP, and administrative segregation housing. The expansion of intensive outpatient pods serving both male and female inmates with mental health issues. The enhancement of mental health programming for the acute, what's called 2P, the acute psychiatric unit. An increase in out-of-cell time across the system, including for disciplinary and non-disciplinary segregation units. Program access for inmates with disabilities, medical needs, including out-of-cell time for inmates in the medical unit. You'll hear about this, but one of the problems with the current configuration of the jail is that there's no really way, given the way the medical space is configured, to get people appropriate out-of-cell time. It's a real problem. And providing confidentiality for healthcare encounters, particularly in booking and intake and in the medical units. In addition, we indicated that we would make investments in inmate medical services in an effort to improve the access and timeliness of physician and nursing services, and create a team to develop standards, provide staff training, develop quality assurance improvements, plan and monitor progress as required by the medical remedial plans. And using this phased, iterative approach, we indicated that the county would make significant investments at each of the ensuing fiscal years, closely monitor progress in meeting priority goals, and adjust future investment as needed. So that's the idea that things could change. We indicated that our overall goal was to substantially address priority needs within the next 3 to 5 years, and we made this commitment in February of 2019. You sort of see the timeline there. As you know, knowing that what we were facing, we had already begun implementing some of the commitments as early as fiscal year 17-18. Thus, if you could read that, you could see that between 2017-18 and 2023-24, we proposed to add approximately 230 positions, create 120 IOP or intensive outpatient beds, complete construction of a downtown jail facility that would include a new booking and intake unit and new medical and mental health housing and treatment space that are appropriate for programming, treatment, and confidentiality. By the end of this period, we indicated that we expected the number of inmates in TSEP and administrative segregation would be substantially reduced, that inmates other than those in disciplinary housing would receive at least 17 hours of out-of-cell time a week, while inmates in disciplinary housing would receive at least 60 minutes of out-of-cell time a day. As you can see, by the end of this period, we were committing to spending almost $52 million more a year in nominal dollars, that is not inflation-adjusted dollars, on operating costs to meet our obligations, and assume that we would also be spending between $8 million and $10 million a year on capital costs, mostly debt service, for the new or renovated facilities. We indicated that we believed that the key to increasing inmate out-of-cell time and reducing the use of TSEPs was enhancing inmate classification review, adding custody and support staff to the housing units and control points so groups of inmates could be safely let out of their cells, and providing greater management and oversight of jail operations. To address classification issues in both the main jail and Rio Casumas Correctional Center, the RCCC, we propose to add 2 sergeants, 4 deputies, and 8 licensed clinical social workers. That's via a contract with UC Davis. To provide additional custody staff to the housing units, we propose to add 9 deputies, 80 sheriff's record officers, and 4 securities officers. The logic behind adding the sheriff's record officers was that these less costly employees could replace deputies who were currently manning control points, freeing up those deputies to be reassigned to the housing units. The idea behind the IOPs was that this less costly alternative to our 1 acute psychiatric unit could be used as a step-down or step-up relief mechanism for that unit. Part of our goal was to reduce the average length of stay in the acute psychiatric unit and the wait list for getting into the acute psychiatric unit. Each 20-bed IOP costs about $1.5 million a year in contract costs with UC Davis and requires a sergeant, 8 deputies to ensure inmate and staff safety and security. We opened our first 20-bed IOP in the main jail in 2017-18 and have opened 2 more since then. All told, we propose to add over 140 custody staff. One of the things about this whole mental health thing was, at the time, we clearly realized that what we had was insufficient. 1 18-bed intensive outpatient unit and then outpatient pods, and were simply insufficient for the need. But rather than immediately propose doubling or tripling or quadrupling the number of acute psychiatric beds, which are very expensive, we proposed this intensive outpatient pod as sort of this gets to the idea of, let's try it. Let's see if by doing that, which is still expensive but not as expensive, we can relieve the pressure on the acute psychiatric pods and still achieve the goals. And so it's yet to be seen whether that will work. There's been some positive outcomes, but whether we may need to go back, even though we acknowledge this. And if we need to, we will then recommend adding additional beds or creating additional acute psychiatric units too. So that's still one of those areas that would have to be looked at. We also acknowledge to the plaintiffs that the main obstacle to meeting many of our HIPAA, medical, and mental health requirements was the physical condition of both the main jail and the RCCC. And again, that gets to, I think, Supervisor Kennedy's point. At that time, we indicated that our obligations to the RCCC would be met in part by the SB 1022 grant-funded project then in design, and that we would likely have to issue debt for most of the cost of the other needed improvements, both downtown at the RCCC. At the time, we very optimistically indicated that our goal was to complete the construction of the annex by 2023. We obviously won't meet that goal. One of the concerns here too is, the consent decree has a set period of time, but that's really not a permanent set period of time. What will happen is, if we're not in compliance, that time will get extended. And so part of our goal here, part of our, sort of the reason for some of our urgency is the sooner that we can move forward, the sooner that we can actually achieve what our obligations are. And as Supervisor Natoli pointed out, in some areas we have a long way to go, but hopefully post-COVID things get a little better. The sooner we can do that, the sooner we can eventually get out of the consent decree and get out from the scrutiny that we're under on a day-to-day basis on what's going on in the jail. So that's part of the urgency behind sort of moving forward and trying to get some of these issues resolved. Finally, on the medical side, we indicated that we intended to add over 80 positions, including doctors, dentists, nurses, medical assistants, and pharmacists. As of this year, we've actually added 59 IOP beds, 125 enhanced outpatient psychiatric pod beds, and this was an idea that Correctional Health Services came up with. They noticed that actually they determined that they thought they could be as effective with some of these inmates in an outpatient pod setting, using enhanced services rather than creating an IOP at a much less costly, not so much in terms of treatment costs, but in terms of custody costs. And so we did that. Instead of adding 1 IOP, we added 125 funding for services for 125 outpatient pod beds. And if you have questions about that, I'm sure Dr. Damiano can speak to that. We've also added 32 medical and dental staff and 152 custody staff, and we've increased contract expenditures with UC Davis, which provides our psychiatric services, for psychiatric services in the jail by $6 million a year. So we've made a lot of an effort, but as Supervisor Natoli points out, in terms of actually meeting the goals, while we've made some progress, we still have a way to go.
Excuse me, Supervisor Natoli.
Yeah, just on that point, Brett, you captured it. I mean, we're 4 years in budgetarily right now, an ongoing cost probably approaching $50 million annually with staffing positions that have been created. We talked about earlier about having some big challenges relative to actually filling positions that are very key to the healthcare. Irrespective of how, antiquated your facility is or how new it is, if you don't have doctors there, you don't have doctors there.
Right.
And if you don't have nurses that are there or licensed clinical social workers or whatever it is, doesn't matter how new or how old the facility is, you haven't got the personnel that are actually going to deliver those services in large part. But my point to what I wanted to make, and you captured it, is that so we're this far in. It's still early, I guess, in some respects, but we're zero compliance on the suicide prevention and on the mental health piece of it, and we're at 5% compliance. And again, there's some qualification to that, so I don't want to overstate that. But I mean, for all that's been devoted thus far, and again, it's not all been up and running all that long, but the reviews are fairly current. It kind of speaks to me anyway about the space piece of it, and we'll talk more about that in a little while too, because having adequate space for privacy, for medical treatment, for detoxification, whatever the prescriptions are there, still doesn't go to some of these other issues. And again, you could tell me you could put many more tens of millions on here if you can't fill the positions or they're not having the efficacy that you're hoping for. But IOP, as you point out, trying to attempt to have better quality care. Again, I think it kind of begs the question, in my view, then do we need some renovations and maybe some additional space? I think there's a strong case to be made for that, certainly for the renovation. But here we're nearly 2/3 of the way in with what we said we were going to do on the staffing and on the budgetary side. We made that commitment annually, and where are we on kind of the results side of all of that?
Well, yeah, I mean, there's obviously a lot of concerns. I think, part of the issue, again, is you don't want to blame everything on COVID, but I mean, COVID has made a big impact. And I think, I don't know, I don't know if Dr. Damiano wants to talk a little bit about that, or you want to hear about that now, but it has been, it's not the only reason, but it has been an issue.
And it was pointed out in the monitor's reviews that COVID had, certainly impeded some of the progress, but certainly some of the ability to even look into what's been done. Again, I don't want to get off your presentation, Madam Chair. But again, the point, since you got the chart up there, I thought it was a relevant point to make again.
Thank you.
So, at a recent board meeting, you asked us to address 2 specific questions at this meeting, and those were, first, will the plaintiffs allow us to divert funding from the implementation plan to programs to get people out of jail? And second, will the Alternative to 911 pilot program that your board recently approved significantly impact the need for this facility? I'll let Lisa Travis answer the first question, and then I'll take a stab at the second one.
Right. So the answer to the first question, the short answer is no. That would not agree to divert funds, because as long as the county is not in compliance with the consent decree, they're not going to allow us to divert funds from that effort. As we get closer to implementing and accomplishing the goals that are set forth in the consent decree, we might have more of an opportunity to negotiate further changes in what is required, but we'd have to have a significant increase in out-of-cell time. The mental health and medical care would have to improve quite a bit. So at this point, the answer is no, but we can continue to monitor that as we go along.
So with regard to the second question, I'm going to provide a little longer answer. I guess the shorter answer is, obviously, we don't know. But I think our current sense is that while the alternative to 911 pilot project could have a small effect on the jail population, it is unlikely it will have a significant effect. And there are really two reasons for this. The first is that it's not clear to us that the types of calls that mental health professionals alone, without law enforcement, would be dispatched to would have resulted in an arrest if law enforcement had been present. You may recall that when the Health Services Department presented the Alternatives to 911 program to your board, they reported that in looking at 911 calls to the sheriff's office over 2 years, there were between 390,000 and 450,000 calls for service. Around 2,700 of the calls were identified as mental health related, but only 15 to 17 arrests were made, and that was with a law enforcement response. Around 18,000 of the calls were homeless related, but there were only between 1,300 and 1,800 arrests. And it's reasonable to assume, we think, that the dispatches of mental health professionals alone will represent a subset of these or other calls that would have been less likely to result in arrest. Because if they're the kind of call where you'll probably make an arrest, you probably want to have law enforcement present. But second, and even really, part of the second reason is, even if some of the calls mental health professionals alone will now be dispatched would have resulted in an arrest, absent this program, it's not clear that the arrestees would have spent a significant amount of time in the jail. And this gets to the point I made earlier. To understand, that you do need to understand that what drives the number of beds that are needed for the jails as a whole, or specifically for inmates with serious mental health issues. And what determines that is, yes, admissions to bookings to the jail, but equally, or perhaps more important, how long the people being booked stay in the jail. And the equation is really sort of a simple one. It's annual bookings times average length of stay divided by 365 equals the average daily population. So sort of to illustrate how this works, if 5,000 people are booked into the jail each year and stay an average of a day, the number of beds needed would be 14 for 5,000 people. If 500 people are booked into the jail and stay for an average of 6 months, the number of beds needed would be 249. And what tends to drive how long someone stays in the jail is the seriousness of the crime or the threat that that person poses to the community. So we have literally thousands of people, and there's data on this, thousands of people who are booked into the jail each year and stay a day or two at most. Approximately 25% of people booked into the jail are released the same day. They don't even go into housing, many of them, and 50% are released in 5 days. Many of them are never actually placed in a housing unit, as I said. They're just booked and released. And who are these people? Well, there are a variety of different things, but some of them are likely the kind of sort of chronic nuisance offenders who might be homeless or have mental health issues, but don't assault anybody or commit another serious crime, which again, it seems to us are likely to be some of the focus of these alternative to 911 efforts. Now, we could be wrong. Perhaps that program will have more of an impact on the jails population than we think, but there's really, no way to know at this point. I'm now going to provide some information about what has been happening with the jail population generally and the population of those needing mental health services specifically. So our two jails, as you know, have a rated capacity of 4,005 beds. This slide shows what the average daily population of both jails has been over the last 15 years. As you can see, in 2005, the ADP stood at 3,500, ADP meaning average daily population, stood at 3,574, increased to a high point of 4,599 in 2008, and had declined by 22% to 3,559 by 2017, and then increased slightly but held roughly steady at around 3,650 through 2019. And then, of course, in 2020, with the impact of COVID-19 pandemic, the ADP decreased to a low point of 2,991. It actually went lower than that at one point, but that's at one period of time, but that's the ADP for the year. The slide also shows that over the 3-year period before 2020, on any given day, pretrial inmates consistently made up about 60% of the jail population, and sentence inmates about 40%, and I alluded to that earlier when I talked about the Kerry report. I should note, by the way, that unsentenced inmates include more than people awaiting trial. It also includes federal prisoners held under contract to the U.S. Marshals Service, inmates serving flash incarceration for violations of probation, and inmates in the restoration to competency programs for inmates deemed incompetent to stand trial. I'll talk a little bit more about that later.
Excuse me, Supervisor Cerna.
Yeah, before you leave that chart, please, Britt, I just wanted to point out, and correct me if I'm wrong, but guessing the 2011-12 timeframe, the AB 109 went into effect?
Yes, that's right. And there's another slide that'll show how that worked.
Okay, so I just want to point out on this slide, though, that even as we began to have average daily population stay level around the capacity, but then begin to tail off, that was with the additional burden of having to take the state's otherwise, incarcerated population and having to manage that in our own facilities, correct?
Correct. That's correct. Yes.
Could I ask a question, Madam Chair?
Of course.
Or, pausing for a second. So, previously, the jail way back when was under consent decree, and that related to what the original design was or occupancy. Then it was about 1,200, and then the idea about having double occupancy in the cells, which gets us more to the 2,400 cap. But as a part of that, and again, maybe it's historical and not so relevant, but it goes, if it was designed, obviously with different healthcare approach and so forth at the time, but it's one thing to be able to house folks in a unit where they spend a good part of their day, but then all the adjunct facilities that go with, again, a 24/7 population, at least in some cases, and those that you said rotate out pretty rapidly. But was there anything in those, in the former consent decree, and I don't know if you researched it, Britt, so maybe it's not a fair question for you, that spoke to the need for other facilities in that context, facilities in the sense that you build a jail, the tower is there, and you now put 2 beds in a lot of the cells, but it didn't increase the day room area. It didn't increase, the medical. Even we've done things in recently.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear. In what context are you asking that question?
In the context of there was a consent decree way back in the 80s, early 90s, that related to the then request for the board by the county sheriff to basically have a rated capacity that would get them to closer to 2,400, and I guess I was just curious. Whether it spoke to the issue of, and part of what's embedded in here is, space, but space is devoted to, medical care, to mental health needs, to, recreational space and such. And I'm just curious, did that ever come up?
I don't know the answer to that question.
Maybe Lisa.
But one thing I will say is, of course, this jail is an old jail. It was built, prior to HIPAA. It was built prior to ADA. It's an old jail, and to Supervisor Cerna's point, it's certainly not designed for long-term, as many jails were back then, for long-term stay. One of the things, and I think you rightly noted that when correctional realignment came in, we did end up getting a group of offenders who were staying for an average of a long period of time. One of the things that these numbers disguise a bit is sort of the different factors that were driving what was happening. What we were seeing over this period of time was a continual decline in arrests and bookies into the jail, but an increase in the average length of stay, with the result of sort of where we are right now, until Proposition 47 passed, when we actually started to see initially sort of a decline, and you can still see sort of that decline, and we'll get to that in another slide. So it's actually a combination of things going on there. And as I pointed out, we are a high incarceration county, and it's not entirely clear why that is. Some of it might be crime rates, there might be other things, but we are a high incarceration county. But we did see that sort of convergence of, on the one hand, crime, arrests going down, bookings going down, but average length of stay going up. And back when we did the adult correctional system review with our consultants, one of the things we were trying to find out was, well, so what's causing that? Because it wasn't just the realignment. That trend had started before realignment, and we couldn't entirely figure out, why that. I mean, obviously it was because people were spending more time in jail, but why that was exactly wasn't entirely clear. And that's something we'd still like to understand, because that could help determine, maybe things we could do about that. So.
Well, have bookings gone down? And in one of the monitor reports, they were talking about in whatever period they were looking at in 2019 or 20, it was, again, COVID, I think as you said, some of the, site and release in the field, but was, about 100 to 120 a day. And then, and kind of took the outflow as well. And, if you do the math, you're at, 350 to 400,000 bookings. And so when we say it went down, is it much down below that, or is that an accurate number?
I don't remember exactly, but they were declining pretty steadily. And then now there is evidence now that crime is going up again. But again, you don't want to look at just one brief period, the COVID period, but it's hard to know exactly what's going on. And that phenomenon, by the way, of crime decreasing was not just ours. That was a nationwide trend that's been going on now since, the 90s. It's really started to be going down. So, but yeah, I don't, but that underlies some of these numbers here. But no, to answer your question, I'm not familiar with that.
I'm just curious because, again, it kind of goes to some of the space discussions here, and and whether the real loading for a facility that's old or not, again, you got 35 years behind us here, but is it more appropriate to have 12 or 1,500 inmates, assuming that there were people that had been booked in for any particular point in time, versus 2,400, and we're not at 2,400, but we've been close to that, right at it, over time, and your numbers show this. Actually exceeded in a couple of years back in the latter part of the last decade. But I'm just, to me, that goes to wear and tear, but also goes to your ability to house and sufficiently support folks. Even if AD have changed over time. So.
So this slide looks at the same period, but shows the monthly ADP in 6-month increments. It also shows, to Supervisor Cerna's point, when community corrections realignment went into effect. And that's, of course, the realignment made counties responsible for housing or supervising a number of felons who would previously have gone to state prison. And proposition went into effect. That proposition reclassified many nonviolent felonies to misdemeanors. This slide also breaks out the local inmate ADP. That is, it excludes federal contract beds. But the general picture is essentially the same. For the 3 years prior to 2020, the total ADP was around 3,500 to 3,700, and the local ADP was around 3,200 to 3,500. This slide then takes a closer look at the monthly ADP during the most recent 4-year period, and here the situation is even more clear. For the 3 years prior to 2020, total ADP stayed constant at around 3,700, and local ADP stayed constant at around 3,400. Then, after the COVID-19 pandemic hit in February and March of 2020, there was a dramatic decrease in the jail's population. ADP for both the total population and the local population dropped by over 30% and then began to rebound. Currently, as of yesterday, the total ADP stands at 3,364 and the local ADP at 3,058. Obviously, things are very different in the COVID world, and they are changing very rapidly. At this point, we know that the COVID pandemic has impacted the jail's population in a number of sometimes contradictory ways, such as the state prison system has stopped accepting transfers of sentenced inmates due to their own COVID situation. Typically, we have 150 or so prisoners awaiting transport to the state prison at any one time, but recently that number has been as high as 600. On the other hand, the courts approved, as I mentioned, a number of orders for early release, zero bail, and expanded use of cite and release by law enforcement that temporarily reduced the jail's population. And after being shut down, as I mentioned, the courts have now begun holding trials again. Without trials, some jail inmates who would have gone to trial and been sentenced and eventually either released or transferred to state prison are still in our jail awaiting trial. On the other hand, some inmates who were released pending trial would have been sentenced to jail time but are still out awaiting trial. The bottom line is, at this point, we don't think it is possible to draw any conclusions about what the jail population will look like once the COVID pandemic is over, based on what happened to the population during the pandemic. Which means for jail population planning purposes, we need to go back to the pre-COVID period and consider what the impact might be of different population reduction strategies on that population.
Excuse me, Britt. Supervisor Cerna.
Britt, before if you can go back to the slide, please.
I'm sorry?
Can you go back one slide,
Yes,
please?
sure.
Do you know whether or not we have a chart that shows the average daily population the way it's depicted here, excluding federal contract beds, that begins March 20th, to present alongside data that depicts different types of criminal behavior or charges, I guess, for booking. So in other words, could we, if we looked at, would we be able to discern the fact that because of the pandemic, the ADP drops, right? Which means you would assume that some of those are individuals that would have otherwise been in the jail system, but there was a reason, for public health purposes that they were not housed in the jails. And if, for instance, the crime rates measured in some, applicable way, maybe it's property crimes and, felony, misdemeanor, whatever, or charges, could we then begin to draw some assumptions that perhaps, oddly enough, perhaps the experience of the pandemic for a year gives us insight into, the actual connection between having to incarcerate people or not and public safety, thereby kind of, making your argument that we don't need to house people as much as some may have believed in the past. I like to, I don't know what it would take to get that charted, but I think that would be a very important thing to understand. Kind of take advantage of the fact that we've had this very unique situation for 12 months. And I understand that, that it comes with all kinds of other assumptions, but it just occurred to me that if we can look at the trend data relative to ADP, we can also gauge that against, what that meant in terms of different changes in criminality or criminal behavior.
So I would say, I would put that under the category of great minds think alike, because when I came back from retirement, I asked that very question, not exactly that way, but one of the questions that I asked was, can we go in, because one of the issues is, there are all these risk assessments. It's not just what the crimes are, but what are the risks of reoffense? And the problem is we don't apply those to everybody in the system right now. We apply them to certain people, like when they're going to be released or whatever. But was there a way to go back and sort of do some sort of a proxy assignment, and don't really know for sure whether that's possible. I think, but one of the things that was pointed out, and I think this unfortunately is true, is that even if we could do that, and maybe we can do that, and I think we should look into that because I think it's worth doing, but because the COVID situation is so different out there, just in general, it would be hard to know whether, for example, reoffenses are down because people are sheltering in place, or reoffenses are. The whole thing is just sort of a weird situation.
Yeah.
So, but I think it is worth asking that question, and I posed a similar question when I came back, because I think it is information if we can get it, and we have a consultant that might be able to help us get some of that risk information, because I think you're right, it would be useful information to have.
It might be useful, for instance, to advocate to the courts, for instance, that home detention more so than what would otherwise be a reflexive, determination that someone has to go into an incarcerated condition, provides, or it proves to have no increased risk for the community. So, something to think about.
Yeah.
I would be also interested to see a graph that aligns up with the realignment, Prop 47, COVID, all this, and our homeless population. Mm-hmm. That would be interesting to see how those line up. I don't know if that's possible. We have a lot of seriously mentally ill people on the streets.
I'm not an expert in homeless, but my understanding is those numbers are a little bit, they're not precise, but it would be an interesting question. Yeah. This slide illustrates how we might start the planning process. It shows 3 different projections of what the jail's population might be like in 25 years under 3 different scenarios, assuming no change in practice compared to what we were doing in 2019. The first bar assumes that ADP essentially stays the same over this 25-year period. And this may seem implausible, but in fact, if crime rates do not change significantly and state laws remain roughly the same, this is a possible outcome. It would also be a possible outcome if some of those factors change, but they change in ways that cancel each other out. For example, if crime rates go up, but state law change reduces more felonies to misdemeanors or end cash bail. Again, the 2019 ADP was 3,653. The second bar assumes that jail ADP will grow at the projected rate of growth for the 18 to 25-year-old population in the county. This is a metric that is often used to project things like crime, arrests, offender populations, because people in that age group tend to be more likely to commit crimes. Using this assumption, in 25 years, the jail ADP would increase by 6.5% and stand at 3,890. And the third bar assumes that the jail ADP will grow by the projected rate of growth in the county's adult population. As I indicated, jail planning experts often use the growth in the young adult population to project the need for jail beds, but in fact, data shows that 48% of all jail bookings in 2019 were for people over 35. Under this assumption, in 25 years, the jail ADP would increase by 25% and stand at 4,582. And there were other assumptions we could assume decline because bookings had been declining, and we could assume a whole variety of things. But the important thing to keep in mind here is not that we would use any of these particular scenarios, but that whenever we are planning for a facility that will need to meet our needs for 20 years or more, and as we are considering changes in practice that might impact what that need is, we need to make some assumptions about what the status quo need will be absent those changes. We need sort of a baseline scenario to sort of know what those, if we're doing things to reduce the population, those reductions would be against. And those are the sorts of factors we need to take into consideration as we do that planning. So turning now to the population we are proposing to serve in the new Corrections Medical and Mental Health Services facility, I'm going to talk a little about what is going on with people with mental health issues in the jails. First of all, the county provides 4 different levels of treatment and services to jail inmates with mental health issues. And we've talked some about this. We provide the most intense level of inpatient services to inmates in our 18-bed acute inpatient unit in the main jail. This is designated as a Lanterman-Petra Short, or LPS unit, for patients meeting criteria under the Welfare and Institutions Code, Section 5150, which includes that a person, as a result of mental disorder, is a danger to others, him, herself, or gravely disabled, that is, cannot provide for their basic needs. So that's a very high and intensive level of service. We provide a structured therapeutic environment which serves as a step down from the outpatient level of care or step down from acute inpatient care in 3 intensive outpatient pods, currently 3 outpatient pods with a total of 59 beds, and those are fairly new, as I mentioned to you. And the outpatient program serves the remainder of the mental health population and includes mental health stabilization, crisis intervention, suicide prevention, supportive counseling, medication evaluation, and treatment planning, care management, and discharge services. Some of these services are provided in 1 of 2 outpatient psychiatric pods with a total of 318 beds, mostly at the downtown facility, but some out at the RCCC. And this 318 beds includes 125 beds for inmates receiving enhanced outpatient services, which involves intensive case management. And the rest is provided actually in the regular housing units, just with mental health services in the regular housing units. And then finally, there's the jail-based compensated treatment programs, which serve individuals found incompetent to stand trial for felony and misdemeanor charges. The county has a revenue contract with the Department of State Hospitals for inmates charged with felonies, and the county is responsible for treatment costs for patients with IST misdemeanor charges, and you can see how many beds are in those. That is an interesting situation where that really is, particularly for felonies, that is the responsibility of the state. These people are supposed to be in state hospitals, but what happened is over the years, the state hospitals basically refused to take people because they were full and they had issues. And some counties would even go and get court orders to try and get people put into state hospitals, and the state hospitals wouldn't take them. And so in response to complaints, what the state did was they entered into agreements with certain counties to basically house these people for the state. So we're really acting on behalf of the state hospital system in housing these inmates until they're found competent to stand trial.
We're no longer sending them to the mental health treatment center. For a while, there was some of those folks that were awaiting trial, depending upon the severity of their diagnosis, that were actually So they're now all housed within the.
They're not all housed. We still have some who, there's not enough room in these units. We still have some that are not housed in these units.
It's and they're where? Does the mental health, does Schmick still handle some of these?
I don't know where exactly in the facility, but yeah, but they're not in the, they should be in IST, but we don't have room, and so they're not in the IST unit.
Okay, but they're within the confines of one
Yes.
of the jails. They're not at Schmick?
They're not.
Just mental health treatment center?
Not at the Mental Health Treatment Center. Don't know that. I do believe that Dr. Quist might be on the phone. He might be able to answer that question.
Remember the state hospital is a locked, secure facility, and these are people that need to be in a locked, secure facility. These are
We have
not.
locked facilities at Schmick, too.
Yeah, because I mean, there was an issue a few years back that we were, again, with some, pretty severely troubled folks in that, and we were housing for the state. And again, but it was taking up, very needed space for folks who might, have no criminality, but needed the services out of Schmick. And I guess I'm just curious as to whether that's been addressed. These are, either in custody, still be in custody, but are we using Schmick beds, either for misdemeanors and for the state folks?
Yeah, I don't
Okay,
know.
well, maybe somebody can answer that before we're done today. Thanks.
Okay. So staffing for all of these programs includes psychiatrists, nurse practitioners, licensed psychologists and social workers, master's level unlicensed social workers, registered and licensed vocational nurses, and support staff. There's a psychiatric residency training program, including attending psychiatrists, residents, and medical students. And also healthcare staff support these programs. Primary care, specialty care, and pharmacy also provide services to this population. And as you know, under our implementation plan, we are intending to increase the number of IOPs. And as I mentioned, depending on how that works, we may also need to increase the number of acute psychiatric unit beds. So it's fair to say that we have a lot of people in the jail with mental health issues. We wish we didn't, but we do, and we have an obligation under the consent decree to provide them with an appropriate level of service in an appropriate environment. We're hopeful that the many efforts to reduce the jail population will have some impact on this population, but we do not think we will be able to get all inmates with mental health issues out of the jails. And just some key facts. In 2019, the last pre-COVID year, 19% of jail bookings were identified by correctional health as having a severe mental illness, or SMI. And an SMI is defined as a diagnosis of schizophrenia, spectrum, and other psychotic disorders, borderline personality disorder, PTSD, major depressive disorder, and/or bipolar and related disorders. Inmates receiving mental health services are categorized in one of four FOSS levels, and just as I said that, I realized someone was going to ask me what does FOSS stand for. I have to confess I have not the slightest idea. I've heard the term, but I'll tell you what the categories are, and I'm sure Dr. Damiano can say what FOSS means if the board wants to know what it stands for. But there's FOSS 1, which is people who meet the criteria for the acute psychiatric unit and are either in the unit or on the pre-admit list, and who are suicidal, because we have some people who can't get in, we just don't have space. FOSS 2 is patients discharged from the acute inpatient unit, cleared from suicidal status, cleared from the acute psychiatric pre-admit list, who are in need of follow-up related to significant psychiatric history. FOSS 3 are patients receiving services in the outpatient program and maybe receiving medication management services. And then FOSS 4 are patients that are assessed by a clinician and determined not to be in need of additional mental health services. And there's follow-up will be determined by a psychiatric prescriber or clinician, and the patient seen as needed. So then, important to keep in mind that jail inmates, even if they have mental health issues, are not just people with mental health issues. They're in jail because they have committed or are accused of committing a crime. What this table shows is the percent of total bed days for inmates at FOSS level 1 through 3 by crime severity and type. All told, this adds up to about 636 beds, if you were to sort of add all this up. And if you sort of look at all the numbers, what this tells you is that 89% of the bed days for inmates needing FOSS level 1 through 3 services were for people with felony crime admissions. including 62% in the jail for new crimes and 27% for warrants and supervision violations. And you can also see that 24% of the bed days were for inmates discharged with felony crimes against persons, and 16 were for inmates charged with felony property crimes. The table doesn't show what the underlying crimes were for those inmates in jail on a warrant or violation, just whether they were felonies or misdemeanors. I don't have a table here for this, but if you look at the bed days for just those inmates categorized as FOS 1 and 2, 85% of the bed days were for people with a felony admission, including 33% for crimes against persons and 16% for property time. This table lists some of the crimes in the different categories on the previous tables that people were actually charged with in that group. And it was not just theoretically. Some of the people in each of those categories were charged with some of these crimes as well as others. So crimes against person include assault and battery, murder, rape, kidnapping, corporal injury, and corporal injury and injury of a spouse cohabitant, and as well as other crimes. Property offenses include things like burglary, motor vehicle theft, arson, as well as other crimes. Narcotics and drugs include things like possession of narcotic, possession for sale, possession of a controlled substance, and a loaded firearm. All others include things like willfully resisting a police officer, domestic violence, possession of a firearm by a felon, hit and run, conspiracy. And alcohol includes things like disorderly conduct, drunk in public, DUI, causing injury, death, DUI, etc. So one factor we'll need to consider in our planning process is how many people charged with these types of crimes are likely to be released for community supervision and treatment. And certainly some of them would be. And the Kerry Group report, makes that clear. There are certain groups of people that generally could be released, and that would include probably some of these, but some would not. And this is where reaching agreement among the key decision makers in the criminal justice system on the level of risk we are willing to take in releasing inmates into the community will be key. As a result of the impact of COVID-19, the jail ADP fell by 18% between 2019 and 2020, from 2,653 to 2,991, as I indicated. And some might ask, could that give us an idea of what might happen to the jail's mental health population if we are successful in various efforts to reduce the jail's population? I asked that question, so I'm one of the some that asked that question. But what we concluded is that we don't think it is possible to draw any conclusions about what the jail population will look like once the COVID-19 pandemic is over, based on what happened to the population during the pandemic. But we nevertheless thought we might as well take a look, and here is what we found. In the first quarter of 2020, when the total jail ADP stood at 3,511, and we were just starting to feel the impact of COVID-19, inmates with SMI, that's serious mental illness, accounted for 24% of the population on a given day, or 884 beds. Inmates diagnosed with a mental health condition not categorized as SMI also accounted for about 24% of the population, or 890 beds. By the third quarter of 2020, when the jail overall ADP reached a low point of 2,673, the number of beds occupied by inmates diagnosed with an SMI had dropped by 28%, but still totaled 634 beds, 24% of the jail's population, and inmates diagnosed with a non-SMI mental illness accounted for 867 beds, or 32% of the total population. Moving forward to the first quarter of 2021, total jail ADP stood at 3,273. The number of SMI inmates stood at 923, or 28% of the total, and the number of non-SMI inmates with a mental health diagnosis stood at 1,143, or 34% of the total population. I have to say that some of us, maybe me primarily, but maybe others as well, were surprised by this. We had expected that with all the measures being taken to reduce the jail population in response to COVID, the number of inmates requiring mental health services would have decreased more than it did. There are probably a lot of reasons to explain why it didn't happen, and as I said, we do not believe that we should draw any conclusions about what the jail population will look like since once the COVID pandemic is over, based on what happened to the population during the pandemic. I also want to say something about inmate health conditions, which is the other major reason for the construction of the Correctional Medical and Mental Health Facility. You'll be hearing more about this later in the presentation from General Services, but I'll just make a couple of points here. The jails currently have 97 medical beds, 79 at the main jail, 10 in the infirmary, and 69 long-term care beds, and 18 at the RCCC. We also have a limited amount of clinic space. Not everybody in jail with a medical condition needs to be in medical housing, but there is typically a waiting list for the medical beds at the main jail. And we know that approximately 64% of inmates having one or more chronic health condition have one or more chronic health condition, and over half of them have two or more chronic conditions, and 65% of inmates are on medication with an average of 3.5 medications per patient. As part of this process, we are looking at population reduction scenarios that involve, and this is to Supervisor Desmond's point, that involve a number of different strategies, including increased use of mobile crisis support teams, expanding the role of the homeless outreach teams, expanding pretrial release programs like Probation's Monitored Pretrial Release Pilot Project, expanding the Sheriff's Jail Alternative Release Programs, expanding reentry services, expanding the collaborative courts, and the increased use of cognitive behavioral interventions. We will be looking to see how those strategies might impact the overall jail population, and specifically mental health and medical populations based on different assumptions. But even though we are looking at possible population reduction scenarios, we need to keep in mind the risk of sizing a facility based on assumptions. And what are some of those risks? And I think you probably all know them. First, that the strategies included in the scenarios will not necessarily be implemented. And I can tell you from my own experience years ago working in Washington County, Oregon on a jail planning project where we put together a committee, the presiding judge led it, we had an agreement about all the things we were going to do different, and we were going to build a new jail, and we came up with a size that reflected the impact of doing those things, reducing the population of the jail. And after everything was said and done, later the presiding judge of the Superior Court came and basically, said sheepishly, "Well, I thought I could convince my fellow judges we would do this, but I couldn't, and we're not going to do this anymore." So that's one of the risks. Another risk is that if the strategies are implemented, the impact on the jail population may not be as estimated. We might implement a program, for example, but not do it in a way that is faithful to evidence-based practices. And the classic example of this, not that this would ever happen here, is counties that implement a pretrial release program using a validated risk assessment tool, but then the probation department or judges regularly override the recommendations derived from the tool. Or we may implement the program with fidelity to best practices, but it just doesn't have the impact on the jail population that we estimated it would. And if mental health, medical, and related spaces remain inadequate for those who remain in custody, we will not be in compliance with the consent decree. So as we proceed, we will have to consider what are prudent risks to take. And one thing to consider is that, in that regard, is that since built space is fixed, but we have flexibility in how we operate a jail, it might make more sense to focus less, within reason obviously, on the overall number of medical and mental health beds we need, and more on how we can design space to increase or decrease capacity and cost based on need. Because that way, if it turns out we need all the space, we will have it. But if it turns out we don't need some of the space, we can shut down units and reduce or reassign staff and save operating costs. Remember, over 20 years, the total operating cost of all of the things we are doing to comply with the consent decree, as I mentioned earlier, will far exceed the capital cost for the correctional medical mental health facility. For example, when all is said and done, the annual operating cost of everything we are doing to address the consent decree, IOPs, OPPs, medical staffing, custody staffing, will exceed $60 million a year. Debt service on a $150 million facility, and we don't know how much it's going to cost, but debt service on a $150 million facility financed over 20 years would be about $11 million a year, or about 18% of the operating costs. So that's something that I think we need to keep in mind as we look in that. If we reduce our capital costs by even $25 million, we don't save that much in terms of debt service costs. On the other hand, if we save $5 million by changing the way we operate, we save $5 million a year. So that's something to keep in mind. And we have shown with our juvenile hall, for example, that when there is a reduction in the demand for correctional space, we can and will reduce operating costs. As you all know, the juvenile hall has a rated capacity of 416, but the juvenile population has been in decline for years at a far steeper rate nationally than the adult population. due in part to sort of a general decline in juvenile crime, and in our case, in part to the implementation of various programs designed to serve offenders in the community. At its height in 2005, the juvenile hall had an ADP of 390, and the ADP today is 96. Now, unfortunately, we built the jail, we're paying debt service on it, that's unfortunate. But the hall contains 17 housing units. We have repurposed 7 of them, and inmates are spread out among the remaining 10 units due to COVID. As a result, we have eliminated and repurposed a total of 54 positions. So I think, we've shown that we can do that, and that's something to consider as we look at sort of the risk benefit of different approaches. And that's part of the process we'll be going through as we go through finishing the design process. And with that, if there are no more questions, I'll wrap up my comments.
Our county executive and Edwards is in the queue.
Thank you. I just wanted to let you know that we did get a response about the folks that are incompetent to stand trial, whether or not they are at the treatment center, and they are not housed at the treatment center any longer. They periodically have a misdemeanant who's awaiting, restoration to competency, but not felonies.
Thank you. I know we have, we don't have anyone queued up. And are you going to do another presentation?
I was just going to introduce Eric Faddis with, he's an principal architect with Nocton Lewis, and he's oversees their justice team. And he is going to introduce Dr. Robin Timmy. So I wanted to go ahead and introduce Eric.
Thank you, Jeff. And before we start, Supervisor Cerna has a question.
Yeah, thank you. It's a procedural question, Madam Chair. I think Supervisor Wade right on the head earlier by saying this is the most comprehensive presentation on this subject matter, at least I've seen since I've been here, and I thank Brett for that. But it has been almost 2.5 hours. I suspect, Madam Clerk, that there are probably a number of speakers in the queue.
You have about 21 callers waiting.
And I suspect that those speakers might be getting a little antsy and perhaps even frustrated to have to wait. So I know there's more information for us to digest, but just respectfully, I think the more efficient we are with our time, so we can get to those speakers, the better. We've seen this happen before, where we have lots of questions from us, and we have lots of good information coming from staff, but it is at the cost of the public waiting. So just want to be cognizant of that.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Supervisor Cerna. Okay, and now we'll go to Eric Faddis, who's on the line.
Me?
Okay, can you hear us?
This is Eric. I can hear you, yeah.
Okay.
Hi, Eric.
Great. Hi. Well, thank you. If we could go to the introduction slide, please. And first, thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. I'm very pleased to be here to make this presentation to you today, even though I'm not there physically. But I'm Eric Faddis with Nocton Lewis. I'm a principal with the firm, and I oversee the firm's justice architecture practice. I've been with the firm for over 28 years, and over which I've been dedicated to the design of justice facilities, primarily with a focus on medical and mental health treatment environments. Now, with me this afternoon or this evening is Dr. Robin Timmy. He's with Falcon. He's our team's correctional behavioral health expert. So with that, I'll let Dr. Timmy introduce himself.
Thanks very much, Eric. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Excellent. Well, good evening, Madam Chairman and members of the board. It's great to be here and share some time together. My name is Robin Timmy, and just a little background, I am a psychologist by training. I hold a doctoral degree in clinical psychology and licensed in Delaware, Pennsylvania, and Maryland. And I also hold a master's degree in criminal justice and am board certified in forensic psychology. And I've spent the first portion of my career working directly in jails and prisons, approximately 40 or 50 different facilities doing everything from clinical evaluations. I do evaluations of those incompetent to stand trial defendants, and also treating patients within these settings. And I come to projects like this as what we call a subject matter expert, working hand in hand with the architects, engineers, and clients to basically articulate what it's like to work in these facilities and with the people who live and work in the facilities as well. And so what I'd like to talk about a little bit today, if you want to advance the slide to care of patients in custody, is sort of to continue down this continuum that's been referenced a couple of times, and actually enter into the facility and describe a little bit about the approaches that are being taken today, especially relative to those that were taken when the existing facility was conceptualized, that led to the Mays consent decree and other issues that have arisen and have been described this evening. So in correctional healthcare, we have a saying where we treat the patient where we find him. And so when I have a patient that is by court order detained in a correctional facility, I treat that patient under what we call an assumption of treatment need today. You know, everyone on this call, all of the stakeholders involved in this, we kind of know what we all know. For years, we've talked a lot about the prevalence rates of mental illness and serious mental illness and addiction and chronic medical conditions. And we heard a lot about that from Britt this evening. And in recent years, we've really taken a more active or proactive approach and pivoted toward an action orientation. So knowing what we know, what can we now do about it? And so through that assumption of treatment need, we start to reconceptualize correctional facilities, jails and prisons, as places where some of our most severely ill citizens end up. And as a result, how do we approach them, always remembering that we are approaching it from a humane and ethical treatment perspective, just like we would in any other healthcare facility. And so the jails and prisons of today that are being constructed or renovated they don't look like they used to look. And I'm excited to share with you a few images to kind of show what I'm talking about in a moment. But they look and feel and operate much more like a healthcare facility. They look like a hospital or a clinic. And it's because the people who are being treated have those same conditions, and they're constitutionally entitled and ethically entitled to those levels of care. So the operational impact of this means that the people who work in these facilities, the nurses, the doctors, the mental health clinicians, the correctional officers, it impacts the culture and the relationships within the facility. We see lower rates of turnover. We see a huge problem across the country with staffing in jails and prisons. And when you create a more welcoming environment that is patient-centered and more in line with the ethics and underlying motivations of healthcare professionals, you end up making people more satisfied and delivering better care. And so we've noticed a paradigm shift happening, and it's one that I really like to be a part of, because for decades we've tried to shoehorn treatment into secure facilities. And we've built sort of warehouses where we've later said, okay, now we need to figure out how to make do here. And it's a sickness that a lot of us in correctional healthcare end up having, which is that we get really good at making do with what we have. And that's what's been happening in the current facility. And we're shifting this paradigm to think about how do we create treatment spaces that are also secure. And we've been doing that in other sectors for a very long time. I mean, forensic hospitals, even an emergency department, these are secure places, but their priority, the purpose, is treatment and restoration. And so we refer to this as purpose-built design when we're going to think about who the people are who are coming to be treated and who the people are who are coming to work in these facilities. What do they need in order to carry out those operations, and how can the building support those operations? Because when we think about the magnitude of the issue of the medical and mental health conditions that exist in this population, we have to think about it in terms of a population health issue. You know, what we just saw tonight is more than 2/3 of the population of the jail is on some medication. And so we have to start to triage those populations and stratify them or segment them, just like we would in a continuum of care in the community, where, let's take mental health. You would have an inpatient acute psychiatric hospital, maybe with locked doors. Then you might have a step-down unit that's maybe more of like a crisis stabilization unit. You might have an intensive outpatient unit, an outpatient program, a clinic, and maybe case management services. So you create a continuum of care. And that's exactly what we need to be thinking about doing when we look at the population that's existing within the jail, is map on our most intensive resources to the population with the most intensive healthcare needs. And so you need a really powerful infirmary, for example. That's the heart of the jail when it comes to healthcare, where we can concentrate our resources and confidently treat the very serious acute conditions that come through the front door or that occur inside the facility, as well as the chronic care conditions that might actually escalate and require that level of care. An infirmary, for example, today is really considered almost a subacute, so a step below a hospital level of care. And so we're treating all sorts of conditions in a place like that. Similarly, you'll have an acute psychiatric unit that would look just like a forensic psychiatric hospital unit because they're the same people. And so we start to think about the purpose. And stepping down, we might make the units slightly larger so that people have more opportunities for socialization as their risk for psychotic violence decreases, just as an example. And then eventually the idea is to continue to move people to the least restrictive settings, just like we would in a community model. And in order to do this, you can imagine that space is critical. It's very difficult to shoehorn this kind of program, this kind of clinical operational goal into an existing facility that certainly was not designed for this purpose. And so ultimately, to continue with this idea of a continuum of care, our goal is to prepare the patient for reentry. Remember, keep in mind that better than 9 out of 10 of the folks who come to jails across the country are going to go home to their communities. They don't go to prison. And in California, that's even more true because of AB 109. So we're really preparing people to return to the communities from where they came. And so thinking in terms of straddling the walls and bringing community into the facility and case management across that continuum of secure and non-secure settings is really critical to success and setting people up for desistance from crime and continued treatment in the community. And ultimately, what we know about facilities, as I started leading off with, is that a new facility, a facility that's a state-of-the-art healthcare facility, has a real impact on the culture and the relationships of everybody who lives and works within it. And that's a real part of this. We've been talking tonight about how a building is just a building, right? And it takes a lot more than a building in order to change what needs to change as represented in the Mays consent decree. And I couldn't agree more with that. And I think, well, I know that the architects working on this project at Knockton Lewis believe that the purpose of the facility is the priority. The people are the priority. What is going to happen, the care that's going to be delivered, was the first thing that we started looking at. What are your operations? And not until later do we start talking about how do we create a space where you can carry out those operations as effectively and efficiently as possible. So in concluding these brief remarks, I'd just like to show you a few examples of some facilities that are what I would call treatment-centric. And these images are ones that were selected specifically because the current client has responded really positively to these ideas. And they're ones that are sort of representative of the current paradigm shift I'm talking about. So if you'll go ahead to the next slide where it says paradigm shift, patient-centered models. This image and the next two actually come from a newer facility in Dallas, Texas. And what you're looking at here is actually an infirmary. The beds on in the middle of the infirmary are sort of open ward beds. And then there are private rooms around the outside that look very much like hospital rooms. They have a hospital bed in it, like the ones you see in front of you. The station that you're seeing here is a nursing station, and custody is actually located away from this area close enough to be able to respond in an emergency, but separated by sound. So this is a HIPAA compliant facility. You'll notice that the nursing station is set up very much like it would be in a hospital, with direct lines of sight to all of the patients to ensure that they can respond if they need to, and they can make their rounds freely without needing doors opened or anything like that. This is a contained unit, and this is specifically the male infirmary in Dallas. If you'll go ahead to the next slide, this is the outpatient clinic in the Dallas facility, the same one, but a different unit. This is a clinic where people who might live in, let's say, a general population housing unit might come for medical or mental health care. It looks a lot like an emergency department setup. They are able to triage emergencies that might come in through the front door of the facility, who are fit to stay in the facility, but require some level of urgent care potentially, as well as any emergencies that may happen in the facility. Obviously, in jails and prisons across the country, we deal with everything from a heart attack in the growing aging population to a suicide attempt in the psychiatric population, and we have to be able to respond accordingly, triage the patient, and potentially make that decision to send them to a hospital or to stabilize them in this setting. You have another nurse's station here right in the center. Again, custody is not co-located right with the nurses in this model. And some of the other kind of perks of this layout here, you can barely see behind one curtain. There's a computer screen on the wall, just like you might see if you were at a hospital today or at your doctor's office, so that doctors and nurses and clinicians can chart right while they're working. These are full-service healthcare clinics and infirmaries, meaning that they can handle, pretty much total care patients, people who have trouble completing even, I activities of daily living, and that's sort of how it's set up. Once somebody is committed to the facility, again, like I said right away at the beginning, we have to treat the patient where we find him. This is another example. If you go to the next slide, what we're looking at here is in the same facility in Dallas. Just as a heads up, I only have one slide after this. I'll wrap up in just a moment. This is an acute psychiatric unit, and so what you're looking at is, I believe this is an 8 or a 10 bed housing unit that houses patients with serious mental illness who are at an acute psychiatric level of functioning, which might equate to the FOSS level 1 that Britt described earlier. People who would be housed on the inpatient unit in the jail. What you see in the middle, right beneath the TV, is a nurse's station. So the nurses actually have a direct view onto the housing unit that you're seeing here, and then there's another housing unit that mirrors it on the other side. So multiple nurses sit in that unit and can access either side of that unit as well. One of the other things I'll point out is what we call the principle of normalization right now. This is a term that references the idea that if you have a psychiatric condition that requires an acute level of psychiatric intervention, well, then your facility, your housing unit should look like an acute psychiatric hospital. And we know that acute psychiatric hospitals can be very secure. And so why don't we start building things that look like what they're supposed to do? And this is a good example of that. This is a very secure unit, but relative to a normal general population unit across the country, this looks very different. I'll also call attention quickly to the windows above the white room doors there. That is not a second level. In a unit like this, we would not recommend having a mezzanine due to the risks that psychiatric patients can pose in those settings. That's actually a direct line to bring light into the housing unit. We're doing a lot to try to maximize the use of light, natural light, to help with the healing process, to help with circadian rhythms and other positive outcomes. The last slide for my section, if you'll just forward it one more time, is a dental suite. I can't remember if this comes from San Mateo or Las Colinas, but it is a California facility, and this is a maximum security jail. However, this certainly does not look like a maximum security jail, and this is a sort of a typical forward-thinking jurisdictional solution to dental services, which is something that's a priority in the new facility. This could be a dental office that you would go to in the community, and again, it's also very secure. And so these are just sort of some food for thought for what we're talking about when we talk about providing evidence-based treatment to the people who do land in custody and who do become our patients. And so with that, I hope I've sort of conveyed what I would consider the purpose of this step in the continuum. And I'm going to turn it back to Eric to talk a little bit more about the process that emerges from the purpose. Eric?
Great. Thank you, Robin. Now we're going to shift our focus to design build. And so we'll be looking at the phases of design build and including the services that Nocton Lewis is providing to you as your design build criteria architect. So if you could move to the next slide, please. The design build, why? Why design build? And to answer this question, we'll compare design build with what you are likely familiar with, which is design bid build. And where the county hires an architect to design a building and then bids out the construction of the project. The project is then awarded to the lowest bidder, and the project enters into a construction contract. In this situation with design bid build, the county must manage two contracts, one for design and one for construction. And the county takes on most of the risk for cost and schedule. And for a project of this magnitude, the risk can be significant. So why is design build a better way? Well, with design build, there's a single contract, a single source of responsibility. That contract integrates both design and construction services. And with that integration, the team is incentivized to collaborate. So the designer and the contractor are incentivized to collaborate. Design build teams compete for this work. And so in the competition for to win the job, there is tremendous amount of incentive to be innovative and to provide the highest value project. Now, when public entities by law do design build projects, they must value as part of the design. They must use value as a part of the design build selection process. So it's important to remember that. With design build, you also have the ability to streamline the project delivery, and this is because the contractor is incentivized to complete the project ahead of time, and there's also the ability for the contractor to overlap design phases and construction phases. So, for instance, site design might progress first, and site construction may be underway before the building design is complete. So you can phase the project so that it can be delivered at a quicker, more streamlined pace. So bottom line is that this approach, design build, reduces the county's risk of cost overruns and delays. Change orders in design build projects, change order exposure is significantly reduced, and claims are rare. So if we can go to the next slide, please, we'll look at the design build process. Now you'll see you're looking at a flow chart here. This shows the phases of a design build project, starting with criteria development, and that's the phase we're in now. I won't get into the details of the criteria development phase because I'll do that shortly when we look at our services. But just in general, I think it's important to note that this is the point at which, and it's the most important part of this project, where you develop the project vision and goals. And this is where you define the project and its requirements, and most importantly, where you confirm the project cost. So once criteria is developed, then you move into the design build entity selection. And when I talk about design build entity, I'm talking about the design build teams, which includes a general contractor, architect of record, your engineers, major trade partners such as mechanical, electrical, plumbing, detention equipment. Those are the team, that's the makeup of the team for the design build entity. Lesser trades, those would be competitively bid later. So the first step is for the county to qualify the team, so through an RFQ process, request for qualifications, where the teams will submit qualifications based on the county's selection and qualifying criteria. And that criteria would include the qualifications of the team members, the key team members, the architect in particular, and the contractor, general contractor in particular, their experience, their relevant experience. And you'll also look at the financial capability of the firms, the stability record, financial stability of those firms. You'll also look at the performance history, including the safety record on construction projects. So once you receive those statements of qualifications, they'll be scored. And based on the score, the teams that qualify, even at the minimum scoring level, will be interviewed. And based on the interviews, the county will qualify 3 teams to compete for the project. So, and then once you get into the next step, which is the RFP, request for proposal, first, an RFP, when that's issued, it includes the rules. It establishes the rules for submitting proposals and the contracting requirements. So it makes it very clear to the design build entities competing for the project what those rules are, including what the scoring criteria will be for the selection, the ultimate selection of the design build entity that will design and build the project. The RFP includes the performance criteria. So all the work that we're doing now, developing the criteria, that will be part of the RFP. So that will be the basis for the design build teams to develop their designs and cost proposals for the project. To help the design build teams in the development of their proposals, there will be confidential meetings with each team. And that will assist them with refining their proposals and fine-tuning how they respond to the criteria. They'll have access to stakeholders in those confidential meetings to ask questions and get responses. So once the proposals are complete and submitted, they will be evaluated and scored based on best value. So the lowest cost proposal may not be the best value. There may be enhancements that are offered, enhancements that make, that provide other valuable aspects of the project, the design of the facility, or perhaps a shortened construction duration. That might be considered best value over price. So those are things that will be looked at when scoring the proposals. The design build teams then, based on, the design build teams then will be interviewed, and they'll have the opportunity to present their proposals in detail. So once, and stakeholders, they'll be presenting to the stakeholder group, to the county, and it will be the county that ultimately makes the decision on which team to rank number 1 through the scoring process. And and then a contract is awarded. So that's awarded based on successful negotiation with the design build entity. So and then you move into the design process. So phase 1 of the design build project then is to complete the design. And with the contract in hand, the schedule and design risk shift to the design builder. So it's up to them to complete the design and complete the construction on time, and to complete the design in accordance with the criteria that were set at the very beginning. So, the architects and the engineers, as I said before, will work collaboratively with the general contractor and the trade partners to conduct their due diligence of the site and the utilities and complete the design. They'll engage with the county stakeholders through the design process, just as you would do in a design bid build project. And they'll validate the design with the stakeholder group and confirm all of the design requirements. Now, it's likely that the design builder will complete and get approval for the site. As I said before, they'll complete the design early for the site so that they can get site construction underway. And they'll do that while they'll complete the building design. So this way they can expedite the construction of the facility. So, and then as they move forward with construction and they get agency approvals on the building, they'll move forward into the construction process. And from that point forward, it's pretty typical construction phase activities. So if we can move to the next slide, please. We can look at the services that more specifically that we're providing as your criteria architect. And what we're currently doing is facility programming. And we're now entering into the facility planning phase. When we talk about facility programming, we're really looking at the space requirements for all of the functional areas in your facility. And we'll get into a little more specifics when we look at and give you an update on where we're at with the project. We then look at the facility planning, the layouts on a floor-by-floor basis, the layouts of all the functional areas in the facility, like your clinic and your infirmary, your mental health unit, all of the units that are essential to make the functions work. We also do site due diligence. So, we are looking at doing a survey of the site. We are performing geotechnical services. All of that's important to basically vet out any potential issues that could be costly or have some impact on the design of the facility. Once we complete all of the planning and the due diligence, then we begin developing the performance criteria. So in developing the performance criteria, again, we're defining the project. We're writing the narrative that define all of the architectural and building systems requirements for the building. And that includes specifically technical specifications. What we want to do is allow enough flexibility in the performance criteria for the design builders to be creative and to come up with innovative proposals. And of course, they have to adhere to the space standards that are provided in the facility program and the facility planning. We are also at this stage with the information fully developed, ready to establish cost. So we will be looking at cost as we get into that work, and we will be able to identify what we project the construction cost to be for the new building. Our services don't end there, however. We do follow the project all the way through to construction. So as your criteria architect, we will participate in the design build entity selection process through the RFQ and the RFP phases to assist the county with the scoring and also when we look at proposals, looking at how those proposals really adhere to the criteria that's been established. We also, when we get into the design phases, once the design build entity is on board, then we will assist with the review of design. So as the design is progressing all the way through the completion of construction documents, we will be reviewing the documents at stages to assure that the design is adhering to the performance criteria. And then as we get into construction, we'll assist the county with review of submittals. We'll respond to questions about criteria if questions come up. And so we will be available to assist the county all the way through construction. Okay, can we move to the next slide, please? So now we'll talk about construction management. And, construction management, it's separate services from what we're doing as your criteria architect. But the construction manager that will be on the project will be integrated with the work that we do. They'll be involved in the process all the way through the completion of the criteria document and to the conclusion of the project when construction is complete. So what I want to make a point about here is that your construction manager really provides a broad array of services. So they're not just, I think there's, to call them a construction manager, that's not the only thing they do. They provide a number of pre-construction services as well. So you really need to look at them as a project manager. So what they're going to assist with is development of the overall schedule and the management of that schedule, making sure that things stay on track all the way from pre-construction through construction. So that's why it's really important for them to be on board early. They also will validate the project cost, the construction cost specifically. And they'll do that at stages of the development of the criteria. A very important task that they'll provide, a service that they'll provide to the county, is that they'll assist with the development of the contract, a design-build contract. And, I know that the county doesn't do a whole lot of design-build, so I think it's going to be very important to the county to have your construction manager assist you with the development of that contract. They'll also help you with the RFQ and the RFP requirements. Another very important service is the marketing of the project. You want your project. You want the construction industry to be aware of your project, and you want the word to get out early enough so that teams can form, and that the outreach can be done to the potential design build entity teams. As we understand the scope and magnitude of the new project, your construction manager will also look at site and construction logistics. They'll help with the planning, because as you know, we're building a facility that's in a downtown location, and there's not a lot of space for construction staging. Roads, streets will have to be closed, and we're talking about streets such as H Street and 7th Street around the jail. We have light rail traffic. We have a bus stop, a potential future bike lane. There are lots of potential barriers, I'd say, during construction that the contractor is going to have to contend with. There's also construction laydown area, space for staging of trucks delivering concrete, or so there's lots of things that have to be planned through to make sure that the county is able to provide space and able to plan ahead for how all of that's going to happen. So they will also manage. They'll manage. I think I've already mentioned this. They'll help you with the RFQ and the RFP process, but they'll manage the qualification and selection process for you. And then finally, they'll from the point that the DBE contract is initiated, they will see the contract all the way through pre-construction, the design of the facility, and through construction. And I think a couple of key points to make on that is that they facilitate the interface between the county and the DBE teams. So you'll have an experienced construction manager helping with that interface. They will also process requests for clarification, as I mentioned earlier. They'll process DBE design submittals, submittals on all of the different materials and building systems that need to be reviewed to make sure that they adhere to the criteria and that they're acceptable to the county. They'll conduct weekly owner and architect construction meetings, and they'll also provide project status reporting to the county. I think that's something you'll really want to have. And there'll be your daily on-site construction management team throughout design and construction. So with that, we'll go to brief project status. The next slide, please. And so from the beginning of the start of our contract, our services, we've been having biweekly project status meetings with the stakeholder group. So we've been engaging regularly with the stakeholder group and providing them with our schedule and our timeframes, and also advising on what we'll need from them to determine what the needs of the facility, what the goals and objectives will be. We're also, and I said this earlier, we're in the midst of site investigations. So we have completed a complete survey of the site. We have completed preliminary geotechnical investigations. And I think it's important to note here, we do a preliminary geotechnical investigations, but the design builders, that ultimately it will be the design build entity that will have to do their own due diligence. They will need to do their own geotechnical work and possibly their own surveying as well. We are also conducting meetings with the city of Sacramento. This building is in the city limits. And so we're engaging with the city on utilities, specifically sewer, storm drain, water locations, and the capacities of those utilities. We're also reaching out to SMUD for electrical capacity. And of course, as we begin to understand the magnitude of the building, the amount of square footage, we'll be able to fine tune our understanding of what, where we're going to connect to those utilities and what we'll have to do to make sure that those capacities are adequate. We're also reaching out to the city planning department. We have already talked with the city planners about plans for improvements around the site, so we're aware of them. That includes meetings with regional transit. So we have had a meeting with regional transit regarding light rail service. We know that there is a planned expansion of the light rail line along 8th Street that will have some impact on the project. We're also reaching out to the City of Sacramento Fire Department. Facility planning, we've completed our 3 workshops with the stakeholder group. Those workshops have been guided by the consent decree and the remedial plan requirements. So that is the emphasis for the facility. And as Dr. Timmy had mentioned, this is more about planning a healthcare facility, not a jail. This is a healthcare facility first, a healthcare-centric model. Next slide, please. So as we've developed the draft space list and we've looked at all of the functional and operational needs for the facilities, we now have a draft space list. We've also looked at the adjacency diagrams, how the various functional components need to work together, how they need to fit together in the building. We've looked at the medical housing, infirmary and long-term care, and the medical clinic, which will include radiology, dental, pharmacy, and physical therapy space. These are all critical components that the jail doesn't currently have. You have dental space, you have radiology space, it's just not adequate to serve what the real need is. We're also looking at behavioral health housing. So that includes space for housing your acute psych unit, as well as your intensive outpatient unit, or units, I should say, and your OPP, or outpatient program. We're also looking at housing requirements for your administrative segregation unit. There's 2 phases of the ADSEG program, so phase 1 and phase 2. This facility will also, as I think was mentioned earlier, have a new intake and release facility, because what you have currently does not adequately address HIPAA requirements, first of all, but also your access to medical assessments on intake, as well as holding facility requirements. We're also providing space for new space for programs, vocational programs, and also library and other types of programs that are essential to providing access to programs that are in compliance with the consent decree. I should note that not all of these functional spaces may be in the new building. We're also looking at how these may fit into existing repurposed space in the main jail. So we're trying to balance the needs for that meet the requirements of the consent decree, while keeping in mind that that you will have existing space that will no longer be occupied by a function that needs to be repurposed. And so we're trying to fit what we can into the existing facility. And that may include other elements like program space. We're also looking at food service and laundry because, as first of all, your kitchen is no longer, it's not really adequate to serve the current building. They do a great job, but there is a lack of storage space, and the kitchen is really undersized for the actual capacity of the facility. So we are doing a study to determine if it's feasible to do a new food service facility in the new building. But we have to look at it because we are adding to the building, and that will have an impact on the food service capacity. We're also looking at laundry services as well as other building support services. So let's see, with that, we could go to the next slide. And I think we could probably skip through this because we've talked quite a bit about this. But I guess I could just go through this briefly, that our initial planning efforts, as I said, are underway. We have developed the space needs. We understand the operational requirements for the new facility. We have done the site planning, or we understand what access requirements will be. And we understand exactly what the available site area is because there's only so much space remaining out there on the northeast corner of the block. And as I said, we are exploring options for backfill and repurposing of the existing space once new space is built. And but we're now entering into the exploration of the vertical stacking and the layout of the floors. So we're looking at floor-to-floor height, vertical circulation. The overall height of the building will be determined by this effort, and the overall mass of the building. We're not going to get into much more detail because, as I said before, we'll get the creativity and innovation out of the design build teams that pursue the project. So what we want to do is basically know that what is being proposed can be built on this site and serve the facility adequately. So that's what we're trying to prove in this effort. So our initial planning workshops are actually underway now. So we're already working with the stakeholders on looking at the layouts. So that is occurring now. Next slide, please. I guess that is it. So I can take questions now, and if you have any.
Thank you, Eric Fadness and Dr. Timmy, for your very wonderful presentation. It gives us a really good idea about the creative and thoughtful way that you approach the planning and the benefits of the design build concept. And at this time, we have Supervisor Natoli in the queue for questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know the hour's getting late. We have people that are in the queue to want to address the board. So I just have one question, and thank you for the presentation. Out at RCCC, over the course of 6 years, we took into account what was going to be a 25-bed facility, some other upgrades at that facility, including we got into laundry, we got into food services, again, replacement facilities, maybe different than the downtown main jail. We kept chasing that project, again, from a little different approach than this with the design build. But I guess I'm curious, Eric, as you're looking at this, and what's been talked about here is 100, 120, maybe 125 beds, and now we're talking about all the adjunct facilities in a more confined space, that, as you said, looking at vertical integration. So that project that got modified and got addressed at several different board hearings, and we kept pulling things off of the table. So how is it, I guess, in your work thus far, and you're doing this cost projection and so forth, that with all the constraints that are being worked with here, maybe different from a site evaluation standpoint as it relates to RCCC, and I don't know that you were a part of that, where you were less constrained from a physical layout standpoint. You still had a secured facility and so forth. But I guess I'm concerned about how you get to cost containment. I've seen, we've seen estimates, they're all rough estimates, and you're not to the point of having your cost projections yet. But when you start throwing in all these other things, and maybe they're more limited than what we talked about RCCC, and we had a desired list out at RCCC, and by the time this board at least came to conclusion, majority of us, that we weren't going to pursue that any longer, we'd gotten down to roughly 25 beds and a change in the booking facility and intake facility for public visitation, and a few other things that were necessary as related to the water system and so forth. And we spent $8 million nearly there, just in that process alone. So I guess I'm curious, as you're looking at this, with all the things that you've got on the table here, how you begin to, and then put in additional programming space and have all the beds and all the medical accoutrements and all the security. I'm going to ask you, so what sort of number are you folks toying with right now, if that's a fair question?
Well, I'd hate to put a number out because we really don't know. I mean, we don't really have, we haven't really nailed down the size of this facility yet. So, and as I said, we're looking at balancing what will become available space in the main jail, where you can repurpose and put some of the functional areas that are required, some of the improvements that are required for the consent decree into that backfill space with new space in the facility. So there are going to be some essential requirements that you absolutely have to build in the new building, and most of that is going to be housing and clinical medical space. Some of it's going to, it's the only way that you can resolve the problem that you have at the main jail. So once we find the right balance, then we'll know how big this building is going to be. Then we'll know, what all of the requirements will be that will affect cost. And so we will have a level of detail here that will allow us to evaluate construction costs accurately. And so, I think I hope that helps to answer your question. I can say that with RCCC, we did the initial planning on that. We weren't the architects of record, but we did the initial planning on that back in, I think it was 2013, 2014. And as you know, that was a much bigger project than it turned out to be, when you had final construction documents. I think that was a victim of time because you had state funding and you went through a process of due diligence that took a lot of time. And time is money. So the longer it takes to get to bid day, the higher the cost becomes, right? The cost increase, they escalate over time.
Right.
So here you have the advantage. It's not state funding. It's funded through other means.
General fund or
yeah,
COPs.
Yeah, right. So you have the benefit though of moving forward and getting to the design build selection much faster than you would have if this were a state funded project where you had to go through that due diligence effort. So.
Okay, just real quickly, one follow on is the contract with your firm and what's envisioned with Kitchell, at least as being recommended here today. Does it include not just the concepts for repurposing, but would it include as a part of at least as you conceive it now, actually repurposing that space so that this is a package, or does the package only look at what might be once you vacate certain spaces within the current main jail and would move to whatever this new facility would ultimately encompass?
Yeah, so our planning effort will look at the backfill space. We will provide a concept for how the backfill space will be utilized. And but the project itself will only be the annex.
So there's a whole other cost sector then.
Yeah.
I mean, that would be a next phase, which would be then have to be budgeted for and design and whatever you design, build, or otherwise that would take that. This project does not account for that, besides the planning phase, as far as you know it anyway, right?
That is correct.
Okay.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you,
Yes.
Eric. That's all.
You're welcome.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, Eric Fadness and Dr. Timmy. I hope you'll stay on the line. We don't have any other board members in the queue to speak, but we do have approximately 26 people on the line for public comment. And so I'm going to, if that's okay with the board, I'm going to go ahead and move right into public comment. There is a group, Decarcerate Sacramento, who has respectfully requested to make a presentation and group their public comments together. And so I think it's appropriate to begin with them. I guess at chair's discretion, I've allocated 10 minutes for them. And then following their presentation, we'll allocate 2 minutes for each of the public comments. And I'm going to ask those who are signed up for public comment, if you've already heard the point that you were going to get across, if you can maybe just expedite or, say I agree with that, or not state it all over again, but just let us know that you support that same idea, to maybe help out and be mindful of the timing. Okay, so at this time we have Liz Bloom, who's with Decarcerate Sacramento, who will introduce her participants and begin her presentation.
Hi, Liz is not on the phone call. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, I'm sorry. I had Liz on my piece of paper here. Who are we speaking to?
No problem. Thanks so much for making this space for us. My name is Dr. Christina Bourne. Is it okay if we start now?
Of course. You have 10
Thank you.
minutes.
We appreciate the floor. So thanks so much for your time and attention. My name is Dr. Christina Bourne, and I'm a local physician who practices both family medicine and psychiatry. I also have my master's in public health, specifically focusing on the community impact of individual health disparities. Additionally, I have direct experience actually working in the Sacramento County Jail. And I just want to take a moment before passing it off to my colleague and co-presenter to just recognize that we're talking about human life, which can't be distilled down into fiscal terms. So we will be honoring and recognizing the more humanistic perspective of this proposal.
Thank you, Christina. And my name is Tiffany Rosa-Moyer. I am a civil rights attorney and also a member of Decarcerate Sacramento, presenting on behalf of the community that the coalition represents. And I want to recognize that for a number of years, I was plaintiff's counsel on the Mays v. Sacramento case. However, that's not the case today. I switched jobs a little over a year and a half ago. So I just want to make sure that's very clear as we proceed forward. And I want to start off by just kind of framing and saying that we understand that the county's 2 jail facilities are legally deficient and currently causing harm to people who live inside. That's a fact that we have established and has been recognized by the courts, in which we all agree. We also understand today's proposal is to address those legal deficiencies by building a 3rd facility that will be designed to meet very basic legal requirements, such as sufficient space for private medical conversations. And while we understand the rationale behind this proposal, existing research and data demonstrate that this proposal is an extremely costly plan to fail. Bringing in a little bit of my expertise, class action lawsuits regarding the conditions of confinement are designed to identify the bare minimum legal requirements of a government. A court cannot force a government to create the best jail system its residents have ever heard of, cannot force a government agency to do what's most fiscally responsible for its taxpayers, and it can't force a government agency to think long-term or strategically about how it meets the needs of its constituents. A court can only force basic constitutional minimums. The problem with creating a plan that only meets the bare constitutional or legal minimums is that the bare minimum constantly changes. When the main jail, a facility that is younger than I am actually, when that building was designed, it was in compliance with the law. But once constructed by Nocton Lewis, who just presented by the way, it was out of compliance within a single year after the ADA was enacted. History teaches us that bare minimum legal requirements are a moving target. The bare minimum is helpful for designing a consent decree, but it is not a sound way to design county infrastructure. Although construction companies may have their business model part of that process. And with all due respect to plaintiff's counsel, they can only identify what the bare minimum of the law requires. They cannot lead you in governing the best way to address the problems born from a failed jail system. That visionary leadership must come from the Board of Supervisors. What I wasn't expecting to say today, but is the county council said that plaintiff's counsel position on diverting people from the jail doesn't align with the consent decree, which itself recommends reducing the jail population. So on behalf of Decarcerate Sacramento, I do advise and implore the Board of Supervisors to ask more questions about that representation of plaintiff's counsel's position. But to go back to where I intended to talk about today is that the proposal before the public today is to develop a 3-building jail system where only one of the buildings is compliant with the legal requirements of the Americans with Disabilities Act and HIPAA. The 3rd building is projected to serve less than 5% of the current jail population that has been diagnosed with a mental health illness. But the county is projecting that the jail population will steadily increase, meaning even less than that percentage will be served. That fact alone puts the county at risk of future litigation. Let's go to the first slide, the HIPAA and ADA compliance. I want to say your own experts identified RCCC as less bad than the main jail. One unexplored option is to retrofit RCCC to meet those basic constitutional minimums while simultaneously prioritizing investing in measures that reduce the jail population and its financial strain on county resources. It would be less expensive. For example, one recommendation from your experts was to include ramps. As opposed to building a whole new facility. It's also practical. Other recommendations from your experts were to lower mirrors and to train staff to assist people. And it'll free resources to invest in critical county programs that actually reduce the number of people who end up in jail in the first place. If the county can focus on compliance of a 3rd new building, they can focus on compliance of an existing facility. Our coalition has met with a number of county leadership to ask about this idea, and we have met not a single opposition. Yet it wasn't presented as an alternative to the annex plan in the workshop today. We have every reason to believe that the current proposal was developed without seriously considering practical and less expensive alternatives. And I'll turn it over to Christina and ask that you move to the next slide.
Thank you so much. So we should be on slide 3. So we are starting off with a screenshot of the monitoring report from the consent decree, which is created by court experts. So essentially, this is an ongoing report of their investigation and their observations on the remedial plan. This report, as you all can see, was cited on January 20th this year. Throughout much of this report, it discusses serious systemic issues which resulted in harming patients, leading to hospitalizations and deaths. I want to highlight that much of this report cites things that are not related to the physical structure of the jail, but instead related to current policies, practices, and the culture and the overall way that care is delivered there. For instance, the report cites inadequate policies and standardization in nursing procedures, which I will highlight in the next slide that led to a patient's death. Next slide. So I just want to take a moment and say this could be a trigger warning for many, as it details the wrongful and neglect death of somebody who was incarcerated in July 2020. So I'll give some of you a moment to mute your audio if needed. So in short, this individual died 11 days after his intake screening. During his screening, he was noted to have an abscess on his left arm and discussed using both heroin and benzodiazepines. During his intake, he was starting to show the first signs of clinical withdrawal, as noted by the COWS score, which is COWS equals 3. This vignette highlights that a nurse did not refer the patient to a physician, a substance use counselor, and did not do any additional symptom monitoring for over 2 days. He was later found to have dangerously high blood pressure and a dangerously high heart rate at hour 56. On day 9, the patient was evaluated by a social worker since there was a report that he was, quote, freaking out and displaying psychotic symptoms, which is somebody who takes care of people who use drugs. This is an experience, this can be a common experience of people who are experiencing severe withdrawal. On day 11, the nurse reevaluated the patient, and 2 hours after, the patient was found dead, and his autopsy report showed a massive heart attack.
I just want to remind you, you have 2.5 more minutes for your presentation.
Great, thanks so much. So this case isn't unique, and this individual is patient 16. I want to point out just a quote directly out of the report, that this case lacks cooperation between medical and mental health staff, and the indifference by 2 nursing staff and the patient with serious medical needs. This may reflect a wider cultural issue at the jail, and was just directly related to inappropriate and incompassionate care. So we'll go to the next slide, please. So once again, we're highlighting the expert report. I'd like to take a moment to highlight the yellow and green. In yellow, the report asks if patients with severe mental illness will be released into the community. And in green, it asks if the county can establish more community inpatient psychiatric needs. So this, in the section red, the future main jail annex seems to be an answer that everyone is counting on. But what is not adequately explored on a county level is what is being recommended in the expert report, specifically housing, safe spaces, community resources, and intensive care in an outpatient setting, and releasing people into the community which cares for needs without involving the carceral system. Next slide, please. And taking a moment to highlight a really eye-opening fact for me, which I felt like was important to include in the slides, that over half the jail population has a stay of less than 7 days and 95% less than 6 months. So you might be thinking, well, why is this so profound? Studies have shown that those who are incarcerated for less than 30 days are safe to be publicly released. At an individual and community level, within those 7 days, you don't have access to your medication when you're incarcerated, housing opportunities, job opportunities, and your social ties. So within that short week, someone's whole biopsychosocial health could deteriorate, and we return them to their community more traumatized. And also from a public health perspective, in the midst of a COVID outbreak, we're exposing people who are incarcerated for longer periods by those who are newly coming in, and exposing the community at large to COVID, which could have been picked up well inside.
Can you wrap up your comments, please?
Yeah, we need about 2 more minutes. Thanks so much for your time. Yeah, we have about 2 more minutes. Thanks so much for your time.
Thank you. Christina, are you passing it over?
Yes, I am. Thanks so much.
Thank you. So I just want to talk slide 7, just really, very quickly about costs. One, recognizing that it's incredibly expensive to incarcerate people generally, and it's especially expensive to incarcerate people with serious mental health needs. And so implementing basic kind of low-hanging fruit measures that Christina was just talking about releasing people who pose no danger to the community, it's so much simple and so much less expensive than constructing this jail facility that we've identified multiple times over the last 3.5 hours. We don't actually understand the cost. We have data analysts in our coalition who have estimated, using what we do understand, for the number to be over $1 billion. That's a billion with a B, due to operating and financing costs beyond that construction cost, which makes that $10 million look actually really small. And I just, I want to wrap up because I recognize we're running out of time. But I want to say that the programs presented as population reduction efforts are ineffective by any measure of success. Some of these programs replicate racial, gender, and disability-related disparities, and the programs that may be effective have no adequate data or tracking mechanisms, and so the community can't tell if it's effective. And if the county believes it's effective, they couldn't replicate it because there are no tools to do so. And as Britt Ferguson mentioned, although the county has talked about this,
I'm sorry, you're 2 minutes over our agreed time. I wonder if you can just wrap up. Thank you.
Thank you. As Britt Ferguson mentioned, although the county has talked about this since 2014, there has been no real financial or person resources gone into making population reduction efforts an effective process. And so I'll wrap up there. I really urge you to look at the slide that talks about programs that you could potentially look at and investing in.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Okay, so we have approximately 28 callers in queue. Could you please transfer the first caller? Hi, caller. You have 2 minutes. Please start with your comments.
Hi, my name is Joseph. I'm urging the council the board to vote no on the jail expansion. There's a lot of talk about the population size, and while you're right, we don't know what the population size will be, you have the ability to affect that population size and really reduce it, so we don't need that expansion. So I'd urge you to use those funds that could be more effectively used in the community and to reduce that jail population overall. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. You have 2 minutes. Please start with your comments.
Sure. Please vote no on using the valuable funds for the purpose of jail expansion. The county needs a lot more focus on improving care inside jails. People inside continue to die due to neglect from medical professionals. A direct result of jail staff behavior, new fixed rations and structures will not be the same as changes to inhumane jail staff behavior. The new building is not a guarantee at all that systems will improve for the care. Jail is a bad place for psychiatric treatment. Even with improved laws and policies, mental health is not a good place in jail. It deteriorates rapidly. A jail facility is not a good place to treat someone's mental illness. Studies often show brief jail stays for low-risk individuals with mental illness can rapidly accelerate recidivism rates. Experts urge constantly that discharge planning and continuity of treatment services need to be more of a focus for mental health treatment in jails. So the county needs to invest in community-based mental health treatment and to stop this cycle of mass incarceration. I'll cede the rest of my time.
Thank you, sir.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Jolene, and I'm a resident of District 4. You need to stop the jail expansion. This is throwing a huge, extremely expensive, and ineffective Band-Aid over the problem. It is absolutely unnecessary to construct a new annex to meet the requirements of the consent decree. The requirements could be met with much more reasonable changes by the county. You need to identify effective, acceptable solutions. For example, retrofitting areas in the current facilities, reallocating existing staffing, and hiring additional care staffing. The county needs to focus funds and energy on investing in programs that reduce the jail population, specifically programs that keep people out of jail pre-trial, like the Public Defender's pretrial program. Currently, more than 60% of the people in Sacramento County Jail are pre-trial. We need to invest in stable housing, like permanent supportive housing, and we need to invest in treatment for mental health and substance abuse disorders. This will help end the cycle of rearrest and incarceration. In Los Angeles, their Office of Diversion and Reentry Program moves people accused of misdemeanors and felonies from jail to community clinics for treatment until they are ready for court. This comes at a fraction of the cost of keeping them in jail. Regardless if they're found guilty, they leave with a care plan aimed at keeping them out of the cycle. That alone makes community treatment a better, more sustainable, and less costly option than jail. Treatment inside the SAC jail is reprehensible. Incarcerated people continue to die due to the policies and behavior of medical and sheriff staff. A new building is not going to fix this. Poor management and oversight need to be addressed now. Furthermore, if constructed, the annex will be the single largest draw of county resources in our generation and serve only 5% of the jail population. Over 60% of the population currently requires mental health support. This annex rewards poor performance with a new building and more funding, reducing the incentive for the Sheriff's Department to enact fundamental and urgently needed policy and organizational culture change inside the jail system. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Board, for taking my call. I'm calling in from District 3. And I just want to reiterate what other commenters have already stated and really urge you to pay attention to the slide from Decarcerate SAC and all of the work they put into that presentation that didn't really get enough time. I saw you give so much time, more than almost 4 hours, to something that at the end of the day, we don't even have an actual budget for. So I really urge you to oppose this project, oppose expansion of jail, and look into more fiscally responsible and humane solutions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Hello, this is Lamil Scarrett with the Sacramento NAACP. Earlier in the presentation by one of the presenters, they noted that they don't know why, or he said, we don't build things that look like what they're supposed to. And that's simply because we spend too much money on things that are wasted in the Sacramento jail facilities that do nothing to care for people who actually need the help. There appeared to also be confusion on why Sacramento is a high incarceration county. Sacramento is a high incarceration county because that's the desired outcome of the system in place, which you have an opportunity to change. It is a position of failure to assume that the least effective organization that has the most detrimental impact to residents and taxpayers will continue for the next 25 years. That is the sheriff's office in the jail. It's up to you to change the status quo. The consent decree effectively already proved that there was a public health crisis in the jail long before COVID. Holding people for nonviolent crimes, fighting mental health issues, and those contributing to families makes them less prepared for reentry into society. So there's a basic summary. We make life worse for most people in jail, and we beg you to provide us more money to work on ways to pretend we're making things better. That's what this request is about for this $10 million to build another facility. If we were to show the numbers of the effectiveness of the long list of programs that are being proposed, we would have a much better sense of it. However, in that presentation that came forth, we did not see the numbers of the effectiveness of any of those programs. Otherwise, we wouldn't be having a discussion about building a facility. The consent decree was long before COVID, and to suggest COVID is a problem is to ignore the reality that the Sheriff's Department was breaking the law without proper oversight and have not earned the right to ask for a delay in the resolution of that. Research has proven over and over again that the worst place that you can put a person with a mental health issue is a jail. We are also well aware that the need for medical and mental health care are increased when individuals are incarcerated versus in the general population.
Can you
Not
please
only
wrap
is this
up your comments,
inhumane,
sir?
It is an awful use of taxpayer dollars. So we beg you to look at the ADP, and when we look at that for every person booked in the jail, the amount of time required to book and release is the exact same regardless of
Can
how
you
long
please
they're held.
wrap up your comments, please?
Yes, ma'am. And finally, based on the presentation that was given, 60% of the jail population is pre-trial. In other words, 60% of the jail population are people who are assumed innocent. You can make a difference by actually moving towards allowing those people to.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
All right, thank you. My name is Chris Zukas, and I'd like to say that I strongly support the Decarcerate Sacramento and NAACP positions here. You know, one of the problems that I see with the expansion project is that it more so, as history has shown, we tend to try to build ourselves out of incarceration issues. So if there are too many inmates, we build a new facility, whether it be a jail or prison. I think that by expanding the jail project, building new facilities, this just exacerbates the problem. I think the answer is exactly as Decarcerate Sacramento said. I think it's fix problems at existing facilities, not just build new facilities for there to be additional new problems. I think also critical with that point is that by having a limited amount of jail space, jail bed space, it also forces the county and police departments to determine who are they really incarcerating or who are they really housing as detainees in the jail. I think it's very valuable to see that there are limits to how many people can actually be put in prison or in jail. And this would, by limiting the amount of bed space, I really think that this would give an opportunity for jail and police departments to be able to determine who they actually are incarcerating, not incarcerating lower level offenders or those who really don't pose a risk of or threat to the public. Instead, trying to focus those programs more on the people who do need that. Critical with this, though, I think it's very essential to look at the Decarcerate Sacramento proposal. I agree with everything that was said, and I think that correcting existing problems is where funds should be used, as opposed to building new facilities where there could potentially be new problems, or probably would be the existing problems just transition to the new facilities. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Okay. So my name is Raymond Garcia. I'm a community member in Sacramento of District 3, and I'm just calling to support Decarcerate Sacramento. I believe in investing into restorative justice program, healing our communities through community-based procedures and healing practices. I feel that we should not be spending our tax-paying dollars into more punishment facilities that have proven to be ineffective. Let's reallocate that funding back into our marginalized communities that are directly impacted and have the most at stake. Thank you for your pledge, all your attention, and all the support that you give to our youth in our communities. Thanks. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
All right. Hello, my name is Jaleel Baker, and I'm currently serving as the president of the Sacramento NAACP Youth Council. I want to start my comments by making sure that every board member that sits on this Board of Supervisors is listening with the empathy that is necessary to address this issue rooted in racial discrimination and racial history. Mental health solutions are clearly not best left in the hands of the proponents of this carceral system. There are many known causes of trauma and exacerbated symptoms that are caused by your officers, your jails, your correctional officers that are clearly not best equipped to effectively provide care to our folks dealing with mental health issues. There have been countless advocates that have came before this body and have pleaded with you to ask for mental health solutions that are rooted in community care, that are rooted in evidence-based scientific solutions that will effectively rid out the issues of mental health communities. And it is truly a slap in our face to propose this expansion of mass incarceration, a prison industrial complex, and extremely uncomfortable living circumstances as a solution for mental health communities. We know that your jail staff in this solution is not equipped to deal with the folks that need help. And we encourage you to vote no on this jail expansion and to require and reinvest monies into programs that are rooted in evidence in supporting our mental health populations. This is disrespectful, and the mental health is definitely not left best in a jail community. So thank you very much for listening, but we would appreciate if everybody took into consideration the mental health solutions that have been brought up in the past and focus on reinvesting income, money, and budget expenditures into community-based programs that are dedicated to mental health solutions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please send in the next caller. Hi, caller. You have 2 minutes. Please start with your comments.
PJ, District 1. Look, I get the so-called concern for adhering to the Mays consent decree, but the reality is that there are dozens of items that need to be completed without even mentioning a new jail facility. Many policy actions that need to occur even if new jail facilities are built. Retrofitting that is needed on existing facilities regardless of a new facility. And that's why I say so-called, because if the concern was for meeting the consent decree, those other items would have already been addressed. But most haven't been. Instead, the sheriff insists on a new facility despite it only meeting a handful of the issues that need addressing. How about he shows his ability for him and his officers to meet the items which don't cost millions, which don't jeopardize future community spending, and a facility that will literally only serve slightly over 100 of the several hundred in the jail suffering from mental illness, the majority of which are pre-trial. These are innocent people, per the Constitution, whose only crime is being too poor to afford cash bail. That's it. If they were rich, they'd be out. They'd be productive members of society. Parents would be with their kids, helping them with homework, playing with them. But because we put a price on their freedom and they can't afford that price, then they get effectively a guilty sentence without ever seeing a judge or jury. I agree. We need to address the Maid's consent decree, and a new jail ain't it. I get that staff is pushing for it because they have a hammer, and the new jail facility is a nice shiny nail. But there are other options. And if staff is getting pressured by the sheriff so he can have a nice shiny new jail, then that needs to stop as well. He hasn't proven that he can meet the other items on the consent decree. Why on God's green earth would we ever reward him for his lack of compliance with the jail? Instead, I would propose we do this. Scott shows his ability to comply with other findings in Mays. He starts retrofitting existing jail facilities for compliance. By then, that combined with alternatives to 911 would have not only shown a good faith effort on the sheriff's part, but would show what diversion looks like and how it has impacted the need for extra beds. And only then can we adequately make a reasoned determination of whether any new facility is even remotely necessary. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Courtney Hansen, District 1 with Incarcerate SAC, and the petition we sent you all now has almost 700 signatures and has only been out a few days. I'm actually feeling anxious because there was so much about Britt Ferguson's presentation that was just outright incorrect and cannot be addressed in 2 minutes. And I really don't see how you all could vote on this today in any informed way. And less than $1 million of the last $7 million we allocated to this project has been spent. So I urge you to halt the project before it's too late and quit while you're ahead. With all due respect to Mr. Ferguson, really you should not be the one giving this comprehensive presentation. You should not be in a public setting contemplating what may or may not contribute to crime rates. This isn't just a bureaucratic or financial issue. Jail expansion is racial, ecological, social. It touches everything. And you presented a frankly ancient analysis of how crime works. It is absurd to paint so many people in the light that you did, talking about criminal psychology of people who are still legally innocent. And Dr. Time is using the language he knows makes him money. And at the end of the day, he doesn't control what happens in the jails. The sheriff's department does. And the expert compliance reports make it remarkably clear that deputies are directly impeding your ability to meet the consent decree. And the jail salesperson, Dr. Time, his company, Falcon, is sponsoring the National Sheriff's Association's annual conference, and yet the community gets a 10-minute long presentation. I just want to highlight a couple bits from the expert reports. You're concerned about HIPAA. There's an attorney booth currently being used for suicide evaluations. The consultant recommends that sheriffs shut the door when health professionals are interviewing people inside that booth. That would make it HIPAA compliant, but the expert found that over and over again, your guards insist on standing right there. If they just close the door, literally that's the recommendation on paper, that aspect would be HIPAA compliant. Your intake facility.
Can you please wrap up your comments?
So we need a brand new one. 55% of people are in the jail less than a week. I'm going to argue if someone is in jail for less than a week, we could have probably not brought them to jail. And if you
Can
fund
you please
this
wrap
project,
up your
we
comments?
won't have funding to take them or give them anything else that they actually need. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, I'm a constituent from District 1, and I'm just going to point out here that the obvious that this expansion project is a false promise and absolutely will not meet the consent decree. And this is set for $10 million for this contract is set to come out of the general fund, meaning that the money will divert funding from already underfunded public health and human service programs while rewarding the sheriff's department, despite the fact our county is under this consent decree due to his atrocious mismanagement and abusive conduct by his correctional staff in the jail. Less than 6 months after your declaration of racism as a public health emergency, why would you commit county taxpayers to invest over $1 billion to a jail facility that disproportionately incarcerates Black Sacramento residents at a 37% rate, despite being just 13% of the county population, especially when there are already programs supposedly designed to keep us out of jail? Acting CFO Britt Ferguson is asking you to commit to something that you don't know will work for sure, and there are programs that actually are working, that are inside and outside the county, that cost a fraction of the cost for a new health facility. And this board has already made clear multiple times that it needs a commission and committee to focus on a master plan to implement the consent decree, which it appears at least one of you, Supervisor Natoli, appears to support. There has been no status report since the start of this project 2 years ago, despite board members having asked at every opportunity. And even Britt Ferguson, your acting CFO, mentioned that we need a real jail system plan in October 2019. So where is it? Supervisor Cerna correctly noted that the consent decree comes with a level of choice in how the county meets requirements, which the remedial plan does not require a $10 million or a $200+ million mental health facility. Exactly what we have been telling you for months. Yet your acting CFO agrees with that, and yet county staff insists we will not reach compliance without this facility. So first and foremost, it's important to recognize that the majority of the consent decree's hundreds of requirements are around policies and procedures in the Sacramento County jail system, which can be met with zero renovation costs. Second, Britt and Company openly admit the current construction timeline will not reach compliance with the consent decree's timeline.
Can you please wrap up your comments, sir?
Yes, I'll wrap up in just a moment. Are county staff betting the county won't be penalized for missing that timeline in 2025 so long as they just show county tried to reach compliance? If that's the case,
can you please wrap up your comments, sir?
How is that any different than taking our chances with investing in existing programs to reduce jail population instead of spending all this money to construct a new facility? There is a.
Thank you.
I will.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Matthew. I'm a resident in District 1. I wanted to ask you to think for a moment, what would it be like to wake up in the middle of the night with 55 coughing, shivering, and vomiting people around you from COVID-19? And you've been waiting weeks to see a doctor, yet jail management says most people in the jail are asymptomatic for COVID. How would you feel if your loved one was released into downtown Sacramento without shoes or adequate clothing in the middle of the night on their worst of days? What would you do if you had a choice between working for free in a repressive and hazardous, violent environment and staying in a cell for 23 hours a day? What would you do if you had to choose between spending your precious commissary money, which your family worked hard to send you, and choosing between rent or childcare or sending you commissary? What would you do if you had to choose between spending that on a phone call with family, personal hygiene products, or edible food from commissary? How would you feel about quarantining for 14 days without a shower or medical care after experiencing an extremely traumatic event in your life, perhaps on one of the worst days of your life? What would it be like to wake up every day feeling unsafe and targeted for speaking out and asking for your needs to be met, your basic needs? This is what life is like in Sacramento County's jails. This is the legacy that Sacramento is leaving. And if Sacramento makes this vote tonight and votes to continue on with this contract, they will be moving forward with this legacy. Where are the voices of thousands of families and individuals impacted by these decisions on a daily basis? Where's the analysis of the impacts of financial, health, and life outcomes of this on families and people impacted by this so-called justice system? As an example, the Community Corrections Partnership actually left its single community seat empty for over 6 years and just now is filling it after immense community pressure. We're a high incarceration county because we do not have adequate plans or systems in place to support communities. Doing something harmful, when somebody commits a harmful act, that should trigger a much broader array of
Can you
evidence-based
please wrap up your comments, sir?
Yes, thank you so much. A much broader array of evidence-based and community-based supports for that person, not punishment. So please, we must decrease the jail population and improve conditions and care for people inside now and invest drastically in community-based support. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. I'm Angie Sutherland, and I'm an organizer with the Coalition for Students with Disabilities. We're a coalition of concerned families and community members, and we've been working since 2018 to support the rights of students with disabilities and to foster educational equity and accountability in Sacramento. Our coalition has recently learned about this projected facility to house incarcerated individuals with mental health issues. The presentation mentions the expected growth in young adult and adult jail populations and the stated need to plan for a larger facility to accommodate growth, and this is appalling. The need for incarceration should be declining, not growing. Services need to be accessible and provided early. Incarceration should be a last resort. In Sacramento, our coalition is connected with many families who have continued to struggle to get help for their children. Many are experiencing mental health issues due to adverse school experiences, such as exclusion, bullying, assault, harassment, and also due to undiagnosed learning disabilities. Families are often denied services. If a child needs a residential treatment, this is very hard for the parents to obtain. IEP teams deny, and even if the family has insurance, they are typically finding that their services are cut off before the child is ready. As a result, only those with money can get the help their children need. Children end up suspended or pushed out. If they visit the ER, they may end up more traumatized than when they got there. Sacramento is already a capital for suspensions. As you may know, Sacramento County has 4 school districts in the top 20 suspension districts for black males in California. Sac City Unified is the most egregious suspension district for black males, in our entire state. 1/3 of all black male foster youth are suspended in Sacramento County. Black males in early childhood education, kindergarten through 3rd grade, are 9.9 times more likely to be suspended than their peers statewide.
Can you please wrap up your comments, ma'am?
Thank you. Well, just to sum it up, those individuals that don't receive help will end up in your building. Funneling youth into the correctional system when they needed help a long time ago and never got it is a disgusting and it's a travesty. So we agree with the other commenters tonight have said that we do not need this costly facility.
Thank
and
you.
could use the funding for others.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments, and you have 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, or good evening at this point. My name is Dr. Corrine McIntosh-Sacco. I'm a resident of District 2, represented by Supervisor Kennedy. I'm also a licensed clinical psychologist. I'm calling to express my strong opposition to approving the $10 million construction contract on a main jail annex. If approved, this expansion will lead to a $200 million investment by the county in a criminal justice system that, according to the consent decree, has failed to provide constitutionally required mental health and medical care to people in the jail, has employed harsh and extreme forms of solitary confinement, has failed to implement essential suicide prevention measures, and has discriminated against people with disabilities. Over 60% of people experiencing a mental health problem lack access to mental health services. And untreated mental illness increases the risk of recidivism. A lack of stable housing and income exacerbates mental health problems and makes treatment more difficult. The cost of providing community housing for people and providing them with mental health services is actually lower than cycling them through the criminal justice system. In fact, incarcerating individuals with mental illness costs 2 to 3 times what community-based treatment does. Now, the main jail annex seems to be the only answer that the county is counting on to meet the consent decree requirements. However, it is more cost-effective, not to mention humane, to instead focus on retrofitting areas in the current jail facilities, provide additional staffing, and focus on appropriate allocation of existing staffing. Most importantly, a significant cultural change for both mental health and custody staff into jails is necessary to improve outcomes. When a system operates in a chronic state of crisis, such as the county jails have been deemed, it will always be in dysfunction, regardless of how new or colorful the building is. Using a new jail to manage people suffering from mental illness does not improve their quality of life. Conditions inside the jail serve to exacerbate their symptoms and lead to further deterioration of their mental and physical health.
Can you please wrap up your comments, ma'am?
Sure. A new jail annex will not solve the systemic and cultural issues resulting from the long-standing inappropriate behavior and abuse by the Sac Sheriff's Department. Gifting the sheriff a brand new building and hoping that accountability will follow is not only expensive and inefficient, but
Can you please wrap up your comments?
Yep, I got just one more sentence. It perpetuates the human rights violations to one of our most at-risk populations.
Thank you.
A jail expansion is...
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Hi. Dr. Timmy said our most severely ill citizens end up in jail. I urge each board member to consider what lies beneath that statement and ask themselves why it's accepted as a foregone conclusion. Severely mentally ill citizens don't just end up in jail. They have mental health needs that go untreated. They end up in jail due to our neglect right here in Sacramento County. Board members, you have the unique opportunity to change that tonight by voting no on this false promise posing as a solution. He also used the words humane and ethical to describe this new jail. I would never use those words to describe how Sac County jail staff treats those incarcerated in their jails. I have a loved one in Sac County jail, and every single day I hear horror stories about mistreatment, outright abuse, and regular medical neglect that most recently resulted in my loved one and so many others being infected with COVID-19 due to the jail staff's negligence. People incarcerated in Sac County jails continue to suffer greatly and even die due to the mistreatment and medical neglect of jail staff. A new building will not stop that. It would still be run by the very same SAC sheriff jail staff. He also used the words paradigm shift. A fancy, expensive new jail building with the same people running it isn't a shift at all. In fact, it's much more of the very same. But I do have a paradigm shift for you. Research ways to meet the consent decree that first and foremost hold sheriff jail staff accountable for their behavior. We need real solutions that address care and not an expensive new building. I implore you to vote no tonight and start spending money to help people with mental health needs that go untreated. Keep them out of jails. Please vote no. This is ridiculous. I can't even believe that that it would be considered that a new jail, expensive like that, would solve the problem.
Can you please wrap up your comments?
Yes, the culture of the Sac County sheriff and the way the treatment of the people inside needs to be addressed first. So please, I beg you, vote no.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. My name's Sarah Hadley. I'm a new resident of District 2. I'm distressed to hear about the proposed new jail annex. I do not believe it is a good use of taxpayer dollars. The county should focus on improving conditions that exist in our jails right now and on finding ways to reduce the population. Funding better community-based non-police interventions for people suffering mental distress or programs that keep people out of jail pre-trial would be a much better use of our taxpayer dollars. I urge you to vote against the jail expansion. Okay. Thank you so much.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Dr. Flojan Kofer. I'm an epidemiologist and Senior Director of Policy for Public Health Advocates. Anyone who knows me probably wouldn't consider me a fiscal conservative, but listening to this item, I realize that maybe I am. For one, I hate wasting money, especially public dollars. And I only want to spend public dollars on evidence-informed practices and preventive services. Unfortunately, an expansion of the jail is neither evidence-informed nor preventive. Warehousing people is extremely costly over time. It contributes to long-term recurring costs, and there are no data to suggest that it meaningfully contributes to community safety. In the spirit of meaningfully contributing to public safety, this $10 million allocation would be much better spent on the item we discussed on February 24th, and which will come before the board again at the end of the month, alternatives to the current 911 response. Among the missing provisions that this $10 million funding could support include 24-hour service delivery, repurposing an easy-to-remember 3-digit number for independent dispatch, staff training, community contracts, and infrastructure. Furthermore, the consent decree clearly says decrease the jail population no fewer than 5 times. The county is beholden to that. It was painful, honestly, to see data about the number of humans in the jail with serious mental health issues presented as if this was compelling evidence for this expenditure instead of it being A, clear evidence that our existing approach is a colossal failure, and B, a rallying cry to care for the humans in Sacramento more effectively and sustainably. Even if we don't start by addressing the hardest problem first, which would be violent crime, and instead look at the data on the 636 beds held, over 2/3 were for non-violent crimes. Offenses such as court commitments and violation and warrants and narcotics and drugs and alcohol could justifiably be handled without incarceration. Excluding those, you could easily reduce that 636 number down to 212 with diversion without even trying very hard. Well, lucky for us, we have the opportunity because we're legally bound by the consent decree to reduce the jail population, and not doing so will wastefully expend more taxpayer money than we already have. Honestly, it's rare that the incentives align so nicely. So here's the plan. Let's vote no on expanding the jail today.
Can you please wrap up your comments, ma'am?
Let's get the band back together again and fully fund, I don't know, to the tune of, say, $15 million, the alternative to 911 proposals.
Can you please wrap up your comments?
Honoring the consent decree and spending our money on evidence-informed preventive services is a winning strategy for Sacramento. So thanks in advance for your leadership in making it happen.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Okay. Hi, my name is Celeste. I am a resident of Sacramento. I just want to acknowledge first all of the time. Am I talking? All of the time spent. Am I talking?
Yes. Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. All of the time spent on this presentation, but I think I can just step back and acknowledge the input from the community and just wanting to really uplift that and, also bring into the awareness of the moment that we're coming out of, the pandemic, and the resources that need to be invested in our communities. And so I would just urge the board to kind of decide to side with not only the public, but also the moment that we have in history to rebuild what it looks like to be safe and to be in the public and to have a proper working criminal justice or a proper system, okay, that acknowledges humane decisions. And I just think that we really should decide to side with the public and really invest in the opportunities of what that looks like alternatively, more humane, safely, effectively, and most important, community-based. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
All right, thank you. Hi, my name is Karina Castro. I'm a resident of Sacramento County, and I am urging the board to vote no for the proposed spending towards the jail annex expansion. I agree with the callers before me urging the board to work on improving the current jail conditions before working on this expansion. I also believe that instead of scaling up our current jail system, we should work on investing in prevention and addressing the root causes of incarceration. Please consider this as a more effective and less costly alternative to the proposed construction. Please also consider providing mental health services to our citizens before they become inmates in need of mental health aid behind a jail cell. I would also like to note that if we are anticipating an increase in jail population with this expansion, we are already failing our citizens. Please look to address the needs of our citizens and reduce the jail population before looking to make such a costly expansion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Hello, supervisors. My name is Samantha. First of all, thank you for your time and for your leadership on this very long meeting tonight. It is not lost on me that unlimited time was given to the financial and architectural interests in this project, all the while invoking the term stakeholders repeatedly while denying the people who are the primary stakeholders in this project, the ones that inevitably are subjected to incarceration. And that is us, the public, calling in, and the over 100 comments, virtually all suggesting a no vote that are in the public comment thread right now. This is not adequate or equitable stakeholder representation. So I'm calling to encourage a no vote, please. Here we are in Sacramento. It's the capital of the 6th largest economy in the world, and you, the board members, have an opportunity to forefront evidence-based solutions and care into our community healthcare systems. Now, that evidence-based solutions and care was thrown around a lot tonight by Dr. Time. And if the focus were on evidence-based solutions and care and these principles of normalization that he spoke of, then we wouldn't have a sales pitch as a healthcare facility for a jail. Rather, we would have a sales pitch to have that money invested in community clinics, for example, not further incarceration of our community members. And I would like to cite the Lancet Journal's February 2021 study called Association Between County Jail Incarceration and Cause-Specific County Mortality in the USA, a retrospective longitudinal study spanning from 1987 to 2017 that highlighted very specifically increased morbidity at the county population level as a result of higher incarceration rates. This is
Can you please wrap up
this
your
isn't
comments?
just a correlation. This is causation. And we all
Can
know
you
that
please wrap up your comments,
I
please?
heard you the first time. Thank you, ma'am. And the psychiatric disorders in youth after detention are pervasive and persistent. This expressly outlines how incarcerated individuals, even when they leave lockup, become the responsibility of the community mental health system.
Thank
so
you.
If we really can.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Philip Summers. I'm an emergency and addiction physician here in Sacramento. I care for many people who are currently or formerly incarcerated, and I'm calling to voice my strong opposition to expanding the jail. I spoke with a patient actually just this morning who was booked into the jail a couple weeks ago. He hasn't been to the jail for many years, and he said it was in the worst condition that he's ever seen it. He said it was, quote, absolutely filthy. He reported, quote, zero social distancing. He was put in a holding cell with 15 other men, none of which were offered masks, and he did not receive his chronic medications. This example and the ongoing COVID outbreak in the jail are evidence that we need better sanitation and better management policies, not a new building. Our sheriff continues to be out of compliance with the consent decree due to unconstitutional human rights violations, and this needs to be remedied immediately. However, as we learned today, most of these violations are not due to the physical building. They're related to negligence, a culture of disregard, and policies and practices that do not meet standards of care. As we learned, we are a high incarceration county, and the limitations on physical space should be addressed by drastically reducing our jail population, as has been recommended by every compliance report to date. We don't need an expansion of the main jail, and we can't afford it anyway. The county has not exhausted all other options in addressing the consent decree, and until these options are exhausted, we should not be committing ourselves to spending untold hundreds of millions of dollars on a jail expansion that we don't need. Not only is community care cheaper, it leads to better outcomes. Regardless of how the jail is dressed up, incarceration is coercive and punitive by nature, and this is antithetical to a therapeutic relationship. We need an interim plan as well as long-term solutions. The immediate answer is decreasing the jail population, and the long-term solutions are fully investing in community resources and alternatives to incarceration. The sheriff already consumes the lion's share of our general fund. Don't put taxpayers on the hook by writing a blank check for a new, unnecessary jail. Our community deserves better, so please invest in our community, not a jail expansion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Liz Blum, and I'm with Decarcerate Sacramento. My brother has been incarcerated in county jails many times during mental health crises. His first incarceration was a catalyst that started a cycle of trauma. The most recent time he was incarcerated, the improvement of his treatment had nothing to do with the structure of the building. Jail staff were not violent or neglectful. They made sure he had his medication. This is all possible in our current jail facilities. A building is just a building. This jail annex is a false promise. People are dying inside Sac County jails due to a failure of jail staff, and yet the county is distracted by a new building. Building a mental health jail incentivizes longer jail stays. Most people currently in the jails are there for less than 7 days. The board has heard nothing from county staff about the 4 recent consent decree compliance reports that detail how a new building will not solve urgent systemic issues. And if you have not read them yet, you are not ready to make this decision. I'm not sure how many, quote, expert court-appointed reports you need to read to understand that the new jail annex will not solve HIPAA and ADA compliance. The expert compliant reports say that at least one jail will need to be retrofitted before 2026. The RCCC is already 90% ADA compliant, just needing some minor retrofitting. So if the county can focus on ADA and HIPAA compliance of just the new jail annex, then the board can decide to focus on the ADA and HIPAA compliance of just RCCC instead. The Board of Supervisors has the power to insist that this is the way you want to meet the consent decree, and yet the board seems unwilling to question who's driving this project and why. Britt's presentation oozed of desperation to justify the need for this project. The new jail annex will only hold a projected 5% of a 60% population with diagnosed mental illness. Jail condition improvement must start with jail staff procedures and treatment of the people inside. You all have a choice.
Can you please wrap up your comments?
Yes. You all have a choice tonight. Listen to the people, listen to the truth, or follow the direction that Nav Guild staff have laid out for you, one that will cost the county over $1 billion in our lifetime.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Kenny, and I'm from District 6. I urge you to vote no on the jail expansion, and I would like to point out that not a single caller tonight has supported this hugely flawed and short-sighted proposal. If you foresee an increase in mental health issues, why would you plan ahead for more incarceration and not for services and resources to prevent and combat that projected increase? Why would you plan for more jail space and not for more effective and compassionate prevention and care? That money should be invested into the community and into improving the conditions and management within the jail we already have and not on a new facility. I could continue to reiterate the points made by Decarcerate Sacramento and the many passionate callers that have spoken before me, but if you haven't heard what has been said up to this point, I'm sadly confident that my pleas won't result in your understanding and compassion. I won't waste more of the time of those of us that have been waiting on hold for many hours, again, to say what seems so obvious. I hope you have all listened to and really heard all of the comments today, and that you will make the right decision and vote no on the jail expansion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Lauren Lowe, and I am calling to oppose the main jail expansion. Not only does this project fail to meet the consent decree, but it's irresponsibly expensive. The lawsuit does not require a new facility to meet the consent decree requirements, and the new facility would only serve a tiny population of those suffering from mental health conditions in our jails. A new building does not deal with the systemic barriers highlighted by the May suit and the subsequent compliance reports. The current construction timeline will not reach compliance by the consent decree's timeline, which could lead to additional penalties for the county. The funds used to build this jail expansion could be used more effectively to improve current conditions within the jail facilities and provide community care that will ensure vulnerable, mentally ill people do not end up in the jail in the first place. The current conditions within the jail for those suffering from mental illnesses are abysmal, and I am not confident that things will improve in the new facility. So far, the county has consistently failed to meet requirements after the Mays lawsuit, as is seen in the 4 recent compliance reports. The board now faces an important choice. Do you want to commit Sacramento to decades of mass incarceration by investing our precious resources in a punitive facility, or do you want to take bold action to provide community-based care? If we choose to fund this ineffective and inhumane expansion, our community is further locked into a system of mass incarceration. We have the opportunity to try something new, to address social issues at their root, and turn away from racist patterns of mass incarceration. I'm also concerned about the framing of Mr. Ferguson's presentation earlier and the dehumanizing view that it took of the people in this community. The people impacted by the system are not criminals by nature. There are people that need help in the community, not further punishment. I also want to ask why, despite the high number of public comments against, everyone who's called in tonight, plus over 100 public comments online, Decarcerate SAC was only given 10 minutes to speak, while those in favor of this expansion were given over 3 hours, even though Decarcerate SAC were the only people that had an actual qualified mental health and legal expert to speak. Using carceral reforms of intervention runs the risk of turning people who need mental health help away from treatment forever by giving them traumatizing experiences.
Can you
that
please
make their
wrap up your
conditions worse.
comments, please?
Yes. I just want to finish by saying that I urge the board to vote against this jail expansion and instead improve existing conditions in the jail, reduce the jail population, and invest in community care. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Hello, I'm calling from County District 1 with Sacramento Act. I want to emphasize that the board's decision will be sending a direct message to the public. The county's own expert reports say that this annex is not the solution. Approving this proposal will be ignoring not only these reports, but also the hundreds of public comments that were emailed earlier from your constituents. We need a comprehensive care plan now. Even if this jail annex was built, it would serve a maximum of 150 people. If you, supervisors, want to address issues of mental health and improve conditions in our jail, focus on the systemic policy issues that are causing civil rights violations to continue, aka focus on sheriff accountability and working to reduce the jail population. Invest in mental health diversion programs and programs to keep people out of jail pre-trial before they have been convicted of a crime. This is how you reduce jail populations. Approving this plan will only reward poor management and lack of oversight. Is that the standard that we want to set as a county? I want to echo the racist consequences this expansion will fuel. Our Black community is jailed 7 times more than white people and make up 40% of the jail population, despite being 11% of the county population. I also want to highlight that it is unfair to allow the previous presentation to exceed time by nearly 2 hours and then tell public comment to keep it concise and only allow community orgs 10 minutes to present. I encourage board members to vote with their heart and their morals tonight. Your constituents are watching and expecting you to do what is right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Yes, this is Sonia Lewis, and I'm calling in because I'm extremely concerned about the fact of the matter that you all are not listening to the public. I'm concerned that I have listened to over 4 hours of disgusting testimony that seems as though you have supported the continuation of this jail expansion process rather than what we thought was a slowing down or a stopping of the process. I also want to just remind you that we wouldn't even be talking about a consent decree had it not been for a sheriff department under the leadership of Scott Jones, where a person who does not care about human life. I want to lift up the names Brandon Smith, Marshall Miles, Antonio Thomas, Brian Debs. I also want to say that there were 10 jail deaths in a 12-month period. 3 out of 4 of those who died in your jail were suffering from mental health crisis. This is about a culture of law enforcement and violation of human life. This is not about a building. This is about policy. Building another jail is what will perpetuate the culture of violence by law enforcement, who continues by intention and design to harm the most vulnerable in communities. Prisons and jail are about capitalism and profit, and we the people are tired of being human profit. Just a decrease in the budget to our law enforcement could potentially support 73 behavioral peer specialists, 60 mental health workers, 45 social workers, 46 health educators, 76 EMTs, or 63 paramedics. Where do we want to spend our money? Hello?
Okay, please send the next caller.
Thank you.
Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Yes, this is Africa Black, and I just want to remind all of you that in 2014, California was supposedly leading this country when it comes to promoting civil rights and equality. When they decided that California wanted to end the school-to-prison pipeline tracking data mechanism, that if you listen to the report from presentation that was so one-sided tonight, giving 10 minutes to decarcerate was an abomination, by the way. But because California said that this was unconstitutional, that we are not going to no longer track children when it comes to the school-to-prison pipeline. So I just want to remind you that you are supporting the school-to-prison pipeline. By increasing the number of jail beds, you are supporting the school-to-prison pipeline because you're preparing for an increase. I also just want to share with you that when it comes to the background of policing, we know that less than 1% of those who end up incarcerated are for violent crimes. We have to look at that. We also know that data and statistics shows us that a person who's been in jail for a 7-day period could have been successfully monitored outside of a jail facility. Cages do not perpetuate care. So just because you change the language, and I'm so disgusted about this company that you guys are deciding to work with, because they've already used language that facility planning stages, the layout. We have done examined functional areas. We have examined what units are necessary. You have not done your due diligence in including the most important stakeholders, and that is the community. And so we're tired of calling in and having to have this conversation when the next meeting you decide on your own.
Can you please wrap up your
language.
comments, ma'am?
Yes, I will. I have one more point to make. When your experts that you bring in who are getting paid by our county, our taxpayer dollars, use language that says they're continuing to do the job, to present to you to make sure that the job gets done. What about our voices?
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Hello, my name is Alexandra. I represent District 3. And I just want to say that I support all of the comments from the NAACP and Decarcerate Sacramento. And I just want to please urge you to vote no on this prison expansion. I'm just like other commenters, I feel really frustrated that the previous presenter was given over 3 hours to present their case, and Decarcerate Sac was only given 10 minutes. And I think that the money for this project should be invested in community-based programs dedicated to mental health support and restorative justice programs. And I feel like this expansion would probably only give 100 to 150 beds to the mental health of the incarcerated individuals, but this whole thing does not address the school to prison pipeline and the mental health issues that 55% of the jail population currently live with mental illness, and only 5% of that population would receive treatment if this expansion moved forward, and they wouldn't even get treatment until 2026. So please think about the implications of this expansion and how it perpetuates the prison industrial complex and disproportionately targets members of our Black community. Please vote no. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Hello, my name is Mia Carissa. I'm in District 1, and I am calling to strongly urge you to vote no on this proposition. I want to echo every single person who has participated in this comment period so far, as well as the 700 people who've signed the petition against this project and the many online comments as well. So there's rightly been a lot of attention paid to Britt Ferguson's presentation and his answers to the various questions, which I agree are alarming, contradictory, especially as he seemed to grasp at straws to justify this project. But I'm going to pay most of my attention to some of what Nocton Lewis presented, which was misleading and frankly insulting to all of our intelligence. So I don't want to give it more attention than it's due, but I do want to point out just a couple things. So they pointed to the idea of the principle of normalization, and they defined it as such. They said that if you have a psychiatric condition that requires acute attention, you should be housed in a place that looks like an acute psychiatric hospital. That's actually the opposite of what the principle of normalization is. The principle of normalization means people with disabilities should be allowed to live as much of a socially integrated life as possible. So rather than being cordoned off by society, they should be able to participate in society in the ways that fit their needs and their abilities and their desires. So that's exactly the opposite of incarcerating people with disabilities and just as integrating them into society and allowing them to be cared for by the community is what can heal them.
keeping them in jail is exactly what will harm them and exacerbate their mental illnesses. Speaking from a position of someone who has a long family history of mental illness and interactions with the criminal justice system, I can't emphasize enough the degree to which incarceration and interactions with police and prison staff in general exacerbate already existing conditions, and as you've seen, can create all kinds of problems that didn't exist when a mental health condition leads to abuse.
Can you please wrap up your comments? Can you please wrap up your comments?
Yeah, I'm done.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Yeah, hi, thank you. My name's Nikki, and, I'm with the Carcerate, and I also sometimes call in on behalf of Sacramento Homeless Organizing Committee, and I really tonight wanted to highlight that I also meet weekly with a group of young people called Sacramento Youth Council that is a group of youth who are either experiencing or formerly experiencing homelessness, and I just can't believe what their response is going to be when I tell them that y'all came out here with a presentation planning for their ongoing and future cycles of incarceration instead of a plan that is there to help them thrive and live the types of lives that we dream about and talk about in these meetings every week. And I just, that presentation was so disappointing, and the fact that it's coupled with this jail expansion, just as it was, the last time we really went big on these two issues, is so disappointing, because what it shows and what it showed last time is that y'all have no intention for your, at least county staff doesn't, I don't know about the board, and you'll decide that tonight, but no intention for your jail population reduction plans to actually work. No intention to build communities of care that prevent incarceration and contact with police and the trauma and the violence that comes with that to begin with. No intention of that, when you instead say, actually, our populations are going to increase, and what we're going to do is build this huge jail, which, by the way, all due respect to county council, but your plan of this jail annex is also not going to meet the consent decree. So we either build it and we don't meet it and we need an extension, or we don't build it and we do something else, and maybe we make a difference that matters in people's lives and increases the quality of life across our community. And the fact that we have to go back and forth about this is truly a shame, because we could be working.
I'm sorry, can you please wrap up your comments?
Absolutely. You've heard all these callers tonight, over 700 people on our, up to 700 people on our letter, 100 people in your comments. People are ready in your community to do this work of building a different world, a community that supports one another. And if y'all don't choose that, you are not choosing community. You're choosing the sheriffs. You're choosing a history of white supremacy and carrying that on. And
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Quetzal Cornejo, and I am a resident of District 2 in the Pocket area. So, yeah, I haven't heard anybody else go against this, but, yeah, from what I struggle with bipolar disorder, and, yeah, speaking as someone who would be directly affected by this mental health facility extension to a jail somewhere to keep people locked up, I think I had to comment on this issue. I am speaking as someone who is Latinx, as someone who is trans. The communities I'm from are much more likely to be policed, and much more likely to end up in the criminal carceral system, which, if nothing else, has been revealed to be problematic at best in the last year or so, at the mainstream level. I don't understand. I know where I'm coming from, but I really hope that all of you board members who are, representing your districts, not just the people that paid for you to get into office, but the people who are going to be affected by this. I hope that you recognize that this is something that we don't take lightly, that I took out 4 hours of my day to call in so that you all understand just exactly how seriously ill-equipped we are to actually handle mental health crises in this county. And that the money that is being allotted for this could easily be allotted for something else that would actually benefit the needs of those that actually suffer mental health crises. And, materially benefit them instead of benefiting. As someone who is also an engineer, I understand the desire to create jobs, but I also, don't see how this could make anybody's life better.
Can you please wrap up your comments?
Mental health difficulties. Yeah, I think that's all I have to say. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for your patience.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name's Asha Kryling. I live in District 1, East Sacramento. A few contradictions that I heard during Mr. Ferguson's presentation. He described wanting to meet this hastened timeline to get out from under the increased scrutiny posed by the consent decree. And he and your council emphasized that they and staff believe that without building this facility, you won't reach compliance. And that quote, the public really needs to understand that. Well, what's not unequivocal to me, as Supervisor Desmond called it, was the fact that Mr. Ferguson said, if we don't meet the consent decree timeline, it will just get extended. That tells me that we have time to come up with better options, and there are other ways to come into compliance. Staff and leadership are unwilling to find alternatives, putting us taxpayers on the hook for a rushed, out-of-state company's design-build contract. The last example that Mr. Ferguson presented towards the end of his comments should have been highlighted as a success story and a model to follow. The county provided services to reduce the juvenile population, and what do you know? It worked. So the county ended up with extra empty space. I appreciate the interest and concern that Supervisor Natoli demonstrated earlier about the bigger issues really at hand here, as well as Supervisor Serta's suggested meth detox center idea. I think that's a great idea, and just one example of the many alternatives that the county should be talking about. Please begin to dismantle the county's toxic carceral system by rejecting this proposal and moving funds towards social and mental health services. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Hello, my name is Marcy, District 1. The proposed new jail expansion is a misuse of our funds. It doesn't do enough, fast enough to meet the consent decree. It doesn't meet the mental health needs of the incarcerated population. It's an extremely overpriced, inadequate solution, and it's alarming that this proposal is advancing when cheaper, more effective solutions exist, like reducing the jail population and retrofitting the existing facility. It's disturbing that the immediacy of the needs mentioned in the consent decree are being deferred for this projected new facility. I don't want my tax dollars to reward the dysfunctional sheriff department and reward it with a new facility that does not meet current or projected needs. Absolutely no new jail expansion. The sheriff department already has a bloated budget and should not further drain the general fund. Community-based care is needed and effective. The sheriff department needs to be held accountable for their mistreatment. And why is this being considered when the cost of the project is so vague? You just defer when they say they don't have answers on anything on how much it'll cost? I strongly support the stance of Decarcerate Sacramento, and I'm irritated that after waiting for over 3 hours, the public is told to keep it brief and not repeat the points issued. You didn't tell the presenters to not repeat themselves or to keep it brief. Well, except for Phil Cerna, thank you. It indicates that you don't want to hear us or listen to us. The board should not move forward with the jail expansion. This concludes my comments.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Yes, my name is Ryan McClinton, and I'm a resident of District 5. I'm also a public health professional, public health advocate. I'm focused on policy around first response, transformation, and systems change. I want to start with acknowledging that prior to hearing from the contractors who previously built the jail that we're having this discussion about, we watched county staff provide a 3-hour presentation largely reflecting on the county's programs that have reduced, and I say that with air quotes, jail population. However, we still see not only that there has been a consistent trend of what the jail population exists at, but also we're projecting it to rise, meaning that the programs that have been in place are ineffective. My concern here is that we listened to 3 hours of testimony and presenting of also why this jail annex needs to be built, yet we only heard 5 to 7 minutes of community perspective, which also housed experts who not only were attorneys who worked on the consent decree, but also case investigators who went through the findings of the consent decree and the recommendations of what needed to be happening. I'm highly concerned about this because for a public or a civic engagement process, a public engagement process, this did not involve the public much at all. I have such a limited view of what's possible and what also was happening because of the time that was given to county staff, but that was rudely cut off from hearing vital information that we were not hearing from county staff. We have to keep in mind the folks who are presenting and who are calling on this line tonight and are giving you the stat after stat after stat are paid to do these same things in different respects, and some of them are not paid at all. Let me be mindful of how I say that because there are community advocates who I know reach out to you guys consistently week after week to say, can we get time to talk about these plans and understand what you were doing? Repeatedly, they were refuted and said that either meetings have to be canceled or rescheduled, or you only get an hour's worth of time to discuss something that clearly takes a lot of time to dive into. My concern here is how are we prioritizing the very people that are going to pay for this jail annex? We understand that the need for mental health.
Can you please
is great.
wrap up your comments, sir?
Sure, I certainly can, but I would also ask you to cut off county staff next time that they're going on for 3 hours, and I would like to hear what other perspectives are there. With me closing my comments, I would like to say, please do not support this jail expansion. Please take the time to really look at what other methods can be done to reduce jail populations and meet the requirements of the consent decree. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Arushi Mishra, and I'm calling from District 4. I'm urging the county to vote no on the expansion of the jail annex. Alternatives to mental health crises and other restorative ways to support community members must be looked into. People inside continue to die due to medical neglect, a direct result of jail staff behavior. A new building will not guarantee that the systems of care will improve, but it will guarantee the continuation of mass incarceration. The county needs to focus on improving conditions inside the jail immediately, instead of wasting money on massive construction that won't be finished until 2026. As a high school student, I'm absolutely urging the board to think carefully about the future of incarceration and all its racial and social burdens on the next generation. I want to see a future that looks into investing into the community programs and one that reduces human suffering, something that I know the new jail annex will not do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
It's Giovanna, and I'm calling. And I want to let you know that I am a law-abiding citizen. I vote every election. I have the American flag on all of my social media. And this is important because I am a constituent. I'm a taxpayer. I'd like to begin by sharing with you some of the comments that people wrote in. Vanessa Stewart and Nicole Lott composed the same message to Supervisor Natoli requesting that we fund the sheriff. And they cite the benefits of already existing community police programs, such as pop teams, hot teams, activities league, and coffee with the cop. Notably, these are not policing programs. They are social programs, just staffed by police, so it's unclear why these programs couldn't exist outside of law enforcement agencies. Donna Kenfield and Supervisor Peter and Rich Desmond's new district also support the sheriff, saying that the funds that are allocated to the sheriff could be given to people directly, like victims, teens, homeless, and the elderly. They talk about the bad decision cycle they don't know how to safely get us out of. Surprisingly, though, that in their support for the sheriff, they're also supporting social service programs, just under a different jurisdiction. As an engineer, I'm trained to address root causes. So if a pipe's leaking, we don't just put a bowl under the pipe, we find out why it's leaking. The current leak that we have is people aren't encased in the social and health services system, and we leak them into the incarceration bucket. If you actually take the time to read the comments, you'll realize that everyone wants more social services, just as I do. We all do. But for an unknown reason, some people prefer these be administered by the sheriff's overburdened staff, rather than people who are specifically trained.
Can you
to
please
provide
wrap
the
up your
services.
comments, please?
Thank you for your time. Please fund social services.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Mackenzie Wilson. I'm a longtime resident and community organizer. I want to start this thing off by really just saying wow to the community that has called in tonight. You are really amazing. You all really gave me life, because technically I've kind of been an inactive member of Decarcerate Sacramento for the last year, because I've been dealing with mental health crisis due to the police violence I encountered last summer. So just real talk, you guys were beautiful, and to hear so many new names just to uplift the hundreds of people who participated in this decision, and the thousands of people who are like-minded, who just didn't even know what was going on, or didn't have access to, or even know that the letter was going around. Now to bring it back, shame on you, Sue Frost. Shame on you, and actually shame on all that board, actually. Because what I listened to was Bill's time, 4 hours of Bill's time. These people get paid to do this. They're going to get paid to be here this entire meeting. And what you have, and shame on you for hanging up on the countless hours of free labor that this community has brought to you for over a year now, trying to tell you that what's going on in that facility is so much more than building new walls. Because if the current ones could talk, I can only imagine what they would say. Shame on you for bringing forward, Britt Ferguson, such awful analysis, such ancient tools. I'm sorry, sir, but maybe retirement would be a good look for you, my dude. I'm hoping tonight that the board can stand up against what it is that has been presented by people who are being paid to make you say yes. By people who have led this county astray for years, who have given already the Sheriff's Department...
Can you please wrap up your comments, please?
Yeah, no problem, Sue Frost. I think tonight's decision really lets us know your intentions. You said that very well, my comrade Nikki. Lets us know your intentions. So let us know if we can continue to have conversations in this space, because it seems like we keep getting shut out. Or let us know that if we need to go out and really talk to community members and figure out who needs to take
Thank you.
seats.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Henry. My name is Henry Ortiz, and I'm a community organizer with All of Us or None Sacramento chapter. As a person who spent half his life incarcerated, right? I went in there as a young person at the age of 18. I've seen firsthand what childhood trauma does to you, and the way the system treats us, the way our human rights our civil rights are violated continuously in these freaking systems where there's no accountability. There's the man with the badge who dictates and oppresses everything with these concepts of training that came from all these systems, from the military all the way down, that are all instituted on white supremacy. And then you're going to, I'm here to reject the jail expansion plan because all we're doing now, we've seen way too many sheriffs and police cars here in Sacramento just riding in sets of twos, like sharks, hunting black and brown people who have some of the worst messed up situations in their life, from housing issues to trauma to financial issues, ongoing stressors, criminal records, and the list goes on. Before thinking about expanding a jail expansion plan of any kind, I'd like you guys in this that presented to you, and including our board of supervisors, to spend a whole week in jail. Just spend a week without your privileges in the county jail, without no one knows who you are, and just experience, and then come back to the table and tell me whether you believe that building a jail expansion plan to just warehouse people with some of the most severe trauma is going to work. We need more community healing, transformative approaches. There's a lot of impacted people who are always busting their asses out here in this community and are not getting compensated for their hours. We go above and beyond for our communities. We don't work 9 to 5. We work at 3 in the morning, 6 in the morning, because that's what it takes to make an impact in our community. My name is Henry Ortiz. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Yeah, this is John, District 4. Currently, more than 60% of people in Sac County jails are pretrial. The county can work to ensure people in pretrial who are innocent in the eyes of the law aren't jailed. These are folks who are just too poor to afford cash bail. Do you remotely think that was what the founders had in mind when they said people are innocent until proven guilty? Do you think the original text said innocent until proven guilty, and if they can't afford bail, then we should hold on to them often longer than their actual sentences would have been, resulting in the loss of potential wages, no recompense for that if they're found innocent, just an oops, my bad? No, because the founders didn't speak that way, and because they wouldn't recognize that effective guilt and punishment by way of poverty is bullshit, and that is 60% of the jail population. We literally don't even need all the jail space we already have if we address that issue. So then you have to answer, do you think people are innocent until proven guilty, or do you not believe in the Constitution? If the latter, then feel free to disregard the reality of punishment before guilt. Our budget shows us where our morals fall, where our priorities are. I've seen the county budget. It prioritizes law enforcement to the detriment of communities, to parks, to libraries, to public health normally, and even in a pandemic. Every time a library's hours are cut, it's because out of fear of not capitulating to law enforcement, we choose another deputy over longer hours. We chose to not upkeep that park or that play area and roped it off at the cost of a deputy. And while I know you'll be tempted to listen to law enforcement and their cries of being necessary, they have no evidence to back that up. Their clearance rate are horrendous. They don't stop crime. It's been shown the risk of jail doesn't even act as a deterrent. And they don't even solve crime at remotely good rates. If we had solid data for them to prove their efficacy, that would be another thing. But we actually have the opposite. And the only thing that we have pointing in their favor is them, many of which make well into the 6 figures. So they have a huge self-preservation interest that entirely clouds their judgment. This is why you need to wait for the data, and until then, let alternatives to 911 work. Let the sheriff prove he can comply with the dozens of other consent decree items. Do what you can to ensure the poor aren't punished before being found guilty, and then reevaluate the need for this expansion in a year's time.
Can you please wrap up your
Thank
comments, sir? Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comment. You have 2 minutes.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. Hi, my name is Laura Blosser, and I'm a member of District 1. I work as a senior project manager at UC Davis. I've worked with Kitchell Construction in the past, and I understand the commitment represented by initiating a design-build project. I'm completely opposed to providing $10 million to Kitchell for the initiation of a design-build competition for the new jail contract. The community spoke loud and clear back in 2019 that we wanted no new jails. Please listen to the community on this issue. There are other ways that the Mays consent decree can be met that do not involve building a new jail. As an architect, I understand the costs
involved with meeting the requirements of the Americans with Disabilities Act, and yet I believe that the county will achieve much more for its people by reducing the number of people in the jail instead of building a new facility. The very nature of jails and policing runs counter to providing a healthy environment for anyone, especially people with mental health issues. Studies show that brief jail stays for low-risk individuals with a mental illness can more than double recidivism rates. Help should be found in community initiatives, not jail cells. We do not need to sink more precious funds into this outdated infrastructure. Instead, I urge you to think creatively about how to meet the May's consent decree. Reducing the jail population seems like a good approach. I understand that right now 60% of the jail population is for people who are awaiting trial. I do not understand why the county expends resources to lock people up before their trial. They're not guilty. This seems like a major waste of resources, and simply changing this policy could mean major savings to the county jail budget. Community loved ones are inside this jail, and their needs are vital to our community. The county needs to focus on improving care inside the jails now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Hello, this is Rachel Schroeder. I'm a law student at UC Davis, and I've been working in Sacramento since May 2020 and plan on moving to Sacramento after graduation. On behalf of myself, for future clients, and the well-being of our community as a whole, I strongly urge you to please vote down all proposals for jail expansion. Because seriously, there's already a robust infrastructure in the community, from inpatient and outpatient mental health programs in the county's collaborative court system, the collaborative court system of drug and mental health courts, which, as you might know, is a system that works with the DA and probation and the public defender and the courts to make sure that people are not being put in jail but getting the actual help that they need. Along with just room and boards and community centers, there's already this infrastructure in our county that meets the needs of this huge unnecessary investment in the carceral system, this proposal for that says is needed. So I urge you to please invest this money instead in bolstering our residents' access to mental health and substance abuse diversion programs and inpatient treatment instead of warehousing more and more of our community in the jail. As for compliance with the lawsuit, monitoring reports already tell us that violations largely involve issues with policy, with training and staff compliance rather than with physical infrastructure. As many have noted tonight, too, the jail has demonstrated that every day that it cannot comply currently with existing policy. If anyone watches court live streams right now, they can see how many people in custody are missing their court dates because they're in medical isolation because of the huge COVID outbreak in the jail. More infrastructure is not going to solve that. Policy is going to solve that. Staffing issues are going to solve that. So spending huge budget allocations on new physical spaces is not the answer here. Please do not make the regrettable decision to try and solve issues of compliance by investing so much money in new facilities. Investing in a building means sinking a huge amount of money in a new space for the same old compliance issues to continue. Investing in people means reinvigorating staff training and mental health diversion programs. Please, invest in people, not buildings. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Hello. I'm a lifelong member of District 5. I wasn't planning on calling in today, but I'm really disheartened by, like everyone, by the disparity of time that was allocated, especially given that Decarcerate Sacramento had legal and mental health experts testifying with some of the most sound evidence that we heard all night. I'm alarmed that Mr. Ferguson kind of bombarded everyone with so much information about existing programs, but at the same time, it was kind of too much information for anyone to really absorb, and I think a lot of it was inaccurate. He stated multiple times that the cost of maintaining such programs that try to help get people out pretrial would exceed the cost of the jail expansion when Not Lewis conceded that they don't even know how much money that would cost. So there were inconsistencies in both of their claims, and I don't understand why programs like Public Defender pretrial weren't given a chance to talk about what they've been doing since this summer that's evidence is showing is effective in getting people out pretrial. And I really just urge you to listen to the community. I'm disheartened that when Supervisor Kennedy spoke, it sounded like he already had his mind made up before even listening to public comment. And I do want to commend Supervisors Cerna and Natali for listening to the community and engaging during the presentations and having meaningful questions. Please don't go forward with this. Thank you.
Thank you. Please please transfer the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Hello, yes, this is Jaleel Baker with the Sacramento NAACP Youth Council. Hello. Wake up, Board of Supervisors. I'm simply calling back to address the lack of empathy that has been displayed with this group. Public comment, as you all should know, is a trademark and integral part of society and public service. And as so-called public service...
Excuse me, sir.
And I heard that yawn, ma'am. Thank you.
Excuse me. Excuse me, sir. Can I ask you a question? You called before, didn't you? This is your second call.
No, ma'am. Public comment is a trademark and an integral part of society and public service. And as public servants, you should all be embarrassed by the way that each of you have sat there, scrolling on your phone, counting down the minutes, watching the clock, looking forward to the moment to cut somebody off and interrupt them. You should all be disappointed. We have all came out, community member after community member, in support of community options. There is a survey over 700 community members who are begging you not to do this. What more do you need? How much more outcry do you need to shake yourself from white privilege and your biased perspective? What is it going to take to get you to make the simple decision of choosing community over incarceration? We've been here sitting, pleading with you passionately, and we can't even get you to look up and make the right decision at that. Please, vote no on this jail expansion. Leave the right legacy for Sacramento. Please. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, I am 8, and I believe we shouldn't use the money to build jails for these reasons. The first reason is jails don't work. They don't teach people lessons, and they get people sick. In jails, COVID-19 spreads extremely fast. The next reason is people do bad things for a reason. They don't just do bad things because they want to. They do it because their family member died or got sick or they're poor. The last reason is we need to use the money for places where those people actually get better. Those are just some of the reasons why we shouldn't use the money to build jails. I also recommend the book From the Desk of Zoe Washington because it involves innocent people in jail.
Thank you.
Next caller, please.
What a beautiful citizen. Great job.
Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. My name is JL, and I first would like to say that I hate hearing all the huffing and puffing when we call in to state our feelings on everything. I would also like to say that I'm against this new jail expansion. I believe that it would be far more cheaper to spend money on jail prevention instead of a new jail. Can we first start by fixing the old jail that was built? I have a loved one currently in jail who suffers from mental health issues and has been sitting in jail for 2 years in pretrial status, dealing with all types of situations.
From that, I can tell you that the system is broken and needs real fixing. I can't believe that you guys think that this new structure will fix things. I can't help but think that you guys have never spent time in jail, because if you had, I doubt this expansion would even be a topic. I'd like to know how this new jail will be any different from the current one. Is there no way to make sure that folks who need mental health treatment get that without being put in jail? Is there no way to fix the current system in place instead of spending millions on a jail expansion? Sacramento is suffering. People are on the streets and without food, but there's enough money to build something that is ripping apart families, especially mine. This jail expansion is merely a Band-Aid on a deep, deep cut that may make money for you guys, but will be affecting people personally. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. This is Rose Cabral. I'm in District 1. I really want to thank all the community members who have been calling in to really advocate for those living with mental health challenges. It is amazing. I know how traumatic it is listening to the presentation, feeling like we're not being heard. I want to let you all know that I hear you and I see you. It means so much to see the community coming together. I wrote an email that I will read to the supervisors. My dad, Joey, lived with a mental illness. That diagnosis caused him to be trapped in the incarceral system and the mental health system for most of his life. It was a revolving door. My dad was resilient and able to get back on his feet many times, and here is what helped him. Having a team of people checking in on him and providing assistance, whether he needed dry socks, a warm meal, or someone to talk to. My dad was one of the lucky ones to get a spot in mental health court, and that care and consistent follow-up, and Judge Brown, who helped keep him on track, used the funds to expand that program. Being imprisoned in the Sacramento jail did not help my dad and was a waste of taxpayer dollars. When I went to the jail to visit my dad, which was a horrendous experience, it was atrocious. The conditions were horrible. I witnessed the stress placed on my dad that only exacerbated his mental health symptoms. What my dad needed was a safe place to be until his symptoms quieted, a place like Schmick. So use the funds to restore beds to Schmick. A shiny new building is not the answer. It will not provide a team of support for people who need it most. Instead, it will offer another place to stuff people into while we ignore the real root issues of systemic racism, lack of affordable housing, lack of consistent and comprehensive health care, and our justice system that does not provide any actual justice. My dad died on the streets.
Can you please conclude your comments, please?
I will. I'm on the last sentence. My dad died on the streets of Sacramento, a casualty of a society and a system that did not value his human life. My dad is gone, but there are thousands of others just like him who deserve care and respect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is... Okay, thank you. Hi, my name is Monica Madrid. I am a resident in District 5. I'm also an organizer for ACE here in Sacramento, where I work mostly in District 5 and District 2. But I'm calling to strongly oppose this jail expansion program. It looks like you're spending about $10 million, it looks like, to expand a jail program that is already flawed, when you can use that money to invest in community programs that could help keep people off the streets and keep people keep people out of jail. So I think that that's something that we really need to think about, is to try to make sure that if we're going to invest $10 million
in this, we should invest in programs that will prevent people from going to jail rather than getting more people in jail. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is T, and I live in District 1. And I'm calling in to let you know, like, this whole thing, the spectacle, this whole distraction is ridiculous. Y'all declared racism a public health crisis in November 2020. If you understood the carceral system, it disproportionately affects Black and brown community members. So investing more money into a carceral system that barely meets anything, like no one asked for this, so why is this being presented? And why aren't we reducing jails already that we could already be doing right now, that we should be working on? And also, why aren't we changing the way the staff, the way that infrastructure? Why are we letting them build another jail expansion and then having the same policies to further harm our community members? We should be investing this money into our communities. We need more social health workers. We need more healthcare workers. Talk about jobs, talk about healthier communities. This is an absolutely ridiculous idea. This will burden us for generations. So I just, the biggest purveyors of racism are police. So I don't understand how this makes any sense. So y'all look like huge hypocrites if you pass this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Frank, and I oppose the jail expansion for the fact that I remember there was a time when my sink broke down, and I realized I had no running water, and I had to wash my salad in my toilet and clean it off, and I had to toss it, thinking, wait, maybe the poo will go away. But in reality, it ended up being an extension of the poo that was from my toilet. So when you extend the incarceration of jails to other victims, it does not enact the policies of helping individuals. And I thank you for your time. Goodbye.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Yes, my name is Robin, and I'm a resident of District 3. I want to start by commenting on how callous you were, Supervisor Frost, during the Decarcerate Sacramento presentation. In the middle of describing the lack of care and death of a Sacramento County resident by jail staff, you felt it necessary to interrupt and tell them they only had 2 minutes left to discuss human life, all while allowing a 3-hour presentation about building a new building that will in no way address the mistreatment described. This, in a nutshell, is what you will be doing if you vote to approve spending a minimum of $200 million on a building and up to $1 billion over the next 25 years. Ignoring the actual human cost of jails, poor management, lack of humanistic treatment of those inside, and the overall well-being of not only those inside the jail, but the community at large. There is a consent decree because of the mistreatment and lack of care in the jail, not because the building isn't nice enough. I'm asking that you do not approve spending $10 million on a new jail expansion under the guise of providing better mental health care. You cannot throw money into a new building and expect the mismanagement of medical services, mental health services, mistreatment, and abuse of those living inside by officers paid by Sacramento County to just disappear. Not once have we heard about the progress within the jail to address the concerns of the consent decree. No policy changes, no improved conditions, no population reduction, or an increase in alternatives to incarceration. But we have reports from plaintiffs' counsel still discussing the systematic problems, and we constantly have to fight against new jail construction proposals. I implore you to start investing in our community by using this $10 million to invest in an already proposed alternatives to 911 program for those in mental health crises and other alternatives to incarceration. We need to keep people out of jails and build systems of care instead. Vote no on spending this $10 million on jail expansion. Stop the project altogether and get back the money that has not yet been spent. We need care, not changes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Lynn Williams, and I grew up in Meadowview. I am a graduate of Luther Burbank High School back in the 80s when it was called Blood Bank. I swore when I graduated from high school that I would never come back to Sacramento because it was such a hellhole, and I had experienced firsthand abuse from law enforcement and what racism really looks like in this city. I want to say that my community has asked me to come back. They've asked me to come back and be a voice because they understand the privilege that I have to call in spaces like this when they don't. I also want to tell you that I am a mother, and I have received phone calls from my children, from family, from friends, from community members, from the current jail facilities that we have. I've heard those suffering from mental health crises in the background during some of those calls. The building of another facility is a matter of perpetuating racism. So I call you right now tonight, and I come to you for my ancestors who died en route to America in the Atlantic Ocean, those who killed themselves during slavery, those who were murdered and lynched during Jim Crow and lynching laws all throughout the South. I come to you because of redlining. I also come to you because I have a 8-year-old and an 11-year-old who's been listening to this meeting tonight, and they want to know why you want to build another jail. And so here is my 11-year-old, Idris, who wants to say,
don't build any more jails because it will just create more stuff for more black people to go in.
So if an 11-year-old and the 8-year-old that called in before, and if the your high school student that called in before can tell you these things, that means that they see these things. That means that they understand these things, and you don't understand these things. You don't understand the trauma. You don't understand the harm. You don't understand the oppression when you get involved in the carceral system. And it's doing what it's supposed to do. This is the intent and design of our founding fathers who said that we're going to protect white men and nobody else. And I don't know that you're listening because we keep calling in. We keep saying the same things and we keep revisiting these problems and y'all don't listen.
Can you please wrap up your comments?
And my 8-year-old can figure it out. I need y'all to figure it out.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller.
Before we bring the next caller, we have...
No, at the end.
Oh, at the end. Okay. Thank you. We only have, I think, 4 or 5 more. Thank you.
Please transfer the caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Am I on air?
Yes. Please start with your comments.
Thank you. I got to admit, I do dig that hold music. Good evening. I want to first acknowledge we are all on Nisenan land, and I am in District 2. Speaking of the land, what could be an important way to honor Native Americans in our community who form an important part of the origin story of every single one of you who can hear my voice? How about honoring the land by listening to every single community member who has called in tonight in opposition of this jail expansion on this land, and by not ignoring the community voices just because you believe they may not reflect the population? This is related to agenda item number 2. I want you to know for every person who calls in, we have friends, family, coworkers who trust us, who look to us for how to vote on initiatives, who they should vote for. Matter of fact, I reached out to a busy cousin today and said, hey, Prima, sign this petition, send these emails, call in the meeting tonight. Well, she didn't have time to call, but she's an example of one person whom I influence. So we may not be as well resourced as a sheriff's department that consistently becomes more well resourced because of decisions like the ones we've opposed tonight, but make no mistake, we are here. We are a powerful web of humanity that you should not ignore, but work with, as we are a force to be reckoned with clearly. I have a couple of equity tips for someone who presented earlier. Don't assume the gender of incarcerated people. Something was said like, we meet him where he's at. Many incarcerated people are women, and not everyone identifies as a cisgender man or woman. Also, you said good evening to the supervisors. You should have also addressed the public because we are supposed to be an important part of this decision process in a democracy. I guess all this word choice is pretty telling. Finally, in honor of International Women's Day on March 8th, I have a true-false question for everybody. On March 10th, 2021, Supervisor Sue Frost, in honor of International Women's Day and Women's History Month, joined other equity-minded and forward-thinking supervisors and voted against the recklessly irresponsible jail expansion and helped end systemic racism and mass incarceration. True or false? Well, everyone, I guess we'll find out tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next call, please. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Linda Jones. I'm a registered nurse and longtime homeowner and resident of District 3 with Rich Desmond. I'm calling to request that you vote no. We need to use our limited county funds for alternative mental health and to help those that are unhoused rather than increasing incarceration and increasing funding for more jail. Again, I appreciate you voting no this evening on this. Thank you.
Next caller, please.
Thank you.
Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Dr. Alicia Sparks, and I have a PhD in public health with an emphasis on mental health and substance use. And I'm going to urge you today to vote no on this proposition. We have a pretty substantial body of evidence that shows that incarceration leads to a historical legacy of intergenerational trauma that lasts for decades. So the answer to fixing or helping people is not to increase incarceration, but rather to use the robust evidence base around how we help people with mental health issues work to address their issues. And that's through treatments and that's through social services, not through the prisons. So I urge you today to vote no and help those who are in the greatest need of help in our communities. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next caller, please. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Ibrahim, and I'm an organizer with ACE and a member of Decarcerate Sacramento. I don't feel that I have a whole lot to say because the community has spoken. Pretty simply, we know that the expansion project will not meet the consent decree. We also know that we have conditions inside the jail that can and should and need to be addressed right now. And in the beginning of the pandemic, we were on a good track. We were reducing the jail population, but we're not doing that as we should in this moment. And that when it comes to the issues that face our communities, we need to focus on prevention rather than trying to fix things after the fact. I remember the first time that I ever went to the Sacramento County Jail. It was because a friend of mine had been put in jail for a couple of days, and I will always remember just what it felt like to sit on the other side of the glass and look him in the eyes, and his eyes were gaunt, and he was extremely, extremely stressed. And he wasn't stressed about the folks that he was inside with. He told me he spoke really positively about the other community members that he made friends with, and he actually relied on them those couple of days that he was in there. What he spoke to me about was the culture, how even in just a couple of days, everything from the food to the way the guards, the dynamics, all spoke to a culture of torture inside the jail. And more recently, I've had a friend gone to pick someone up who was exiting the jail, and hearing about how there was no COVID protections to keep them safe whilst they were in there. And very interesting, just seeing rats outside the jail digging holes were testament to the fact that it's an inhumane place to keep human beings. And I just want to shout out the community for coming out in force and educating the Board of Supervisors. And I would like to juxtaposition of...
Can you please wrap up your comments, sir?
Sure. Britt Ferguson's comments in his presentation that was 3 hours long against what was said by an 8-year-old and an 11-year-old. I think that we have the information that is needed. I think we should reverse the format and have the community present for 3 hours, and staff can comment on that after we're done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Hello?
Hi, go ahead and start with your comments.
Hi, my name is Jemiah, and if I was old enough to vote, I would vote no on expanding the jail. You guys should take care of the people that's already in the jail first before you start spending a lot of money on another jail. Fix the problem. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, please send the last caller. Okay, I'm being told that the last caller has hung up, so that's your final call.
Okay, we have Supervisor Cerna in the queue.
All right, thank you. And again, I want to start by thanking all the members of the public that waited so patiently to address the board. And it's clear to all of us that there's a lot of frustration that comes with waiting through a very detailed presentation. So I want to certainly acknowledge your patience and thank you for it. I know it's never easy, but the fact that so many stayed on the line for hours, I think adds to the fact that many in this community see this as a very big decision, and rightfully so. So just want to start with that, Madam Chair. I think there's oftentimes there's oftentimes for us on the board where I think we are given choices, alternatives, and those are choices and alternatives on a whole host of things. It could be on any aspect of the policies that we can affect here at the county, or the resources that we have control over. And, I'll be the first to say that I think we have some of the best staff around. And we asked Mr. Ferguson and Ms. Edwards, our interim county CEO, to put together a workshop. And I think the process was that our senior staff were going to go to all 5 board members and ask, what would you like to see in that workshop? And I think that's one of the reasons why it was such a thorough and if not lengthy presentation. So I think, I want to acknowledge staff for listening to the board and for doing what we asked. And you probably received a lot of different input from all 5 of us in terms of what would go into your presentation. But the point I want to stress here is that we have to rely on our professional staff, including our county council, especially our county council, to help us make informed decisions and to tell us what our choices are when we're faced with difficult decisions. And this is certainly one of those times for me. I would say, 95% of the time, I think there's a strong case that's made early about going in a particular direction. But it doesn't mean that, at least speaking for myself, that we come to the dais in open session each time with our minds completely made up. And for me, this is one of those instances. I think early on, whether it was in closed session or an open session, talking about this complicated matter that has a very, very big impact on our general fund, that I felt early on that this was something that had already been distilled down to kind of a singular option. Now, the more and more that I hear from, certainly from the community, which has affected the way I've been thinking about this, and I don't know that any of us actually received anything but opposition to this action. I know I didn't. I can't cite one constituent that reached out to me and said, I support the action of giving, doing a $10 million contract to provide this new facility. And I did receive those hundreds of emails, and we certainly heard all the people call in tonight and in previous meetings. But for me, I wanted to maintain an open mind about this. And so what I've concluded is that I don't feel comfortable making such a big decision about such a big appropriation for this particular capital investment when I still feel like there is missing information. And by that I mean, especially when you look at the compliance monitoring reports, many of the things that are cited in those reports have to do with the behavior, the culture, and the way interaction occurs between jailers and those that are incarcerated in our jails. It makes me think even more that there is the potential to look at this not just singularly as a capital investment for a facility that satisfies a decree. For me, I think we deserved the constituents we served deserve more time from us and staff to consider how we can affect as much the culture and behavior and relationship between jailer and prisoner as much as the potential of investing in a very costly facility. So I'll end with just underscoring the fact that those that have been calling my office, emailing my office, asking for meetings, Zoom calls, I certainly have, again, approached it with an open mind. And because of that, I will not be supporting staff's recommendation tonight.
Thank you, Supervisor Cerna. Supervisor Kennedy. Oops.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Supervisor Cerna, for often saying the things that I'm thinking. As far as public input and comment, contrary to what people think, I did not come here today with my mind made up, and regardless of any comments I've made thus far today, I woke up this morning with a completely open mind. As when I came in and sat down in this chair, I had a very open mind. And, I come out this with a slightly different perspective as some, perhaps, in that I was one of the board members that was in the mediation with the litigants that led to the consent decree. And there were a lot of talks of what was started as a tower, turned into an annex, and then became what I think is more appropriately phrased as a medical and behavioral health facility. I actually have been supportive of this facility from the beginning. And let me tell you why. It really wasn't even because of the consent decree. It was because I, just as the other four of us and so many in this room and out in the community, have had an opportunity to tour our jail facility, and I think it's atrocious. I do think that we need to, and we should have, frankly, decades ago, invested money into that facility. Not because I believe in further incarceration, not because I believe in increasing the number of people who are incarcerated, but because I do believe that the people who are incarcerated are just that. They're people. And the conditions at the jail, I believe, are not what people who, regardless of their status in life and maybe what they have done or haven't done, alleged to have done, they deserve to be treated in a humane fashion with dignity. And I believe that's missing in that facility. So I have come, here on many occasions and talked about the need to improve the physical plant, the capital, with capital expenditures on that facility. I still believe that. I believe that we will continue to kick the can down the road, and the people who are there, whether they are waiting trial or have been tried or have, now that we're a prison and not a jail facility, thanks to the movements by the state, they're much longer than that building was ever intended to hold people. I do think that we need to invest in it, and particularly in those areas that we have talked about. That being said, when I was on the mediation team, that was pre-COVID, that was pre-economic disaster, that was even before we knew of other things that were going to happen that would eventually have a significant impact and negative impact on our general fund, which funds so many of the programs that people called about today and that we all think are so important in serving the people of this community. So that changes the way I look at this idea of this proposal tonight. The other thing that does, as Supervisor Cerna alluded to, is the compliance report. When I read the compliance report, I'm convinced that there are so many things that we could do from an operational standpoint. And that's not to minimize the need, as I said before, of improvements on the physical plant, but we're not there yet. Until we exhaust these things that I think we need to exhaust, and that's the way that we handle the people in the jail, before we exhaust the efforts that we are making. And by the way, for the public and those who called in, those who didn't call in but are watching or listening or going to read this at some point, the county's doing a phenomenal job in really trying to beat the bushes to find areas in which we can lower the jail population. Mr. Ferguson did what we asked him to do. He came before us today and he outlined a number of those efforts. I think that those efforts have to have time to come to fruition. I think that there are other opportunities out there that we can take advantage of if we do something bold. And that being bold means to look at this differently than we have looked at it in the past. And I think that I am of the belief that we have not exhausted other areas in which we can both meet the needs of our community, but also meet the needs and the letter and the intent of the consent decree. That's not to say that sometime down the road we won't be there. I'm not there now. I don't think that this is an expenditure that makes sense right now when we have so many other things that we could do that would have immediate impact, immediate results that are outlined in the monitoring plan and other documents without spending the amount of money that we're talking about spending. So I too will not be in support of staff recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to all the very passionate public comments. I don't know who isn't moved by many of these comments, and I really thank people for calling in and staying on the phone for so long. I also want to thank Britt for the presentation about all of these programs that we're doing in Sacramento County. I mean, some really great work is being done. Like Britt said, a lot of it seems like maybe disjointed. Some departments are not talking to each other, and I think that's extremely important to make sure it is more of a coordinated effort, so we're not duplicating efforts. I came into this meeting when I first found out about this after during the campaign and getting elected, very, very uneasy with the notion of tying our hands on such a large project, which, it's not an expansion of jail for jail capacity. It is a moral obligation I think we all have, and I think everybody on this dais agrees with that we have the obligation to make sure we have a facility that treats people more compassionately, more humanely, with state-of-the-art and the best treatment available to them. And I know we all feel that obligation. What I'm very troubled by is the uncertainty of what all these other programs that you talked about at length, Britt, what they get us. And I know that it seems to me we'll never get away from the need to have a facility with better mental and physical health treatment, because the reality of our society is we're always going to have people incarcerated, and they're always going to have those kinds of needs. My question is to council is, what happens? Practically, and you've probably had this discussion. What happens if we don't approve this and we keep moving down the road and hopefully evaluating these other programs to see maybe what that gets us? Can you explain what the practical implications would be in terms of complying with the settlement agreement?
Well, I think as we've said before, there's not a specific date where all of these things have to be accomplished. If we don't accomplish these things, we are at risk of breaching the settlement agreement and the consent decree, which would then put us into the realm of court. So there's certainly a risk of that. I will note that, the plaintiff's attorneys have not weighed in. They didn't call in. They didn't oppose this project. We've been talking with them, and maybe Britt and staff can weigh in on this. They, from my understanding, believe that this is a project that will help us get to the consent decree, especially for the medical and mental health components of it. So there is certainly a risk of upsetting the plaintiff's counsel and upsetting the consent decree by not taking this action. Of course, it's well within the board's authority to do that, but I will tell you that there is a strong risk of that happening. So I just caution you about that. Again, there's not a specific date that we have to have anything built, but it's ongoing monitoring and ongoing progress is important to show the court and the plaintiff's counsel. And in my opinion, this could jeopardize that.
Okay. And I appreciate that. And this may sound just kind of flippant, but is there a consent decree compliance committee that could be put together with representatives from the other side to talk about all these different programs and all these different things we're doing in the county and what that might get us?
Britt, you might want to discuss what kind of ongoing communications and committees you have.
I appreciate that. Yeah.
I will say that our office is in regular communication with plaintiff's counsel. And in fact, I've just been informed that we have a meeting scheduled with them tomorrow to discuss what action the board is going to take and what action they will take tonight. So they are certainly monitoring it. And again, ongoing communication. If there's anything that Britt would like to add about other committees to answer your question, I'd welcome him to do that.
Thank you. So I'm not going to be able to add a lot to that. I think there has been ongoing discussions with the plaintiff's attorneys through county council. I think, the message that we've gotten from them is that they are certainly open and happy to see any efforts to reduce the population of the jail. But they're not going to not hold us accountable for meeting our obligations under the consent decree because we're making efforts to reduce the population of the jail. And so I think, as was said, we don't know how they'll respond because, we're not required to, we weren't anticipating having it built today. But if we stop moving forward on this, I think we'll have to see how they respond, and that will probably, part of that will play into what else is happening in terms of things that are being done. But it would certainly be it would certainly be taken as I think there would be a question about the commitment of our commitment to meeting the obligations under the decree.
Okay. Well, thank you. That's helpful. And then in terms of the compliance reports and a lot of reference to those reports, and say, for instance, the sheriff is not complying with certain things when it comes to training or something like that. Is there a separate mechanism in that consent decree to hold, say, the sheriff accountable individually for not complying with that?
Well, my understanding of the way the consent decree operates is that the county has agreed to the consent decree. Of course, the only way to compel the sheriff to do something would be then to seek a court order if he or she was not complying with what they were supposed to be doing. That all goes into the monitoring reports. And my understanding is that the sheriff's department has a team working with other people in the county to make sure that they are complying. And I don't think there's been an allegation of willful noncompliance, and everyone's working towards the same goal. So at this point, I don't think that is an issue. Obviously, I think it's been mentioned COVID has impacted a lot of the things that were supposed to be done in the last year in the jail and other places, but they're certainly working cooperatively with other county staff, correctional health, county council, CEO's office to make sure that we're all working together to implement the consent decree requirements.
Thank you. I think that's good. That's responsive to I think some of the comments,
Yes.
some of the public comments, and it's also good to know that it's not kind of an all or nothing thing. There are components of the consent decree that the enforcement of which could be pursued maybe separately from specifically the construction of the correctional health facility, for instance.
I will also add, just on the enforcement issue, the plaintiffs have an absolute right at any time to file enforcement actions against the sheriff, the county, to enforce the provisions of the consent decree if they feel that we're not meeting the requirements. So that is something that I'm not saying that it would happen if we don't approve this contract, but looking forward in the future, that's something that we will need to be prepared for if, in fact, we can't or aren't showing good faith efforts of meeting the consent decree.
Great. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Natoli.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. And I know it's been a long afternoon thus far, and I certainly appreciate the patience that's been exhibited by those who've called in, and certainly the effort that went in from our staff to prepare to make the presentation, and all those who weighed in. And not unlike other times we've talked about this topic or related topics, obviously there was some very compelling testimony. And I want to just say from the get-go, I think that, whatever action we take here this evening going forward, there's no lack of commitment by this county and its leadership to doing what we need to do to address the deficiencies that certainly have been pointed out through a judicial process, but also ones that I think are acknowledged by folks here at the dais, and certainly those who are given the day-to-day responsibilities to provide for custody and care of folks that are in our criminal justice system, but certainly in our jail facilities. I would say, as I said earlier, and I appreciate the comments from my colleagues, that having had the chance over the last couple of days to really dive deep into the monitoring reports, and certainly to get some sense, again, point in time, as I said much earlier this afternoon, of, I think, where we are and acknowledging the progress that's been made. But I think going, in my view, much deeper than just the facility deficiencies. And I think a couple of my colleagues, one said, to maybe act boldly and to, I think, in my words, to redouble our efforts to begin not only in the process of, I think, recalibrating how we approach this, because with what was been talked about by some of my colleagues here, to not go forward doesn't mean we don't have deficiencies in the existing facilities. It's clear. It's clear in the consent decree. It's clear in the reports. It's clear from the testimony we hear and from our own visits to our facilities. And it would seem to me that we would be better guided in our actions to look at, what needs to be done. Obviously, population reduction has been talked about quite a bit here. That helps with, some of the, quote, space deficiencies. But as I read the monitoring reports, and I'll point this out, and I'm sure others saw this as well, and one caller commented on it, some things that are relatively simple relative to privacy, to allowing medical personnel to confer and to maybe diagnose folks' conditions in a way that do meet HIPAA standards, and recognizing that there may be some ADA deficiencies as it relates to the facilities. And I've got to say that what's occurred to me as I've listened here this afternoon, this evening, is that, and having sat through many budget cycles with very competent, capable staff, and certainly with a lot of community input, that this isn't just a matter of putting money towards a problem or dedicating ourselves to building a facility or correcting facility deficiencies. This, to what some of my colleagues have said, and I think all have alluded to, it's going to require not only this board's commitment, but a commitment of folks up and down the chain of responsibility, is to treat people the way we want to be treated. And certainly that goes for everything we do in life, but where folks are in a capacity where they're, basically they're in the care and custody, and people might take care as being, a bad choice of words, but certainly in custody, to treat people the way we want to be treated, and the way we want our loved ones treated. For the grace of God, it might be one of us or one of our loved ones that's there. And I think to be treated respectfully, with dignity, with the best that we can do under whatever conditions, and that requires us having capable, competent people in charge of both the medical and the mental health, as well as the overall operations of our jail facilities. And so I guess I'm going to suggest that because I don't intend to support going forward with the recommendation here this evening, and I'm also going to suggest that we, spend some time looking at recalibrating, our approach. Certainly, we know we've got deficiencies in our facilities, but also how do we, as a board, and I'll speak for myself on this, how do we help us get quickly to some of the systemic process-related issues that really do, I think, affect the cultural aspect of some of the things that either do or don't happen in our jail and in our jail facilities, and to people, again, who are human beings like all of us here in this room and all those that are tuned in and watching this. And so, again, I don't think anybody has all the answers, and I think we run obviously some risk, and I appreciate both Britt's presentation and certainly council's acknowledgement of that. But I think, again, this board, accepting the responsibility we all have to, weigh in on decisions like this, I see this as a watershed moment. And it's one where, again, I'm not going to leave here this evening with an answer around it, but I think we know we've got some initiatives in place. People are working at them, but I think we really do need to be more bold in our approach. And some of that's both within the facilities, but certainly in the things we do in our community. So, with that being said, I don't intend to support the staff recommendation. I appreciate the work, certainly that Britt and Ann and our general services, Mr. Villanueva and others have done, bring this to us, certainly our consultants. But I think we need to approach this differently with, finally, I would say last thing is that we are committed to improving the conditions and to doing that as quickly as we can, and to make and sustain those activities. And if we need to redouble our efforts when it comes to hiring folks, because some of the deficiency I noted, we don't have personnel in place. How do you address people's health needs? And COVID has complicated all of that. So again, I would just suggest those are some starters that maybe, easy to say and much harder to do. But again, with all due respect to a recommendation brought to us this evening, I will be voting against it as well.
Thank you, Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you, Chair. Just in terms of the procedure, I suspect I can make a motion to deny and then amend that to maybe do some other things based on what I've heard from Supervisor Kennedy, Supervisor Natoli, and what I identified as well, which is much of the substance, the content of those monitoring reports, I think had a great deal to added a great deal for all of us to think about, and certainly it was cited by some of the advocates. But I don't want to see it, those accounts wasted, so to speak. I'd like to, in the form of a motion, make the motion to deny staff's recommendation, but also to have staff kind of synthesize what has been documented in those reports that can be, and I don't know if it goes back in a closed session or open session. I'd leave that to county council's discretion, but it seems to me we have in those reports something to work around in terms of what many of us have been talking about, which is the real need to affect the culture. And what I would say is some of the lower hanging fruit, which is to affect the behaviors before we start, spending tens of millions on facilities. So that would be my motion.
And I would second your motion, Mr. Cerna. Madam Chair, if I could, I wanted to add one other thing, and it's to be complimentary that I think that we, again, for all the frustration for folks waiting on the phone and so forth, I mean, this is actually the first time on this particular topic we've had any substantive discussion that has been more comprehensive, whatever people think about the information, and the fact that we had the daylight on this, that we're talking about it, we're talking about the monitoring approach, we're talking about the consent decree, we're talking about what we need to do as a county. We've heard from our facilities folks, and obviously we may still get the budget discussions this evening as well. But I think that is that's a very important movement forward in the way this board, I think, brings matters through our staff to the public for discussion. And I think it goes back to your point. I just want to say on the motion too, it may be that we convene some folks and we actually get folks, I know Ms. Damiano was honest, but Sandy could speak to us. We could have others who are in the jail. We could have it's not just the experts that are monitoring us, but we have experts that we've employed. And I think to really, spend some time.
Or representatives from the Sheriff's Department.
Sure, yeah, that's absolutely. So anyway, I would second your motion, and if there's any other components, it certainly gives some more direction around it. But thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Natoli. So I guess I'll make a few comments. I first want to thank all the people who called in, and thank you for all your patience. I want you all to know that Decarcerate made arrangements ahead of time for the timing for tonight. I think partly because we knew we had such a busy schedule and it was going to run late, and so we were trying to manage the time. So I'm sorry for the frustration, but appreciate your patience. I'm remembering back to when I first got elected, and I think it was back in 2017 or 18. There were a couple times when the sheriff came forward with plans to try to take advantage of some grant funds to improve the jails, and it never quite worked out. There was never the will of the board there to do that. But in not taking advantage of those grant funds, we lost, if my memory serves, something like $60 million that we left behind. And I know there was rationale with some of the board members that the cost for that money was too high. But it's never easy when you're looking at facilities like this. And I remember when we were talking about the jails and the condition in the jails, not just RCCC, but the tower. We did a study. We learned that in order to bring that tower to ADA compliance, we would lose a third of the capacity of it. And so, I think that was part of the rationale for trying to add, some square footage that would accommodate some of those sensitive inmates who really shouldn't be in such a harsh environment, that should be a better intake that would be more suitable and better treatment for those kind of people. I think the way Supervisor Kennedy described it was appropriate. The conditions in the facilities in the jails are not what they should be, and that's why we're where we're at today. That's why we have this consent decree. And I remember when we were going through those negotiations and talking with the attorneys that it really came down to we've been negotiating this for years, and if you don't settle with this, it's going to be much worse. And so hence the consent decree. It was a settlement, and it was our agreement to move forward in good faith and improve our intake and increase our time out of cell, and improve our mental health, medical, dental, the physical aspects of the jail and the treatment in the jail. And that meant we would have to have far more personnel, but it also meant that we would have to update some of the buildings that were built in the 70s and have not been improved since, and can't be, have limitations on what we can do to make them compliant with ADA and to bring them to meet the demands of the consent decree. I'm sensitive to the mental health issue. I agree with I agree in a large amount of what the doctors and the professionals with Decarcerate were saying around mental health. I think a big part of the problem that we have in society is the failure of our mental health system, and I think law enforcement has done their best to try to, pick up the pieces and improve their business model to address some of those holes, that people were falling through to help people. But we have a long way to go to get to where we need to be to improve the services in our community for seriously mentally ill people. And they don't belong. It would be better if they weren't in jails. It would be far better if they could get to help before it gets to that. And so, and I do know how it feels I've been in the jail, I've toured the jail. I have had, my little brother was in the jail. He was an inmate. God rest his soul. He's no longer with us. And I know what it feels like to have someone you love on the other side and not be sure if they're going to be okay, especially when you come from, you just want them to be safe. So I do understand that. And that is part of the reason that I supported the grant that Sheriff Jones had, tried to put forward to the board. I think I was the only one at the time that supported it, and there was even a grand jury investigation about that. Why didn't the board approve that? And I also, feel like, we made a good faith commitment to do our best. I'm disappointed. I do think we have a lot more to do to address the community concerns of tonight, but I'm disappointed that after all the work that we weren't able to move forward, with this, I can't remember what we called it. It's not a tower. It's it's for mental and medical. It's for mental health and medical, and it's to improve, the conditions in our jails. And so I would have supported it tonight. And I know there will be people upset with me, but I think it's a step forward in at a time when we need to find a way to improve the conditions in our jail and live up to our consent decree. And so those are my comments. And so we do have a motion to deny staff's recommendation and motion by Supervisor Cerna and a second by Supervisor Natoli. And I see Supervisor Natoli has some additional
Just a question
comments.
before you call the vote, because
Sure.
I think, and again, not to predetermine the vote here, but I think it will require some subsequent conversation, maybe as soon as the vote's taken, about, because we have a contract, we heard from the contractor that was proceeding down a certain path. The motion here is to deny this next element of that. So I think, if it's not this evening, then it needs to come back to us before any more work is done as it relates to the Nocton Lewis portion of this. But just in general, I think you're probably going to need to seek some more direction from this board. So I don't want to interrupt the voting process. But I think it's really important, because we've already, but it's been said here that we can terminate that relationship if we choose to at any juncture. But before we spend any more money, we need to have some sense about, what else this board, and you're going to need some direction about what we want to do if it has anything involving facilities at all. So just would note that.
Where does it go if we don't approve it? Where does this go?
Well, it ends the conversation
the
on this
request
one.
was to approve a different contract, not the Nocton Lewis contract. So the Nocton Lewis is still under contract, and I don't know how Britt or Ann may know how much is left, but at this point, there's still maybe other work that Nocton Lewis is doing besides designing or criteria architecture work on that facility. So staff will have to explore, and county council, what tasks are remaining, but you're not approving a separate new contract. I don't believe you need staff recommendation, but obviously it appears from what the sentiment of the majority of the board is tonight that we'll have to bring something back. At your suggestion, I think that was in your motion, Supervisor Cerna. And, I'll certainly be scheduling a closed session to discuss the implications of the litigation and the consent decree. And at that point, we can inform the board and make recommendations with that issue.
You may know a lot more by this time tomorrow.
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay.
So I guess to answer your question, I don't know if there's anything else you need to do except for except for vote on the motion, and then staff and council will reconvene and discuss what we'll be bringing back either in closed session and in open session as well.
And just to be clear, an affirmative vote is to deny. I know that sometimes gets confusing.
Right.
Yes. Thank you. So we have a motion to deny staff's recommendation, second by Supervisor Natoli. Please vote.
And the motion carries with Supervisor Frost recording a no vote.
Okay, thank you. And now it's 9:15 p.m. and we had thought about possibly continuing item 1, or what is the will of the board? It's getting kind of late.
So we would very much like to present the budget policies to you this evening, if you're up for that. The mid-year report could wait till another date, which would cut down some of the time this evening. But if it's the will of the board, we would like to do the budget policy presentation, and then we could continue the mid-year.
To our next meeting, maybe?
I think we looked, Flo and I talked, I think we talked about the 30th after the 911 presentation, or before, or it was on the 30th.
Okay, Supervisor Cerna.
Thanks, Chair. My concern about going forward with the budget priorities or policies is I want to know whether or not we had people in the queue. Do we still have people in the queue for that?
Let me double check. We had.
It is late, and I don't.
It is late. Yeah.
I don't want to do this under the.
No, we do not any
Okay,
any
that
longer.
makes me even more concerned.
Yeah.
Because
we had one earlier, right?
Correct,
Flo?
but they hung up.
yeah, I just think if we do that, I think we could be subject to criticism that we tried to get this done when it wasn't convenient for the public.
Yeah,
don't know if
does this have to be done this week? Is there a way we can schedule a special meeting maybe to address this?
We can do that. We are very much in the need of developing a proposal for next year's budget, and these budget policies will help guide how we do that. But we could schedule. I mean,
What's the, Madam?
Yeah, please.
Madam Chair, I totally agree with you, and I don't know how others feel, but I'd be completely amenable of a special meeting or a Wednesday that's not already scheduled, so whatever the soonest would be, because I agree with Ms. Edwards that this is something that sequentially needs to occur starting about now for us to, have it firm up for May and June.
And there's some pretty substantive items in that discussion. I mean, obviously, you're bringing a set of recommendations, but I think that you're going to, there's interest, obviously, by all this board, and others have expressed interest as they've kind of seen the staff report. So I would agree. I would be more than willing to need to set another meeting date and do it quickly and, with some notice to folks.
Yeah, I think we can rearrange things so that we can make it as soon as possible. I'm amenable to that. Are you amenable to that, Supervisor Desmond and Kennedy?
I was ready to stay here till 1, but yes.
Oh, you'd rather stay.
Well, we can do that too.
You and your new guy caucus, man.
Oh my goodness.
You got to do it at least once, though. That's right.
Okay, so I think we're all thinking it'd be better to come back when we're fresh for a special meeting and give the public a chance to be
I can answer.
present.
So how about Wednesday, the 17th?
And let the record show that I did not shut down a night meeting.
I know.
That's right. You did not. That's Mr. Kennedy.
You may be wearing a mask, but I saw you grinning from ear to ear.
I'll have to rearrange my schedule, but I'm sure I'm sure we can figure it out.
Yeah.
We'll
So one additional question: do you want to do the mid-year report tonight and get that out of the way? The public commenters were on the policies.
Yeah.
I mean, it's up to you. We can, whatever you want.
How long do you think that'll take?
About 2 hours, Britt?
Half an hour.
I want to knock it out.
Okay, they want to knock it out.
Okay.
We're in.
But you're going to work with our office on the 17th about time and so forth. Like I said, I don't have a calendar down here that can tell me.
Okay, so are we continuing then the budget policies to March 17th, and I'll do a time certain when I work it out with your staff?
Do you need a motion on it?
Yeah, we do need a motion to
I'll move it.
continue that.
Second by Supervisor Desmond, first by, motion by.
Kennedy didn't second that one?
Stuttering, it's getting late. Please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Good evening, Britt.
Still today, it's not tomorrow yet.
Yeah.
So what you're hearing now is to receive a second quarter fiscal status report and approve an appropriation adjustment request for various departments.
I am missing a little clicker here for the PowerPoint, so. Thank you. Thank you. Well, once again, Britt Ferguson, Interim Chief Fiscal Officer, wearing a slightly different hat. As your board is aware, each year at this time, we conduct a comprehensive review of the county's current year fiscal situation, focusing particularly on the general fund, based on 6 months worth of actual revenue and expenditures, and taking into account any other information available to them. Departments project categorical revenue and expenditures, categorical meaning dedicated revenue to their departments, and expenditures through the end of the fiscal year. Analysts in my office then review those projections and the rationale behind them and suggest revisions if appropriate. At the same time, we update our discretionary and semi-discretionary revenue estimates for the current fiscal year. This information, 1, enables us to address any current year budget issues in a timely manner, and 2, provides preliminary ending fund balance estimates for all funds but particularly for the general fund. And again, you'll notice I said preliminary ending fund balance estimates because these numbers are, for the most part, just that, estimates, which reflect assumptions that may or may not come to pass. As the current fiscal year progresses, we will revise these numbers as new data becomes available. With regard to the general fund's fiscal status, in summary, based on department's revenue and expenditure projections and our estimates of discretionary revenue and reimbursements, the general fund would end the current fiscal year with an available, that is unreserved, fund balance of approximately $79.4 million. However, actual ending balance numbers have historically been higher than second quarter projections, primarily because net county costs typically comes in lower than projected. On average, for the last 3 fiscal years, prior to fiscal year 2019-20, which was an anomalous year, as we all know, because of COVID-19, actual net county cost was 4% lower than the second quarter estimate. In part because of the COVID-19 pandemic, there is more uncertainty about this year's second quarter estimates, so we have taken a slightly conservative approach and assumed that net county costs will end up coming in 3% lower than the department's second quarter estimates. If that turns out to be the case, the available ending fund balance would be approximately $103.5 million. And finally, as part of this budget item, we are proposing to adjust the budget and allocate $68.9 million in additional semi-discretionary, that's realignment and Proposition 172 reimbursements to departments, not for new expenditures, but to offset net county costs that is otherwise projected to be spent this year. If the board approves this adjustment, the projected ending available fund balance would increase to approximately $172 million. This is just slightly more than the current year budgeted net beginning available fund balance of $168.3 million, which is good news, very good news, but not unalloyed good news, and I will talk a little bit about more about that later. This table summarizes the results of our updated discretionary revenue estimates and department second quarter revenue and expenditure projections. And it's sort of hard to see there, but I'll just sort of describe what's going on. The projected $79.4 million ending available fund balance, this is what's based on departmental projections, is the result of a number of factors, including a projected $25.6 million or 4% increase in discretionary revenue and reimbursements, a projected $12 million or 2% decrease in semi-discretionary reimbursements before the budget adjustments recommended as part of this agenda item, a projected $97.7 million or 6% decrease in department's categorical revenue and reimbursements, and a projected $162.5 million or 5% reduction in expenditures. I'll talk a little bit about each of these in turn. This table summarizes our discretionary revenue and reimbursement projections. Before getting into how our most recent projections are different from the adjusted budget, just a couple notes. First, secured VLF in lieu property tax at around $471 million is by far our largest discretionary revenue and reimbursement source, at almost 66% of the total. So even a relatively small percentage change can result in a significant increase or decrease in revenue. This category is generally what drives our year-over-year changes in discretionary revenue, though it doesn't typically change that much during a fiscal year. Once the secured tax roll is established, it usually stays pretty much the same. Supplemental property tax, which you can see there, is an important early indicator of what we can expect in terms of growth in the secured roll in the next fiscal year. As you probably know, the way property tax works is that when a property is sold or new construction occurs, and that property is reassessed, that increase in value results in the receipt of supplemental property tax revenue in the year it occurs, and then the new value gets added to the secured roll in the succeeding year. Supplemental property tax revenue has been hovering around $5 million annually for the last few years, and we have been seeing annual increases in secured VLF in lieu property taxes in the area of 6% or so. And we are projecting that supplemental property tax revenue will come in about 5% this year, just as budgeted. So this means that we will likely not see much more of an increase in secured VLF property tax revenue in fiscal year 21-22. As I said, it's an early indicator than we have seen in recent years. And there could even be less of an increase because part of the secured roll change is also based on changes in the California CPI up to a maximum of 2%. For the last few years, that CPI increase has been 2%, but for fiscal year 21-22, it will only be about 1%. So in terms of our updated discretionary revenue projections for this fiscal year, overall, we are projecting a $25.8 million, 3.7% increase compared to the adjusted budget. That is almost entirely due to a projected $20 million or 23.1% increase in sales tax revenue, which is itself comprised of $14.4 million in one-time revenue due to a 2019-20 accrual surplus and a projected $5.6 million increase in actual FY 2021 sales tax revenue. Both of these increases are due to our overestimation of the negative impact of COVID-19 on sales tax revenue back when the county's fiscal year 2019-20 books were being closed and the fiscal year 2021 budget was being prepared. I'm going to talk about this in more depth when I discuss semi-discretionary revenue and reimbursements a little later in the presentation. But the bottom line is that back in the first half of 2020, when we were making these projections, we had very limited data on how the COVID-19 pandemic was actually impacting our local Bradley Burns sales tax revenue. And we received that revenue quarterly, 3 months in arrears. We were looking at reductions of over 20% in statewide sales tax revenue, which is reported 2 months in arrears. And the State Department of Finance, the Legislative Analyst's Office, and our own sales tax consultants were all projecting significant reductions in sales tax revenue, though their projections were all substantially different. In the end, we based our projection on a moderately conservative middle ground scenario with results that we projected that the county would receive $85.4 million in sales tax revenue in fiscal year 1920, and that amount was accrued, that is, sort of assumed it would be received for accounting purposes, at general fund revenue when we closed the fiscal year 2019-20 books. We actually received $99.9 million, resulting in an accrual surplus of $14.4 million. For budget purposes, accrual surpluses are reflected as additional unbudgeted revenue in the next year, so that would be this year, and accrual deficits, if they occur, are reflected as revenue reductions in the succeeding fiscal year. Then we included $86.5 million in sales tax revenue in the fiscal year 2021 adopted budget, and we are now projecting that we will receive $92 million for a $5.6 million increase. Semi-discretionary reimbursements are projected to be $12 million or 2% lower than budgeted. This is due almost entirely to a projected reduction in CalWORks realignment revenue. CalWORks realignment is different than other realignment revenue in that the amount counties receive is used along with state general fund to cover the state share of costs for the CalWORks program. The state share of cost in turn is driven largely by caseload. So in this case, CalWORks caseloads are down significantly from the budgeted level. In addition, some of the reduction in CalWORks realignment revenue is offset by an increase in state general fund revenue to the county. Basically, it doesn't really impact any of our expenditures are down, our revenue's down, is sort of what that said. Departmental revenues and other reimbursements are projected to be approximately $97.7 million or 6% lower than budgeted. This is due primarily to, first, a $37.8 million reduction in revenue in the Health Services Department, mostly in behavioral health, including a $14.3 million reduction in Mental Health Services Act reimbursements, due primarily to a reduced demand for treatment services provided by mental health and substance abuse contractors, continued delays in opening psychiatric health facilities, or PUFs, and a $3 million reimbursement error by the State Department of Healthcare Services. That's money that we should have gotten this year that we won't. We'll actually get it next year, so we will get it. We just won't get it this year. Partly offset by the receipt of $1.1 million in prior year federal revenue and the transfer of $6.8 million in net county cost as a reimbursement from probation as part of the reallocation of unspent coronavirus relief fund revenue that your board approved. So that's really net county cost, but we treat it as revenue because we transferred it from probation. The Health Services Department believes that the reduced demand for treatment services is driven in large part by the COVID-19 pandemic. There's also a $27.9 million reduction in revenue and reimbursements in the Sheriff's Office budget, due primarily to an $11.8 million CRF revenue accrual deficit in fiscal year 19-20, and reductions in grant, contracted services, and other funding, mostly related to expenditure reductions, partly offset by approximately $6.5 million in unbudgeted revenue from the California Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation to pay the county for housing inmates sentenced to state prison, but who could not be transferred to prison due to COVID-19 restrictions that I talked about earlier, imposed by CDCR. The accrual deficit is a result of a determination after the county's books were closed that CRF revenue accrued to cover existing employee salary and benefit costs in fiscal year 1920 to free up net county costs, including certain costs like pension obligation bond debt service, which is not a reimbursable expense under federal rules. And so the CRF revenue was not actually transferred. As your board knows, you approved spending that untransferred CRF revenue on other things this fiscal year, leaving a revenue shortfall. And that gets really to the way we tried to process that CRF revenue when we told departments to use it to offset general fund salary and benefit costs in public safety and health. We weren't clear on what it could be spent on. We just said salary and benefit costs, and so it's not just in the sheriff's office. This occurred in other departments. So this was the largest
we're still twitching.
Share of it.
But did we get the reimbursement from the state though for holding prisoners longer? Did that money come through?
Say that again.
The money for us holding folks that were to be transferred to state prison, and still, I mean, the way you described it earlier this afternoon, we're still doing that. Are we getting reimbursed for those additional costs?
We are getting money for that. Yes.
Oh, okay, and where does that show up?
It's in the sheriff's budget.
It's in the sheriff's budget.
Yes, and that's what that helps offset the other reduction. So
okay,
yeah, exactly.
Does the amount match here, or is it something different then?
It's $6 million we've gotten. So we estimate we'll get this fiscal year for that.
Okay, and depending upon if it extends beyond June 30th, because there may be a residual backup in the system.
Yeah, we don't know, but so far they've been paying. I'm not sure if that covers our costs, but that's what they're paying, and so we don't really have any choice. We can't transfer these people, so.
Okay. And just one quick question. So with the federal prisoners, has there been any similar, we hold them while they await trial?
We hold federal prisoners for the U.S. Marshals Service.
Yes.
And we get compensated for that. So that's regardless of, whether they compensate us for it.
Okay, so. They do. So if there was a delay in the, say, processing through the courts because of COVID, that we're getting paid for as long as they stay.
Yeah, they'll pay us for whatever that is.
Okay,
yeah.
Thank you.
And then there's a $14.3 million reduction in revenue in the human assistance aid payments budget, due primarily to a reduction in federal and state revenue as a result of decreased caseloads in a number of programs, including CalWORKs, as I mentioned, foster care, adoptions, and general assistance. Again, we think a lot of it partly related to COVID. And a $9.9 million reduction in revenue in the human assistance administration budget, due primarily to reduced administrative costs for assistance programs, where the federal and state share programs have a share of the cost. So caseloads are down, there are unanticipated vacancies, and so we just don't get the money.
Quick question, Madam Chair. So, but general assistance, that's county general fund. So
that's general fund, yeah. So, I'm sorry, that doesn't impact revenue. That I'm just was listing the ones where caseloads are down. You're
okay,
right.
Oh, that's what you're talking caseloads.
That doesn't impact revenue.
Yeah, because
You're
that
right.
would be county money either way.
That doesn't impact expenditures, but not revenue, yes.
Okay.
Departmental expenditures are projected to be approximately $162.5 million lower than the adjusted appropriation level. This is due primarily to, first, salary and benefit cost savings in a number of departments due to a higher than anticipated position vacancies and delays in filling positions. Reduced contract or other costs in some departments, I've mentioned some of those, like health services, conflict criminal defender, child, family, and adult services, due in part to the impact of COVID-19 on the demand for services. A conflict criminal defender is a classic case. If there aren't any court trials, then we don't have to pay any conflict criminal defenders to go to court, for example. Reduced lease costs for office space for county departments like child support services. General Services has been negotiating new lease agreements that provide a number of months free rent or reduced rental rates. And we see some of that this year. You'll see more next year when some of those new lease agreements go into place. Reduced caseload and costs in most assistance categories in the human assistance aid payments budget, as I talked about. And then not spending the $2.3 million contingent debt service appropriation for Sutter Health Park, the former Rayleigh Field. Under the terms of the bond indenture, we are required to budget 1 year's worth of debt service for the bonds used to finance the construction of Rayleigh Field, to be used in the event of an inability of the financing authority to fully cover the debt service. This appropriation has never been spent, and it can be reduced as the year progresses, so it effectively serves as a supplement to the general fund's operating contingency.
And we're almost done with it, right? Because it was 25-year bonds, weren't they, in 1999?
I think that's right.
We're just about done with it, so pretty soon.
But not done yet, unfortunately. And it's been a bad year for them. And
As I said, let's hope the
that.
season gets started here shortly for this year.
So in conclusion, an ending available fund balance of between $79.4 million and $172 million indicates that the general fund will have the resources to make it through the rest of this fiscal year without additional expenditure reductions. As I mentioned, the ending available balance for the current fiscal year will be a key resource for balancing the general fund budget next fiscal year. A $172 million ending fund balance, slightly higher than this year's beginning balance, is a good sign for the 2021-22 budget. It should be kept in mind, though, that this is only an estimate based on certain assumptions that may not come to pass. In addition, the $172 million available fund balance reflects at least $99 million in one-time revenue in 21-22, including the $14 million in prior year sales tax revenue, $51 million in prior year semi-discretionary revenue, and $34 million in state realignment backfill. That was one of the ways we benefited from everybody's overestimating the negative impact of the COVID pandemic on sales tax revenue. Everybody thought we were all going to get less money. The state backfilled the counties for a lot of that for some of that realignment loss. It turned out we didn't actually lose much of it, but we still got the backfill money. But it was one-time revenue. And what that suggests is that if this money is used to fund ongoing operations in fiscal year 21-22, sustainability into future years may be an issue. Finally, it should be kept in mind that the beginning available balance is only one piece of the equation that goes into balancing the FY 21-22 general fund budget. Other pieces include changes in discretionary revenue in 21-22, changes in semi-discretionary revenue and reimbursements in 21-22, and increases and decreases in departmental expenditures, particularly increases or decreases in the cost of doing business, which impacts departments-based budgets. We are currently finalizing discretionary and semi-discretionary revenue projections for fiscal year 21-22 and have begun analyzing department budget requests. Once that analysis is complete, we will have a better idea of the general fund's fiscal year 2021-22 situation. We will provide your board with a status report on the fiscal year 21-22 budget at a board workshop currently tentatively, and I emphasize tentatively, scheduled for April 7th. It could push back a couple weeks.
Do you want
to? Are you done?
No.
Okay.
Supervisor Cerna has a question.
I
heard conclusion.
Yes, usually in conclusion.
You're just wishful thinking.
I apologize. This next part is sort of important because it helps understand where we got where we are, and it may go a little more time than I thought.
My comment.
Okay. He's going to wait.
Yeah, sorry about that. So, as you know, the county receives semi-discretionary revenue, which refers to Proposition 172 and 1991 and 2011 realignment revenue that the board generally has the ability to allocate within certain broad parameters and can be used interchangeably with net county costs, more or less. Semi-discretionary revenue is derived largely from statewide sales tax revenue and is received in restricted funds and then either transferred to the appropriate operating budget as a reimbursement or retained in reserve in the restricted funds. We focus on non-CalWORks semi-discretionary revenue because as previously discussed, there is no flexibility with regard to the use of CalWORks realignment revenue. The adjusted budget included $574.6 million in non-CalWORks semi-discretionary revenue to the restricted funds and $57.9 million in reimbursements from those funds to the operating departments, mostly in the general fund. Our current estimate is that we will receive an additional $89.3 million in non-CalWORks semi-discretionary revenue in the restricted funds this fiscal year, composed of $51.1 million in one-time revenue due to a fiscal year 2019-20 accrual surplus. This is starting to sound familiar, I know. And $38 million in estimated actual new fiscal year 2021 revenue. As was the case with our Bradley Burn sales tax revenue, this large increase from the adjusted budget level is due to our overestimating the negative impact of the pandemic on both fiscal year 19-20 and 21 sales tax-based revenue when we were preparing the fiscal year 2021 budget. Let me talk a little bit about what happened here, though. This slide? Yes, okay. Yes. So to remind you, we did our original projections in the first half of calendar year 2020. At that point, the COVID-19 pandemic was relatively new, and we had only limited data on what the effect of semi-discretionary and revenue would be. This is partly because we get actual revenue data 2 months in arrears, and in part because there was uncertainty among economists about how the pandemic would impact the economy in general, and in part because the governor had put in place 2 different programs to allow businesses to defer payment of sales tax to the state, and nobody knew exactly how much anybody would defer. Given all that, what did we do? First, we looked at what limited information we had about actual sales tax collections. Then we looked back to what happened during the Great Recession, and we saw that there was statewide 1991 realignment revenue declined by 17% over 3 years, and County Proposition 172 revenue declined by 24%. We looked at what economists were saying about the arc of the COVID-19 recession and what that recovery would look like. Remember the discussion about U-shaped or V-shaped or L-shaped recessions. Of course, there were differences among economists, as there always are, about what that would look like. And finally, we looked at what the sources we typically rely on for information about semi-discretionary revenue were saying about what was likely to happen with statewide sales tax revenue. And what those sources were saying is shown in the top table in this slide. The LAO had issued a report that projected a 6.9% decrease in sales tax revenue in 2019-20, and an additional reduction of 1.6 and between 1.6 and 18.5% in 2021, depending on a variety of different economic scenarios. The State Department of Finance was more pessimistic. In the governor's May budget revised, they projected a decrease of roughly 5% in 2019, and an additional reduction of 17 to 18% in 2021. And the differences in those projections had to do with different types of realignment applying differently to gas tax, to taxes on gasoline. And finally, our sales tax consultant, HDL, was the most optimistic, projecting a 6.9% decrease in fiscal year 2019-20 and a further 1.1% decrease in fiscal year 2021. It's not uncommon for all these different sources to disagree. They usually don't disagree this widely. So what did we do? We did what we usually do. We picked a middle ground scenario and then add a little bit of conservatism to it. And we always try to be a little conservative because, as you know, we have very little reserves, and so it's a big risk for us if we're significantly wrong and we get a lot less than we thought. Taking this approach resulted in the assumption shown in the second table on this page. For fiscal year 19-20, we assumed reductions in statewide sales tax revenue of between 5.5% and 6.1%. For fiscal year 2021, we assumed reductions of between 6.5% and 7%. We also assumed that 5% of the revenue would be deferred from 19-20 to 21. The governor was saying 8%, but we couldn't really figure out how they came up with that, and we're not sure they can explain how they came up with it, and so we took 5%. So for fiscal year 19-20, the result was a projection that we would receive approximately $575 million in non-Cal work semi-discretionary revenue, and that is what we accrued into fiscal year 19-20 when that fiscal year's books were closed. What we now know, and we now know actually exactly what we got, and what we actually received was $626.5 million, which, as I indicated, was an increase of $51.4 million. We went through a similar process for looking at that. So I wanted to just spend a little bit of time talking about, so why did we think all things were going to be a lot worse than they were? Why did we and others think that? This table compares the monthly collection of statewide Proposition 172 revenue in fiscal year 19-20 to the same months in fiscal year 18-19. And it's important to see that there are 2 dates at the bottom of the table. The month shown first is when we received the information, typically at the end of that month. The bottom dates are when the sales tax is actually collected, roughly 2 months prior to when we get the information. So you can see that in both the February 26th through March 15th and March 16th through April 15th periods, statewide sales tax revenue declined by over 20% compared to the same periods in 2019, roughly consistent with what many were projecting, and that's about when we got this information, we were actually doing our projections. Then in the last 2 months of 2019-20, there was a dramatic and unexpected shift. In April 16th through May 15th period, statewide sales tax revenue was only 7.5% lower than the FY 2019 level. It looks like it's going up, and it is going up, but it's actually decreased. It's just not decreased as much. But then, in the May 16th through June 15th period, sales tax revenue was actually 3.9% higher than in FY 2018-19. And Proposition 172 sales tax revenue continued to come in at about that level in the first half of fiscal year 2021. And so one of the questions we've asked is, why were we all so wrong? And there's a lot of reasons. I won't go into all of them here. You can read them. I'll just mention a couple things. Obviously, there was a big shift to online shopping, the nature of the recession. Most economists think now there's sort of a K-shaped recession, and you can look and see what that is. But basically, it's that for sort of highly educated, well-to-do people, things are going great. They got money to spend. And for people who are less well-off, they don't have money to spend, but it's the people who have more money that typically spend it on sales tax stuff versus, so that benefited. There was obviously a shift in spending on services because nobody could really go anywhere or do much, to purchases, the federal stimulus measures. An issue that the board may not be fully aware of is what appears to be the very significant impact of the U.S. Supreme Court's Wayfair decision, which was implemented in California by AB 147. And that was a decision that basically allowed states to require retailers who sold stuff online to remit sales tax. And before that, it had only been retailers that had a physical presence in the state. And that has had a huge impact. That was just implemented in phases over the last year. It's had a huge impact in terms of collecting sales tax from out-of-state retailers. And finally, it's now clear that substantially fewer businesses than anticipated took advantage of the governor's sales tax deferral program. So we did the same thing. We went through the same process in 2019-20. And basically, I won't go into all the details, but we basically ended up, looking at 2021, we ended up assuming that 2011 realignment would increase 2.5% in 1920 and over 1920, and the others 2%, and everything came in much higher. So one of our goals during every fiscal year is to maximize the discretionary resources available for use in the next fiscal year budget. This gives your board the most flexibility in making fully informed funding decisions once next fiscal year's needs are known. Thus, whenever we estimate that we will have additional non-CalWORK semi-discretionary revenue available during the fiscal year, we check with relevant departments to see if they can use that additional money to offset budgeted net county cost expenditures, not new expenditures, that meet the semi-discretionary revenue eligibility criteria, and will help improve our ending fund balance. This year we have an unusually large amount of this money, but departments also have an unusually high amount of net county costs because, as you recall, we used the CRF relief fund money to offset salary and benefit costs of existing staff, which helped increase our fund balance at the beginning of this year, but also gave them, for this year, a lot more, we used that fund balance basically to give them a lot more net county costs. So one of the things we're proposing here is to allocate, as part of this action today, approve a budget adjustment allocating this money to the departments, which will again contribute to a higher ending fund balance. And then finally, I'll just note, we have 150 budget units. We go through and see if there's any need for adjustments. Right now or in the future, you'll notice that we identified 11 budget units that could potentially overspend their appropriation authority or net county costs. We talk about those. There's only one we're recommending an adjustment for, the county executive, for the reasons that are laid out. We're also recommending a transfer between salaries and benefits and services supplies in the coroner budget. With that, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you. Thanks again for a very detailed report there, Britt. I appreciate it. Real quick, the estimate the estimate of Sacramento County's share of the 1.9 trillion federal assistance legislation is 301 million, I believe.
That's what we understand, yes.
So how will that comport with what we expect in terms of any fund balance or how that may affect one way or another what our condition would be on July 1?
So a lot's going to depend on exactly what rules are issued related to that money. As you know, the rules kept changing and evolving with regard to the CRF money, and we scrambled to try and understand what we could do. We're going to look at that closely and figure out what that money can be spent on, whether it can be spent truly to offset revenue loss. And of course, we're at now somewhat of a disadvantage since our revenue loss wasn't actually quite as much as we thought it'd been. How much flexibility we have to spend for it, what needs are out there, and all that will factor into what we bring to you in the budget. It may be that by the time the budget is in the timing for the initial recommended budget, we may not fully be aware of what the rules are, what we can use that for. And so it may not be reflected in that document, and we may have to address it either in September or as budget adjustments throughout the year.
But it could have, as it was the case with the second federal CARES Act, that we could have a spend by date, right?
Mm-hmm. It could be, yes.
Okay.
We'll be looking at that closely too. So again, as we did, and your board obviously acted quickly, expeditiously to make sure we did. We didn't turn anything back last time. Mm-hmm. Our goal would not be to turn anything back this time.
Right.
But obviously to use it, effectively and appropriately. So we'll be looking at that carefully.
All right. Very good. Thank you.
Supervisor Natoli.
Again, thanks, Britt. A couple of quick questions. So on the chart on page 3 of 17, you showed that both the utility user tax and the transient occupancy tax came in about $1 million higher. Maybe utility tax, maybe not so surprising. People were home more, maybe using more electricity and so forth. But what about TO tax? Again.
So that's information that we based on information we got from the Visit Sacramento people about what's happening out there and talking to people. It appears that there are, remember, this is compared to what we thought would happen when we put the budget together.
I get it. That was your baseline.
We were at that point. We were also talking to them, and basically everything was shut down. It turned out it wasn't great. It didn't rebound in the same way that the sales tax did, but it wasn't as bad as we thought. It looks like now.
Okay. The other question I wanted to ask, and you referenced it just with regards, and again. Sometimes I guess it pays to get it wrong as far as the prognosticators as it relates to what actually happens. But with this, new round of stimulus payments, there's going to be direct payments to pretty much the same folks who received it last time around. It'll be $1,400 checks that'll obviously get put into the local economy. But there's another factor too that's embedded in that legislation, if I recall correctly, and that for all but about 5 to 10% of families with children, there's going to be, for a year in that bill, there'll be $250 to $300 payments per child, direct payments for, to help offset, whatever costs are for distance learning, for other needs. Are you able to factor in, again, I think it's going to be helpful to our families. It'll be helpful to probably providers of services for some of those families, maybe daycare providers and so forth. But are you able to factor some of that in as you look forward? And I would expect it this evening. I just wanted to.
It's hard to do. We with regard to sales tax, we have our sales tax consultants, HDL, and they in turn subcontract with Beacon Economics that does forecasting. Yeah. So we have the opportunity to look at what their forecasts are. We also look at forecasts from, when we look at this stuff, we look at what's put out, for example, by the Federal Reserve Board and other things to try and get a sense of that. It's difficult, though, particularly in this short period of time now, to translate that into the budget estimates. Property tax is going to be pretty much set. We'll know that pretty closely. So, and that's probably not going to be much impacted by this, based on what we're seeing at this point, because that's the secured roll will be set. Maybe some additional supplemental tax. But the big issue would be in sales tax. We're already going to see a big increase for sure next year over what we budgeted this year, not necessarily as much over what we actually got this year, but we got so much more this year. We will see an increase in there. We will see an increase for sure compared to what we budgeted in realignment, Prop 172. We're still looking at what that is, but yeah, so to answer your question, not exactly, other than looking at what these various forecasts show.
And just one other, I guess, a bit of food for thought as we come to some hearings later this month and certainly move into other budget discussions. That, and what we'll talk about at our special meeting, obviously, are some, the policy guidelines for this upcoming budget year. But in light of things that are being talked about this evening, some yet unknowns, but looks like some positives on the horizon. And I think some of the stressors we've seen, particularly in the solid waste enterprise, airport enterprise was taken care of pretty well through the COVID relief funding packages, and I assume they're going to get some out of this. But as we were labored into the evening here a few weeks back on garbage rate increases, we're going to have a whole full report on that. I know that in your report that was going to be heard today and will be heard later, there's talk about, making sure we kind of keep the size up on the silos and so forth. And I just wanted to, if nothing else, channel to you and put it out there that, looking at the unusual complexity, and again, I know that you're concerned about, making sure we have maximum flexibility, but I would just say that and I would also go, if there's been reductions in gas tax revenues and so forth with condition of roads in this county and infrastructure, not traditional areas where we would necessarily put general fund and discretionary, but these may be some times where we can actually jumpstart some activity and get some, maybe catch up with some of the backlog and or show, relieve some stress particularly in the solid waste arena. So I just put it out there. Again, that wasn't necessarily your recommendation. You're a good budget man, but I would just say that as we come forward and we start getting the picture of this, again, we want to be cautious with what we spend. There might be one-time expenditures for one-time monies, but that's, as I've looked at some of the documentation, kind of what's on my mind, so I'm sharing this evening.
I'm not surprised to hear you say that. I expected to hear that when we talked about the budget policies. There may be a disagreement, but in the end, it's your decision how you want to deal with that. We're pretty much focused on building reserves and stabilizing us for the long term. But
I know that.
Understand your concerns.
Yeah, and thank you for today. I know it's been a long day for you, and you've spent a lot of time there at the podium. But thanks so much. Appreciate it. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
So if there are no more questions, again, our request would be to approve the recommended budget adjustment.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any public comment?
We do not.
We do not. Okay, we need a motion then to...
I would move the item.
Okay, so moved by Supervisor Natoli, second by Supervisor Kennedy. Please vote. And I believe...
Unanimous vote.
I believe we need a motion to continue item 2, right?
We already took that one.
Oh, we already took that?
And
we can come back on St. Patrick's Day.
Did we take it?
We did.
I'm losing it. Okay, I'm okay.
And I'm sorry, I missed who made the first and the second on this on item.
Supervisor Natoli first and Supervisor Kennedy second.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and next item, please. Clerk, let's see.
I think it's the county executive comments.
No comments, thank you.
And do we have any comments from the board? No comments from the board. This meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everyone.